Okay, so I figured out that I can't be using all of that. That's okay. That's okay. I think I figured that out. And now hoping that I can make sure there's no lag. Okay. Okay. So, think that fixes it, but I know that I cannot do that anymore. So Nvidia broadcast with the hard overclocking is a no-go. It gives me an error, which is fine. This means I won't do any hard overclocking. It should be alright. Should be alright there. Let me know how the sound is. So I figured out a couple things right there. Cannot do hard overclocking while I'm using certain things I'm going to be using for my streams. Yeah, fresh. I already did a fresh Windows install. Fresh Windows install. Already installed Steam, OBS, everything that I need for my streaming. It's already done and set up. Yep. And I've already done test bench for my overclocking that I generally do, and yeah, instantly, yeah, latency should be perfect now. So, yeah, so so very good there, very good. I just did a couple of test streams and just made it so um, the programs I'm using also use some of my the encoder that I use, so I can't do hard overclocking that I would normally do. That's why I would crash. So figured that out. What's up, Master? But yeah, I've already done a whole bunch of testing, done some benchmarking. All my benchmarkings are good again. I can do my overclocks that I generally do, so I'm quite happy. I'm quite happy about it. I do have to set up OBS a bit more. Like all the stuff that I generally use for OBS is gone, so I have to completely set that up. But it's basically set up. Yeah, quick work. Having a 13900K, all the cores and that do help for installing things faster and setting stuff up faster. So I'm quite happy. Man, you just like my mom. What's up, Morgan? Yeah, it's definitely good. As long as the stream's not lagging at all, That's the main thing why I wanted to restart as well, is to make sure it doesn't lag. So as long as I'm not lagging at all and everything's nice and quick, I can talk to chat nice and quick. That's the main thing. Yeah, the stream was lagging yesterday. I was wondering, like I said, I did a really long recording and it completely used up all of my NVMe that's actually on the operating system's on that NVMe. I'm wondering if it destroyed my Windows 11. So I'm pretty sure it did because I did a bunch of overclocking before I went live here, and yeah, it's back to normal. Like everything's back to normal, so I'm quite happy about that. I had 1300K before the Zeus BIOS revision came out, and it made me hate my, yeah. I got rid of it and switched to AMD like 2 weeks later. It came out with all the BIOS fixes. Yeah, the Zeus boards, well I like to call them the ASUS, they have issues, as in they put way too much voltage into the CPUs on stock settings. That was causing people to have degrading CPUs and crashing. So I hear you on that. I have videos out there of overclocking the 13900K and lower the voltage in certain settings to enable, to make sure you don't yeah, so you don't crash or degrade your CPU. 6 board is all I run. Nice. Yeah, those are nice boards. I've currently got an X78E at Tai Chi, zero complaints. Yeah, also got another member in the Discord as well. I just got that, not the Tai Chi, but the X870E, and yeah, he's really happy with it with his 9950X 3D. Did you get did you get to do what you want? Is it work? I don't know. Is it working better now? Hopefully everything's a lot faster with the chat and no lag and everything looks good. Hopefully this sounds pretty good. I'm hoping it sounds better than what it was. Yeah, he has multiple $10,000 PC setups, multiple, and his networking server, home server, is absolutely insane. He has a really good. Yeah, it sounds good. Perfect. Thank you. I'm glad everything's setting up nicely here. It didn't take me long to reinstall Windows and get it all set up. I got Steam set up. I got some benchmarks already set up. I got a bunch of stuff set up already too. It didn't take me too long, so I'm quite happy with that. Should have done this a while ago, so my apologies for the crappy streams. Hey man, I wasn't able to watch your streams because I got sick, but I'm back now. I'm glad you're feeling better. Mine, huh? Oh, it's mine. What up, man? I just picked up an open box 7000 XD for 310 USD. Yeah, that's decent. Yeah, that's definitely good. It's a good CPU too. It's a good CPU still, and it's like close to a 9800X. Well, it's actually close to the 9950X 3D for gaming. It's just if you want to game and stream record at the same time, I do recommend a 16-core CPU or minimum 12. But for gaming, it's a monster, absolute monster CPUs. Even the 5800X 3D is still really good for gaming. Got you feeling better, mine? I'm glad everything is working properly. If anyone has questions about the PC hardware, like 9060, that's XT pricings, and 8GB and 16GB models, let me know. I have some information on it. I'm going to reinstall Windows while I'm hanging out with you two. Nice. I've been just vegging out for 3 days straight. Nice. Yeah, reinstalling Windows does help quite a bit. What up, Tonys? I had a Ryzen 5950X. I overclocked it to 4.6 GHz, all core. Nice. I mainly play CS2. You think I should have better frame protection with 50? Yeah, you will. The 3Ds are absolutely insane, man. Like, they are insane just for gaming. For gaming, they're monsters. All I do is game and have two streams going, two streams going from Discord of my friends playing with me, and I stream out in 30 frames per second. 1080p system works flawlessly. Nice. You do it through Discord? I'm gonna be doing overclocking on one of my viewer donators. He's gonna be setting up on his Discord. I'm gonna run through a bunch of timings and other settings that he can do for overclocking his RAM kits. He has a whole bunch of RAM kits. Either we're gonna do 14900K, 13900K, or his new 9950X 3D. So we'll see about that. Should be coming up here soon. We'll be doing that. I always tend to get MSI or Gigabyte boards. Yep, can't stand the raw marketing. Love Pro Art boards, though. They look nice, Pro Arts. For overclocking, Asus Apex boards is the one I would like to get. I do have a Z690 Oris Master, though. Twitch streaming would probably be different, though, and I feel like that is where the 7800X3D will struggle. Yeah, probably. Just because there's a lot. There's a lot that all the chats and certain everything that they got set up on it, it uses more cores, right? So you would have a hindrance of like your frames would go down basically. It still wouldn't be half bad, but you will lose some frames for sure. I don't live stream. I just stream my screen to my little brother and my buddy, and they do the same. We just stream to each other so we know what everyone's looking at. Nice. Yeah, it's a good way to do it. It's a really good way to do it. My 5950X degraded more? No way. Yeah, I'm glad everything's looking good. Hopefully there's no lag whatsoever. I haven't been checking my phone here to see if there is any kind of lag. And hopefully, yeah, everything's better than what it was. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, hit the thumbs up. If anyone's new here, hit the thumbs up. Does help me out quite a bit. Just a thumbs up. No lag right now. Perfect. Yeah, because I remember I've had 24-hour long streams, literally like 24-hour long live streams, no lag. So all of a sudden it starts doing it after a whole bunch of things happened one day, so I couldn't pinpoint the actual issue, and I went through everything to fix it and still couldn't fix it. Thing is, I have a friend with 5000X3D, and we kind of had similar FPS in CS2. CS2 is a little different though there, but because I have my 5950X overclocked, I can't overclock it more because I have an X470 Strix motherboard. You can't overclock it more, or is it your cooling's not sufficient enough for overclocking it more? Everything over 4.6, even though I set to 4.625. Once I open SimBitchart 23 at max 20 seconds, I get instant restart. Sounds like you have a cooling problem on that, and or you're not setting perfect like voltages for it, because that can happen if you're not setting the voltages just right for it. Also, like, you gotta worry about like load line. Like, you need some sort of droop in CPUs. You can't just have it at one single voltage all the time. You need to have some sort of droop. Especially with like the 13th and 14th gen CPUs, they love to be a droopy, real droopy. My current rig is X870E Taichi 7800X3D 64GB DDR5 6000 Corsair Dominator. Very nice kit of RAM. I like those. Gigabyte RX 7800XT 16GB system is a champ and hangs tight with any situation I myself have put it in. Nice. Yeah, those are good systems. How many frames are you looking at with that 7800X3D 7800XT? Because the 7800X3D definitely won't bottleneck it. Definitely won't. 5950X is a toasty little CPU. It really is. Yeah. You gotta remember, all AMD CPUs now, they boost up to 95 degrees Celsius, and whatever the boost clock goes to is what it goes to keep it at 95 degrees Celsius. But I would put my own voltages in and then lower the temperature, so that way it only boosts to about 80 or 85 degrees Celsius. That way you have longevity too. You don't have to worry about your CPU degrading at all just from temperature. Because 95 degrees Celsius, in my opinion, is quite hot. It is a very nice rig. Yeah, Tony. I have a deep cool 720 360 mm rad, and I have LLC at level 4. You might need droop here. You might need droop here. And I'm not sure about that deep cool. I'm not sure about that deep cool. What kind of cold play it has, how quickly it can actually dissipate the heat. Whether or not it's spiking up too quickly as soon as you put it on low. I wonder if it's spiking up too quickly and the boost clock's not being able to handle it with the voltages. You might need to set the low line to like level 3, so it's even droopier. Which game? Whatever game you are playing at. So is AMD CPU and mix it with Nvidia GPU is a good mix. Yeah, it's fine. You can. Oh yeah. You can. Yeah, you can switch around CPUs with different GPUs as you want. It's not going to cause an issue with that. It definitely won't cause an issue. So 1440p resolution, Cyberpunk 2077 ray tracing medium preset with 0 upscaling is a solid 95 frames per second. Ooh, it's actually pretty good. Like, you're talking full ray tracing on there, and then medium preset, 0 upscaling, so that's even better. So you probably have some really good frame time there too. God, I hope so, Rom. There's going to be a lot of disappointed people. Very true. DLSS balance was 0 frame. Okay. Yeah. Balance with 0 frames. I was gonna say with you get more frames with balanced. 140 frames per second is really good, especially on Cyberpunk 2077. I can use Prime 95 for 1 hour, no problem. At 4.6 GHz, max temp was 90 degrees. It's different. Prime 95 is different. Yeah, sure. It's you did a 1 hour test. You'd have to do a 24-hour test with Prime 95. 90 degrees is actually pretty good. Actually, 90 degrees is pretty good. Means it's keeping it well cooled. Not DLSS, FSR. Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah. Please, the voltages. Just no. Yeah. Yeah, if your CPU has a crazy amount of voltage, it's not good. You might have to manually tune it so that way the voltages are lower. Too high voltages can degrade your CPU over time. But remember, temperature is also an issue as well. And AMD is just crazy with their boosting. I don't have boost clock anymore. I have 4.6 GHz manual OCO core. Yeah, that's right. You said you did all core 4.6 GHz. I'm talking CPU. That's right. It's right. Because you don't have boosting at all, so your temperature will be whatever it goes to. True. Very true, though, Tony's. Death. FSR with frame gen turned on. The ray tracing medium preset is 180-ish, but it performs weird, strangely has stutters. Yeah, see, I heard about that. It's also the same thing with the new frame generation DLSS 4, the 3-time frame gen. Yeah, there's some weird stutters, and frame time is really high, which, in my opinion, frame times it gotta be low to feel nice. Which I believe to be driver related. It should be believed to be driver related. Have you tried like DDU and then check out different drivers for it, see if it'd be better? 1.42 to 1.44 volt, 100% load. Seems kind of high, bud. Seeing 100% load, you want lower voltage. All core 100% load. Generally, you have a lower voltage. Especially on AMD, that seems kind of high. I heard some people are getting 1.5 volts, so it's better than 1.5. It's definitely better than 1.5 volt. As long as you can keep the voltages down, especially all load, all core, whatever the all core boost going to 100% load, yeah, it's generally a lower voltage. You're looking like 1.3 to maybe 1.35 volts generally for all load. By driver related, I mean I think it is just how the current driver is an exact. Gotcha. All my friends have exact same issues with very similar card. Yeah, okay. So it all depends. Like other games, it works just fine, but some games it doesn't work fine. Maybe it's not just it's not fully optimized yet. Maybe that will be fixed with game updates and/or drivers. Not like SimBench or Prime 95. Minecraft plus Distant Horizons used every CPU core. Yeah, I guess if you have not many cores, it will use all core. From what I've seen at DeBauer, he said voltage doesn't matter, it's the temps. Voltage matters and temps matter. Temperature with higher temperature with a higher voltage is you're gonna have issues with degrading 100% and instability issues. That's the way that the voltage works when the temperature rises. You overclock 3 CPUs, all Ryzens. Yep. Yeah, I've been watching DeBauer since he started overclocking, not since he started his channel. Before he even started his channel, I watched him doing overclocking for competitions and that. I keep up to date with DeBauer. Only one degraded needed 0.2 more voltage. That's pretty good. Generally, okay, so CPUs can last 2 to 3 years at high temperatures. High temperatures, so it's temperatures that kill CPUs. They start degrading, like they can start degrading. And then let's say you have high temperature with high voltage. So if you go to 1.5 volts with like 95 degrees Celsius constantly running, you'll degrade it quicker. Generally, if you can keep it cooler at 1.5 volts, you can have a CPU last 5 to 10 years. But if you can keep the voltage down with the temperature down, you can have a CPU for 15 years. I have CPUs that are 15 years old that work like they came out of the box still, because I only let them hit like 55 degrees Celsius at lower voltages than some people. I have 16 cores though. It's not like oh, that's crazy. It's using 16 core for those games, isn't it? I mean, that seems like that's pretty crazy in my opinion. I have to try out some of those games. See how many cores it actually uses. It will actually fully utilize. Voltage and temp go hand in hand. Yep, generally if you have a better cooling system, then you can probably use higher voltage. Correct. But you don't want to use too much voltage because, again, voltage is also in play for degrading CPUs. That's why Asus boards was literally degrading CPUs within a week or two of someone owning a 13900K or 1400K, because they are also paired with not a good enough cooler. For 1300K and 1400K, I suggest a top-of-the-line high, like wicking, either AIO or, my opinion, 100% custom water loop with a decent water block. That will make it so your CPU does not degrade, and manually tune the voltages, because even the voltages are absolutely whack even after microcode updates, and some motherboard manufacturers use too much voltage in my opinion. And again, it is motherboard manufacturers can put their own place for these voltages. So voltage is going to bring heat too. Yep. Too much voltage, well, not all in all case, but yeah, it does will raise temperature as well. Too much heat equals too little voltage, equals instability. Yes, you can find your perfect medium, which will be based on silicon lottery. Exact. You won't really be able to enter someone else's settings. Exactly. And that's why I don't get people that go, oh, did you watch this video here and do this and this and this? I'm like, did you watch the whole video where he is putting 1.6 or 1.7 volts into that to make that work? No? Well, then you should probably watch the whole video before you start putting these settings in. And guess what? It might be working for you right now. Down the line, it could actually start causing issues because you start playing different games, you start doing different testings and stuff. A lot of people just put in whatever they want. I try to give people actual stable voltages, actual stable like RAM overclocks. If I do any competition overclocking, I say, don't do what I'm about to do. Don't use these voltages. Do not do this. Do not do that. I have videos for that. Yeah, Minecraft uses every core in your system. All the way up to 24 core CPUs that I've personally seen. No way. Minecraft? I guess I heard there's some pretty cool HD mods, but 24 cores or just uses every core in your system? That's insane. My first thing I did was go into the BIOS and limit the temperatures until I make sure everything works properly. Very true. That's very good. Best thing you want to do when you get into the BIOS with the new CPU is actually tune the voltages so that way they're a bit lower. Offset works, but also does not work. Even though you set an offset, the motherboard manufacturer might have put a different voltage in for stock settings, and that offset that you did doesn't really apply that much. Doesn't really apply that much because it'd still be a high voltage. I overclocked my 13900K to 5.8 gigahertz all core, 5.8 gigahertz all core, and I only use 1.385 volts. Now on stock settings only boost up to 5.5 gigahertz all core, and it was using like 1.5 plus volts, and it was unstable. And I did 5.8 gigahertz all core at 1.385 volts, and it's stable through all the games, through all the testings and everything. And again, you have to try different games. Different games will be different frequencies or like voltages and stuff like that throughout, because there'll be a whole bunch of different frames or a whole lot of different frames, a whole bunch of like shaders and other things applying too. So it's a lot of variance for things. Yep, I did 1.25 volts in a crashed idle. I'm not sure. You can't just set a voltage like an when you're doing all core, all core. As long as you're setting syncing, you gotta sync all core for CPU. You can't have it so it boosts up. If it's boosting and going to a single core is gonna want more voltage to keep stable at idle. When you hit like boost or whatnot, and then it's going to an all core, the voltages are gonna go down. So you have to be careful of that. I wish I bought a 12900K instead of a... Okay, the chat's going a little fast and I'm just rambling, so my apologies on this, guys. I'm glad you guys are okay with that. Hey, can you help me? Yeah, I can help you. No problem, man. What's up? I'm sorry for the delay on that. How's it going? I've seen videos where people get 1 frame per second on 7000X3D and 4090 using Minecraft mods. That's nuts. Yes, I can help you. I'm sorry, man. I'm rambling. I know I'm rambling. What's up? Yeah. Of course, Kaden, that's what he's here for. Yeah. Okay, okay. Any help with my Xbox? Oh my god. I haven't touched an Xbox or even Xbox 360 in like 15 years, bub. I do PC stuff. Also, if you really want to see some CPU utilization that's crash anything that's not a 1400K or 9950X, check out Skyrim Anniversary Edition and install the either real mod pack. Okay, I can check it out. Is it? That's not free, is it? Anything free, I'll try out for sure. Because anything is plugged up, but my TV keeps saying no signal. Have you checked your cables to make sure they're actually properly done? And have you like unplugged it and plugged it back in? Make sure your power's off and then unplug it and plug it back in. And he has an Xbox, he can help you. Okay, there you go. Thank you. Everything's plugged in, but my TV keeps saying no signal. Yes, you done that? Okay. It's free? I'll definitely try it then. I'll definitely try it. Do you have a different TV you can plug? Exactly, yeah. But you need to have your Xbox might be Dunskies. Might be Dunskies. But you need to have a Nexus Mods Pro account in order to download the mods all in one pack. And how much is the Nexus Mods? That's what I want. How much is the Nexus Mods? Guys, can you press that like button? It's free, by the way. Yeah, oh, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, guys, if you want to like the video, please. If you want to subscribe, that also helps as well. I don't have the viewer, I don't have the chat set up right now on screen. I don't have live subscribers as well, so my apologies there. It's more or less a test stream. Otherwise, you have to download each mod individually. It'll take years that way. They're big mods, eh? Nexus Pro account is super cheap, fam. It's like $5 USD a month or something. So like $7 or something like that Canadian. Okay. Yeah, thank you for reminding people to like their Tony's. And you can just do a single month if you want. Yeah, see, I would do a single month so I can do a whole bunch of benchmarking on it and whatnot. That'd be sweet to do. Like, that would be sweet. That's why I kind of like the free games, because then I could just do benchmarking on it. It's not like I'm ever going to play it. I don't play a whole lot of games, to be honest. I do play some games, but I don't play a whole lot of games anymore. HDMI ports can sometimes disconnect the board. It's a pretty common thing, and you have to fix it a lot of times if you have somebody in your area that works on that kind of thing. That sucks. I would get a 9950X, but I don't want another Dyne 16 core. Yeah, I hear you there. I don't want another AMD Dyne CPU. Yeah, I heard there's some people with the 9. I haven't checked up in a week or so, but I gotta check it out. See if there's been any more 9000 series CPUs dying. There's up over 300 people actually reported, so not great. How's the stream been? No lag? No, I'm sad. I really want to play on my Xbox. I'm starting to cry. Don't cry, man. Don't cry. But definitely if you have somewhere where you can bring it in. I'm not sure if like... no? Perfect. Wait, so I don't have a Marvel Rivals, buddy? No, I'm here. It's just I don't game a whole lot. I know I was doing the Marvel Rivals, but that was more or less to help get my hours watched. Stream is perfect, my guy. No lag, perfect audio. I like it. I like it a lot. Sorry, Caden. I know how you feel. My Xbox dad. I got a replacement for $250 off Marketplace though. There's Xbox 360s around my place with controllers and games for $60. So you might be able to get it even cheaper. More gonna play. He plays ranked though, and he's not in a low rank either. Well, I guess since it's all switched over, it might have changed there. Don't cry, man. Don't cry. Be strong. At least it's stable at stock. Yeah. I sell the same for just ties. I got the Series X for $250. Sorry that I couldn't help you out with your Xbox there, bud. Thankfully, I still have my 5600X. That's still a decent CPU. That's a backup for sure. Right now, I was mistaken. The mod pack is called Elder Geeking. Okay. I will put write that into a notepad. Oh yeah, I'm a quick play guy. I don't play the same game often enough to do anything ranked. Gotcha. That's me. I usually just only play ranked games. I like competition. I mean, Diamond, yeah, I might have. Yep, you gonna went down to silver after the update. Silver. Bringing up Xbox in here is kind of like bringing a knife to a gunfight. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I haven't touched a console in a very, very, very long time. Yeah. Yeah, no, I haven't. I seriously have not touched any Xboxes or consoles in about 15 years. I play tons of different games, typically single player. Yeah, I don't even play single player games. I only play multiplayer, so that way I can have competition and actually whoop other people's butts. That's why I like, Call of Duty back in the day whenever I got to play it. Yeah, but since Nintendo 64. I played a lot of Nintendo 64. Played more Nintendo 64 than Xbox 360, because that was my next one that we had. But I didn't even play it that much. The only game I really played was Guitar Hero 3 on controller. You play DayZ? No. Apex Legends, CS2, and Marvel Rivals. I've tried other games to play with my friends and that, but I just couldn't get into them, like Dead by Daylight, um, Left 4 Dead 2. Like, it's an older game, of course, but I just couldn't get into them. Even PBO would degrade a CPU. It's got to put more power. But 007 GoldenEye, yeah, and Diddy Kong Racing. It's still the best. Yeah, it was. It's insane. 007 was amazing. You can hear the pause music right now. They had some good soundtracks in that. They had good soundtracks in that. I would sell. Yeah, if you want to sell it, then sell it. They're mine. It's also there's some other ones that were good. Mario Kart, I guess. The same. I feel bad for whoever buys. I would too. So I don't really sell anything. If I sell anything, it would have been a while ago, and it's just because I gamed with it and didn't want it. Just wanted to try it out, see if it was any good, then just sell it. Helldivers looks cool as yeah. I really want to play the way it looks when the explosion hits in phenomenal. I wish it worked. I'm sorry, Caden. I'm sorry, man. Sorry that happened to your Xbox. I wish I could have helped. I mean, I do know how to take apart stuff and then check to see if like there's any components that's actually fried on it, and I could replace it. I do know how to solder. I do that kind of work, but I haven't touched the Xbox in a long time, and I would have to have it in front of me. What game has the most hours logged out of your entire system library? You don't want to know. And actually, the one game that I had the most hours in isn't even around anymore. But the one that has most logged hours right now, I'll show you. Oh boy, I'll even show it on stream. Oh, people are gonna be like, what? And I'm gonna be like, yeah, that's not even the most hours on a game I have. Properties, Steam, okay. And I'll take myself here and I go, we put this up. Boom. I'll have to transform. Stretch the screen. There we go. Hopefully that looks all right. we'll just put down. So there's 329 hours doing benchmarking on 3D Mark, which isn't much. Okay. Yeah, so there's just benchmarking on 3D Mark, 329 hours. Here's Apex Legends. 2,743 hours. This is the game that I had the most, but this is not the hours time played. It's more than that. It's more than 5,869 hours played. So everyone can see my... Okay, yep. I can do that. Doesn't mean I played them. Doesn't mean I played these games. Okay, so there's 5,864.9 hours on that one. This is what it's called now. And I only have 1,100 hours on it. I played a little bit of Among Us, 110 minutes. Battlefield 4 I haven't played. Black Squad I haven't played. Blender, I did a little bit of Blender work. Benchmark, so doing benchmark, this is a good one. Boundary benchmark, only for ray tracing though. I just downloaded Call of Duty, have not done anything in it. I haven't downloaded, but I mean, 27 minutes, haven't done anything with it. Black Ops 2, multiplayer, played for 27 minutes. And here's the game. 12,373 hours in Counter-Strike 2. Or Counter-Strike to Counter-Strike 2. And I only played for 4 years. 5 years. Played a little bit of Dead by Daylight. Just benchmarking Dune, I have 101 hours. Marvel Rivals, I have 717. Just benchmarking Hunter Wild, so a whole bunch of benchmarks. Again, I do benchmarking, so 2.3 hours of benchmarking for this game. Different setups than that. Some PC Mark 10, I have 10.2 hours. I don't play PUBG. Alright, I've never played PUBG. I'm gonna be doing some benchmarking, so I have it. But yeah, Counter-Strike 2, 12,373 hours on record. I have almost 10,000 hours in GTA. Whole day. Yep, I have that on Apex on Xbox, but I wish Xbox would tell you. Yeah. Yeah, CS2. Counter-Strike 2. It went from, CSGO to CS2, but... Yeah. That's the most hours. And Apex is next. Or, sorry, yeah, Apex is next. Marvel Rivals, and then it's just benchmarking. Everything else is just benchmarking. Nothing but benchmarks. Benchmark after benchmark, so 3D Mark is a benchmark. Aim Labs for testing and that too. But yeah, benchmarks. Battlefield, that's why I have Battlefield downloading that. Benchmarks. Black Squad's for benchmarks. I'm going to be doing some here. Call of Duty's just for all benchmarks. Dead by Daylight, again, I played with friends, but I'm going to be using that for benchmarks. Dune Awakening's just benchmark. Monster Hunter Wilds, it's just benchmarks. Just short benchmarks, and I already have 2.3 hours in it. But yeah, just benchmarks. And that's just that. Then there's Geekbench. I do Geekbench 3, 4, 5, and 6. I also do like old benchmarks, old 3D Mark benchmarks. So 3D Mark benchmarks like Vantage and other ones like that. I do a lot of benchmarks. Like I probably have well over 10,000 hours in just doing benchmarks. Gameplay streams? Yep. I generally just been playing Marvel Rivals because everyone likes Marvel Rivals. And people like to watch Marvel Rivals. But yeah, I do Marvel Rivals generally. I used to do Apex Legends and CS2. I used to be one of the like top 1,000 CS2 players for a little while. Then I just stopped playing it. Too many hackers, so I stopped playing that game. Don't let me get into a tank in Battlefield. Brutal. Every CPU seems to have some issues. Yeah, some people have issues with CPUs. I've had literally My 13900KF is one of the ones that was like one of the first ones that came out that had the like degrading and or oxidized, because I overclocked it right off the bat with my own voltages and everything, even like RAM voltages and all that too. Like my own voltage as soon as I got, no issues with this CPU, zero. And it's a known oxidized and degrading CPU that people had, zero issues, zero issues. Yeah, he's my streaming buddy sometimes. You got that right, Ron. I like to benchmark Fortnite. That's what the kids want. All right, so I'll is Fortnite on Steam or what? Because I could do that as well. Why is that i9 box so big? So this is a KF. So the 13900KF or even 14900, they're not in big boxes. They're just in these little boxes. And then this is a 13900K, which also come with a fancy. So this is a 12600K holder. Came with a big box too, but I don't have it anymore. It got wet, but I got the coin still. They come with these fancy coins. This is 12900K coin, which is gold. And the 13900 is silver. Right here. And that's what you get. That's why the box is so big, so it can hold the coin. In there. Like that. And I'm probably making it so it's very difficult for you guys to see. There you go. Boom. That's the coin. And the 12900K had a bigger box. It's like a nice square box with the coin. Do 1400Ks come with a fancy box? Yeah, it comes with a box like this. Fortnite on Epic, but Fortnite is still a super popular game, so when I'm selling PCs, I like to use those benchmarks. Gotcha. Okay. Epic Game Store also constantly gives you free games. I like free games. I have like 60 games on there I got for free. I should try that out. But yeah, that's why these cases, that's why it's different than that 13900KF. It's a small one. It's because it's not their nice ones that they want to sell. It's just a KF, no discrete or no iGPU basically. Right? No integrated graphics. This one, the Ks do. And then they also got the KS as well, which is fancy boxes too. Nice fancy boxes with a coin. So getting rid of a slow GPU gets you a worse box? No. 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 The CPU though. And it's not a slower. My 13900KF is just as good, well, almost as good as my 13900K. 13900K there don't need a whole lot of voltages for it. The 13900KF needed a little bit more voltages. So I broke the 12900K, I broke the 12900K and I broke the 13900KF with a direct die. I tightened them too much and I cracked the dies, unfortunately. Wish AMD had cool coins. Yeah, right? I'd buy a 14900K instead of a 14900KF just for the box. Yeah, that's why I like it. It comes with a cool box. The best box ever made for CPU is the i9 9900K with the dodecahedron case. Really cool. Just search up i9 9900K box. You'll see it's insane. Threadripper boxes are pretty sweet too. Yeah, actually they are. And then yeah, they're really cool actually. Those are really cool boxes. And yeah, Threadrippers, yeah. But they're completely different for completely different people, man. They're for completely different kind of people. And the Threadrippers still can game, it's just they're not for gamers. Yeah, completely different market, yeah. That's cheap. I mean, that's cheap for a Threadripper if you can get one like good price. I mean, the new Threadrippers, the 7995WX are, you should look at those prices. They're pretty expensive. just for the CPU. I've only ever used rippers once, dude. They're huge. Yeah, they're massive. Yep. There's some thread rippers around my area I would like to pick up. Just the 1900s though, so they're not great by any means, but I would like to try out a thread ripper, and if you can find them for a good price, it's also the motherboard too. You gotta find for a good price. Then I would definitely like to try out thread ripper. They're not cheap though. No way. They ain't cheap. 7980X is one fat CPU. Yeah. One big boy. 7980X. Yep. 10980 XE. Those are pretty big CPUs too. Even the old Xeons here are big compared to previous CPUs like the LJ1155 or LJ1156. You know, the CPUs. It's a lot bigger. Yep, 7995WX is $10,000. That's why I'm trying to get sponsors for overclocking, because they'll send you CPUs and that for overclocking. I have overclocking buddies that are trying to help me get sponsors and that. It's just I need to get new and the latest hardware, so that way I can overclock them and then show my potential on overclocking their new hardware, so that way they will just be like, hey, we'll send you this, we'll send you that. So I would love to do that. Especially 64 core and up is for like data center and lab tech. No, for people that need that, like normal consumers, not data centers and that. Data centers are epics. Generally, the epics are on data centers and lab research. 7995WX, 96 core delidded. I'm sorry, 5955WX. Who delidded? Oh wait, your buddy has a thread system that I delidded with a custom EK block. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. He delidded it. What? He delidded a thread ripper? And how? Like, is it good? Temperature's good? I didn't know somebody would actually want to delid a thread ripper, even if it is the 55WX. That's still pretty crazy, man. Most of it don't have $5,000 for one part of PC. Yep. Who's crazy enough? Yeah, most people don't, but a lot of overclockers, top overclockers, they do. They do, and I want to be one of them top overclockers to have that kind of money, so I can just keep buying high-end stuff, so I can keep getting world records. World records. I have records. I just don't have world records. I'm going for a 10-core CPU world record this year, though. Maybe 2 world records. Who's crazy enough? Yeah, dude did a thread ripper. That's insane. Nah, that's not an average person, man. He's not an average Joe. He's definitely not an average Joe. And he water cooling it on direct die. Like, he'd be good temperature. You can overclock it a lot more. Yeah, I mean, that's really good for that many cores too. Because even that, then the die is not massive on it, and there's a lot of cores still. Yeah, he delidded a thread ripper. Insane. Just the fact he attempted that shows he knows what he's doing. Yep, just attempted it. Like, holy, like, I wonder how long it took him to actually heat it. Did he use like a, what did he use to delid it though? Did he use a vise? I use vise. I use a vise to delid my stuff. I found a way to delid CPUs with a vise. Instead of like buying those fancy tools and that, I use a vise, which should be around here somewhere. Yeah, I use a machinist vise. 5955WX and 5950X have the same core count. One just clocks higher than the other. Yep. He actually had no clue what he was doing. Wow. He used an oven, a vise, and a razor blade. And plastic razor blade to clean all the silicone off. Yep. Razor blades to cut around. Yep. Yep. I would use a vise too on something like that. It's big. It's really big. So you'd have to either have a vise, because I don't believe they made a tool for them. but I would use a vise, and I wouldn't use an oven. I would use like a hair dryer and or hot workstation or a hot air gun, some sort of hot air gun, and then put a low temperature and heat it up, and then use the vise, and then move it that way, and constantly go back and forth, let it cool down, and then move it over, and then boom, it should pop off. But yeah, the razor blades will work to cut around for the silicone. Plastic razor blade, I use plastic razor blades. Somewhere around here, I use plastic razor blades to clean up the silicone. You can literally put lots of pressure with the plastic razor blade, clean up the silicone around it perfectly. I mean, perfectly without damaging it. That's why I use it. That's why I recommend people to use plastic razor blades for PC hardware. Stream still looking good? No lags, no nothing? I hope so. Oven. Yep, you can use ovens for, it's not the greatest thing to be using because you can put off gases into the oven where you put your food, but I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. But yeah, you can use an oven for multiple things, for CPUs, GPUs, and motherboards to help out things. I love it. Love it. Thank you for letting me know. I'm glad everything's sounding good and no lag. Latency's perfect. Yeah, I put the ultra low latency and did a reset up on everything after I reinstalled Windows, and just hoping the settings I put on was good. The CPU probably costs more than Threadripper or Epic. What do you mean, Threadripper or Epic? Threadripper's for like people that want to game and have those high multi-thread. Epic is just strictly for lots of cores. They don't exactly boost that high, so yeah. Well, completely fresh reinstall of Windows is what I did, and reinstalled everything. And yeah, the settings were, yeah, Epic for data centers and stuff like that. Well, up there, Jack. What's up, guys? I'm building a new setup soon, and then moving to Philippines. So I'm worried about upgrading down the road, and heat gives me an excuse to future-proof, I guess. Yeah, if you're going to the Philippines, it's gonna be quite hot out there. So, yeah, you're gonna need something that's fairly decent. You're more or less gonna be looking for a good cooler. So I would go AIO or custom water loop if you have the money for it. Yep, like servers, and you can put multiple Epic CPUs all on one motherboard for servers. So you have more cores. That's one thing about server grade CPUs, is that you can put multiple on them, like multiple on one board. With these Xeons, you can put up to four of these Xeons up on one motherboard. Do you want a $10,000 $7995 WX? I mean, it's a monster, but I mean, you're not gonna be utilizing it for sure. My family's in the Philippines, and everything that we send there dies within a year or two. TVs, laptops, iPads, they don't last. Brutal. So is it that hot out there? Because I try to talk to people about like where they live and that, humidity, temperatures. Because yeah, if the temperature with humidity is too high, it's not good for hardware. It's the humidity. Thought so. Brutal. Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, you would definitely, if you want to upgrade in the future, it's kind of like AMD is a good platform to get into, the AM5, because you still got at least a few years on AM5 platforms, so you can upgrade down the line with just a CPU. But for GPU, I mean, you're going to just need a low-powered GPU that's has a really beefy cooler on it, which they overdid the coolers on the 5070 and 5070 Ti, and also the 9070 and 9070 XT. They overdid them. Have you ever bought an old CPU on eBay or something? Did Max OC? Yeah, I bought hundreds. I have hundreds of CPUs. Hundreds of Xeons, hundreds. I mean, I have a lot of CPUs. I used to have money a while ago, but not working, not being able to find a job, you don't get much choice on what you can buy, if you can buy anything. More or less necessities. I like the 3rd gen too. 3770K is really good. I have one. I delidded it, lapped the CPU die, lapped the IHS on both sides, and Bring a dehumidifier with you, or just buy one when you get there. A big one that will do the whole room. Was only 150. I'm in Florida, so hi. Yeah, okay, yeah. 3770K, 4770K, and 4790K. Yeah, so you got the third gen and the fourth gen there. So you're gonna need like a Z77 board for the 3770K, and you get a Z97 board for the 4770K and 4790K, which I have. I have both of those. I don't have 4770K or 4790K yet. I have a motherboard for when I do get them though. And the 4790K is one of the best CPUs for RAM overclocking on DDR3. You can do other ways to, but yeah, that's the best way. 4790K and 4770K. AM5 was confirmed the other day to be carried through 27, 28. Perfect. See, there you go. That's why AMD is great for their platforms. Just confirmed that live the other day. Gamers Nexus YouTube channel covered it. Oh, okay. I didn't even know. I don't really keep up to date with anybody else anymore. I do my own news and updates on stuff, so maybe I should be checking out different kind of updates. And then just 6700K. I've had a 6700, not the K version, but yeah, 6th gen, nice. And you'll need a Z170 board, like a Z170 board. It's like one of the best ones for them. I'm thinking 700X 3D AO more than I'll need while I want to game on 1440p. I'm thinking either 700 XT or 47 of some sort. You're looking at in the right places there, bud. Just make sure you get a good cooler, a good AIO, and or custom water loop. And then the 47, make sure you're looking for like at least a 3 fan for where you live. How is it not sealed like they're here in America? They don't have normal regular windows and walls made out of concrete bridging. Oh, yeah, the dehumidifier won't do much. Now that you put it like right beside the PC, and maybe it might help a little. Why didn't Intel simplify the naming scheme, or did they ever say to maybe help people figure out what they want more? Any input on the Ryzen 5 7500F? Seems like it might be a good budget CPU. Yeah, I've heard about it. The CPU that AMD did not care to put out to anybody because they don't want anybody buying super cheap CPUs from them. I mean, for some people, it'd be really good for a nice budget system that they're only gonna be playing light gaming on. Again, you buy a beefy GPU with it, you're just gonna ball neck GPU, and what's the point of doing that? So yeah, it'd be for light gaming, it'd be great. All right, you don't need an AO for something like 3D unless you're overclocking the extreme. Okay, my dual tower cooler does the same temps as my 360 AO on my 7800X 3D with. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Then a dual tower on it is good. I just know the 9000 series, like the 9800X 3D and the 9950X 3D and 9950X, they literally specify water cooling. Gamers, all it does is add cost. Yeah. Tariffs might ruin the 7500F. Very true. Good afternoon there, Gooner. I just moved to AM5 and got the 9070 OC. Really wish I got the XT, but it was out of stock. Still a good choice. Don't do the BIOS mod for it. Just because you're probably just a normal person. Don't do a BIOS mod for it if you ever see that. It is a cool thing to do. It would be something I would do, but I wouldn't be using it for daily people. Even in a hot climate, you think I have AC, but still AC doesn't help. Like actual humidity, it can make it worse. I would get a 9700X that would give you the same performance as 7000X 3D, but it's a newer platform, so yep. Future proof, you can get a Peerless Assassin, yeah, exactly, yep. It's really reliable. I do have the Peerless Assassin. I think I might have put it away though. The Peerless Assassin 120 SE is really good. Very reliable and will cool that CPU no problem. Yeah, I'm really flexible. I just want something solid for a while. Yep, I hear you. So as long as you can, make sure you get beefy cooling for where you are, that's the main thing. Just play around where play around the budget that you have basically too. But yeah, AM5 platform for sure. I would definitely go with AM5 platform. So anything above the 5000 series is AM5. And then GPUs, whatever you're trying to do for games. So even 9070 XT is good for some people, but also Nvidia is technically better. If you ever want to get into streaming and gaming at the same time, then you're gonna need a better encoder. You're gonna need a beefy GPU, more cores on the CPU, more RAM. So make sure you look into that as well. I want AMD for longevity and because it's the best right now. Yeah. But at the same time, I also want AM5. Yeah. Having a bad experience with AMD. Some people do. Or Intel i7 Plus. Yeah. Those are both good choices. Either Intel i7 Plus, or you can even do their Core Ultras, which aren't terrible. They're not terrible. It's just, yeah, you gotta be able to manually tune them. Manually tune them is actually not too bad once you figure it out. Plus the RAM, you can overclock the RAM, get more performance. Don't fix something that's already working. Flashing the wrong BIOS on GPU is always worth it unless you can afford to go out and buy a new one. Yep. Exactly. That's the thing. You could flash the wrong BIOS. There are ways to make sure you are flashing the correct BIOS, and but I always recommend not to be doing it. I'll do it because I know which ones I'm gonna be grabbing and which ones I would be doing that with, but that would just be more or less for fun. What's up, Chance? Yeah, no problem. No problem. Thanks for the answer. Do you think the 7500 will bottleneck a 28? Yep. Yeah, the 7500F will bottleneck 28 Ti. I don't even think it would be dependent on resolution. It would just bottleneck it. That would save you like $300, and if you have less electricity over there, it will come in handy since it only uses 80 watts. Yep. You'd be fine with 28 Ti? Nah. Yeah, 28 Ti is still a beast. I have a 28 Super. I wish I had 28 Ti, but I have a 28 Super, and I'm pretty sure it would bottleneck to 28 Super. There are so many people that would be more than fine with 28 Ti. Yeah, exactly. There'd be so many people. 7500 plus 2080 Ti is good, you say? I don't know. I'm pretty sure it'll bottleneck. If you shop used, you can build an entire AM4 system minus GPU for the price you got. Pay for just your AM5 CPU. Yeah, if you shop around, yeah. Is it a bad choice getting a 12 gigabyte GPU for 1440? It's a bad choice getting a 12 gigabyte GPU for 1440. No, it's not a bad choice. Definitely not a bad choice. I still recommend the 6700 XT to people that are okay to buy used because you can pick it up for like $300 for a 12 gigabyte card, and it's decent. I would still also recommend a newer card if you're okay with spending a little bit more. A 12 gigabyte card is not terrible. I wish they didn't do the 8 gigabyte models and they did a 16 gigabyte and a 12 gigabyte models. That would have been make more of a sense, in my opinion, for these newer GPUs. Sup, man? 1440p, I'm assuming. Not really at 1080p. Well, I mean, depends on a lot of things. It's a 12 gigabyte 47, better than the 16 gigabyte 7800 XT. Looking forward to it. Well, I mean, the 4070 is going to be better for ray tracing for sure, 100%. I mean, 100% it's going to be better for ray tracing games. I'm not sure about actual other games for performance-wise, how much better it will be, but if you do ray tracing, for sure, 4070 is going to be better. I was planning on getting the 57. Okay, you guys are going too fast. I was planning on getting a 5700 plus 1660S for Fortnite. Would that be horde? It wouldn't be horde. You'd probably be looking around 150 to, I would say, 180 frames per second with that combo. On not low settings either. I would say probably up to medium low settings. Yeah, like I have 3060 and 2080 Ti would be an upgrade. I'm already super comfortable with my 3060. Yep. If you're comfortable with what you have, then what's the point of getting something different? Do not get the Ryzen 7 5700, he says. 28 Ti or curb stop any 3060. Yeah, absolutely out of the water. It will destroy a 4060 Ti. Not in ray tracing, not fully in ray tracing, but it will destroy even the 4060 Ti. It has half the L3 cache of other Zen 3 CPUs. Yeah, that would help too. Have more L3 cache does help a lot. I was gonna get the X3D. I don't know why I didn't say. Oh yeah, the X3D is gonna be way better for If you do gaming, if you strictly do gaming, then get the 3D models, the X3Ds. For new PC, yeah, I'd get a 7600, 7600X. They have a good boost, and yeah, good for upgradability. Very true. AM5 is more expensive, though. Yes. What up, Rom? I don't get a job for another month and a half. Yeah, so try to save your money. 5700 X3 is also like 270. So I guess it depending on where you live, that's the price. Depending on where you live. Have like a $2,000 budget. I don't want to go nuts though. $2,000 budget, pretty good. I've looked at 7900 XT, GRE. Don't get the GRE. 4070 Ti-S is a very, very good choice. Very good choice. I live in New York City, so I have decent access, I'd say. Yes, you do. Do not get the GRE, though. AliExpress is cheaper, and DDR5 and B650 mobile plus better graphics cards, much more. It's if you're okay with going on AliExpress. AliExpress, it's getting better and better. I mean, better reviews on everything, and you're actually getting what you're paying for. Got to hear it. 2080 Ti comes in on Monday. Nice. Yeah, 2080 Ti, good card for a lot of people if you can find it for a good price. Especially if you don't need to do a whole lot with it. Like, the encoder's still good on them. Like, you can't say the encoder's bad. Like, I use a 30 series card encoder, and while streaming at 4K recording and doing a whole bunch of other things, I only utilize like 30% of the encoder. So it's like, depending on what you're doing, you need a beefier encoder and decoder, but for gaming, 2080 Ti is still really good. It's optimized for like basically every game. Has lots of VRAM. You're happy. You play a lot of games at 60 frames per second at 4K. The only thing better than the 9700X would be 9800X3 or something even better, of course. 9700X is 300. It's the best CPU for the money right now. It really is. Yeah, it is one of the best ones for the money. I was told good grades equals money. 4.0 GPA and 0 money. I know they're my parents and pay for me to be alive, but that 7900 GRE is kind of like a 7800 XTX. Do you know how much VRAM's in the GRE, right? Yeah, 2080 I can do 4K even with just a little bit of Yep. And you can add DLSS. And they made it so DLSS 4 works on it. They need to fix some things on it, but yeah. When you say better, you gotta be a little more specific. 7800 X3 is better for gaming than a 90. Yep. However, the 9700X would be better productivity, only slightly though. Slightly though, and better price. You can usually find them right now a bit cheaper too. But yeah, the 3D, even the 5000X 3D is still a really good CPU. It's just it's AM4, so I don't try to recommend AM4 anymore because the platform's done. We're on to the newer platforms. You can upgrade after if you don't want the 7000X 3D. You want to upgrade to a 9800X 3D. Boom, you're on the right platform. Might as well wait to get a job and just go with 1470K plus 7900 XTX. That's a good combo, to be honest, and not gonna break the bank. Yeah, it's not gonna break the bank. Depending on where you live, the 7900 XTX is impossible to find. Yeah, depending on where you live. I've heard people telling me that they have them in stock in stores. Their Amazon has them in stock somehow. But yeah, it depends on where you live. 6000 CL32 versus 5600 CL28. I know the difference probably isn't even noticeable, just curious. Depending on the secondary timings. Depending on what the actual timings are. But I would go with the 6000 CL32. And yeah, it's not much different depending how close the timings are actually. Yeah, not for him. That's incorrect completely. 700 GRE and 7800 XTX uses completely different dies. Yes. That is correct. Yes. There's no point to upgrade from something like that, but if you're building it from scratch, you might as well get the best equipment for your money. Yep. In my opinion, always spend your money on the CPU and CPU platform. Make sure you have upgradability if you need the upgradability. Again, spend the money on CPU and platform. So If you need a lot of RAM, make sure you get a lot of RAM, decent kit, and a high-end CPU and a decent motherboard. The B series motherboards are fine, but go with either a Z or an X series motherboard. Depending, Z is Intel and X is for AMD. I would generally go with a higher end CPU and motherboard with RAM kit than a higher end GPU. So spend your money wisely on that, so that way you don't have to upgrade in the near future. GPUs are easier also to sell, so yeah, think of that. 7800 XT or 7800 XTX uses the 7800 XT die. Yep. Any of the 7900 XT or 9900 XT or 7900 uses the 7900 specific die. Complete different GPUs, completely different architecture. All in. Yes, they're completely different. Very, very true. I'd even get a 4070 Ti Super instead of a 7900 XTX. Especially if you're doing ray tracing. Nvidia has better ray tracing cores, and they're definitely a beefier type GPU as well for gaming. I'm talking performance. I have to check to see what you're saying up there. That's exactly what I did mine, but the 20 gigabyte XT. 20 gigabyte, but the GRE. What about the GRE? Do you know how much VRAM the GRE is? That's why I don't recommend it, because you can spend just a little bit more for the XT model and get full 20 gig. 7900 XTX will curve stop any 4070 card, 4070 Ti, 4070 Ti Super, all of them. Yeah, the XTX will. Yeah. But it depends of if you're ray tracing. Ray tracing will change that. Yeah, the 7900 XTX is actually comparable to 4080 if you're not doing full ray tracing. If you're doing like a balanced ray tracing, the games will now enable that. Yes, it does comparable to 4080 Ti. Yes. But full ray tracing, the 4070 Ti Super will probably beat it. I'll have to check the test again to see if anything's changed, but from what I've seen too, full ray tracing, the 4070 Ti Super is pretty good compared to the 7800 XTX. Like, it probably does beat it. And the 4080 Ti is a good card, but it's not much better than the 4070 Ti Super. You mind I play at 240? I don't need that stuff too expensive. I'm 50. Yeah, true. As long as it lasts you and you don't have to keep upgrading, that's the main thing. Depends on how you're using it, Jimmy. And some things, yes, and other things would be equal. How you're using it, Jimmy. And some things, yes, and other things would be equal. Yes. It would depend on how you are using that card, those cards, or what you're looking for. I'll never stream this edit any of that. I figure frame per second is really the only thing I'll use, and Nvidia tax is just deep, man. Very true. But yeah, if you don't care about streaming, editing, or any of that, then if you can find a good card for the price you're looking for, like a Nvidia card for a good price, then it's a good option. But you also gotta look for ray tracing. Do you play ray tracing games? What ray tracing games do you play? Are you able to do a balanced mode on the ray tracing, or is it just full ray tracing on? Because if it's full ray tracing on Nvidia, this could be better for the money too. I could have got the XT for $200 less. I'm not worried about ray tracing. Anytime I speak, better GPU or this GPU over that, I'm talking strictly native fast tracing. Okay. Makes sense. I'll keep that in mind. Because, yeah, the 7900 XTX is better. Unless you're doing full ray tracing, Nvidia cards take the lead. If you're doing just full, rasterization, just no ray tracing, AMD can either match and or outbeat some Nvidia cards. I would take a 4080 Ti over the 7900 XTX. I'm not sure what I would take. I'm not sure how many records are on the 7900 XTX, so I know there's a lot of records on the 4080 Ti, so like records like a lot of people using the 4080 Ti for overclocking on the different benchmarks, but for 7900 XTX, not sure there's a whole lot of people that have put validated actual scores up. So I'd probably pick the 7900 XTX just because I want to do overclocking on it. And you don't need to spend as much with a beefier cooler. Negative restoration is the only way to say one GPU hardware is better than other GPU hardware. Yeah. But you're right, I like AMD better. Some people like AMD, some people like Intel, some people like Nvidia. It's fine. I don't know why people have to be such, fanboys that were like, oh, this is better, and this is better, and this is better, and this is better. No, facts is facts, man. I'm sorry. Facts is facts. The Super, okay. I mean, the 4070 Ti Super is fairly close to 4080 Ti. Like it's not too far behind the 4080s. What's the 4070 Ti Super? In some cases, I believe it does beat the 4080 or matches 4080, no problem. So I mean, like, it's not much of a difference in my opinion. I would take a 4080 over my 4070 Ti Super. Some people would. Better in every way. On Tom's hardware, the 4080 Super beats out the 7900 XTX in more games. What they were using 9800 X3D probably for the CPU. I would assume they're using the 4800 X3D for the CPU. I mean, that's what everyone's using nowadays. Yeah, and DLSS and ray tracing is so much better. Yeah, ray tracing. DLSS is a Nvidia thing. FSR is for an AMD thing. And guess what? They do basically the same thing. Also, FSR is like for all GPUs. All GPUs can basically use it. The DLSS is strictly Nvidia cards that support DLSS. So you can get some image quality with FSR too, which is on any GPU, which is insane. And ray tracing is so much better, and efficiency as well. You just don't get all the you don't get all the qualities of FSR with Nvidia cards. And ray tracing is so much better in efficiency as well. Efficiency, I wouldn't say efficiency. I wouldn't say the efficiency. No, I wouldn't say efficiency. I mean, AMD's getting up there with Nvidia now for the efficiency, but AMD was the efficiency king. Now it's kind of changing. Did you know Stream Elements can make links to your websites and other stuff? Yeah, I've been trying to figure that out as well. There's a lot of stuff I gotta do, and it's not like I have a whole lot of time while I'm streaming to be doing all that. I'm just saying, Luger, a 9000 series AMD chip is what I prefer over 14900K. And I would too, because at the 14900K, guess what? That's the end of that life, the end of that platform. So going to a 9000 series AM5, you still have until like 2028 on that platform. So it's better. And a lot of people like their 9000 series CPUs. They do. I like my 24 core, 32 thread CPU. I like being able to take off the E cores and go to the P cores, overclock the snot out of it, and seeing the frame gains at it. I like overclocking my RAM, so I can overclock from a whole bunch of different RAM kits into extreme amount of frequency with really good timings on Intel. That's what I like. I also haven't played around enough with new AMD stuff, so I want to be able to do that. I know a lot about them, haven't played around with them. Either one of those cards is a beast. There's no real reason to upgrade if you have something like that or even worry about. FSR is leaps and bounds ahead of DLSS right now. It's crazy what FSR does and can do. Yes. And right now with the new Nvidia drivers, I'm sorry to say, I mean, they're just crap. I literally had to do a DDU to fix my driver update on my 3070 Ti. It messed up my 3070 Ti driver update. And I even tried to roll back. It didn't work. I had to literally do a DDU. So I'm not on the latest Nvidia drivers because it messed up my gaming. Well, so yeah, Nvidia is better. Plus, Nvidia is better than AMD for streaming. Yes, but I mean, for some people, I mean, you don't even need to stream at 4K, do a crazy amount of bit rate in that. So you'd technically be fine. But because I do streaming, recording, and gaming at the same time, Nvidia is technically better, and I do it all at 4K. By the way, OCPC, my monitor was like $110 for 240Hz, but I can't connect any other monitors. What do you mean you can't connect any other monitors? That's actually a good deal for a 240Hz monitor too. It's a really good deal. If you look at something like India, ray tracing, I am trying to keep up the chat. You guys are going pretty quick here. I didn't put a delay on it, so into the game, optimize AMD if you look at some of the Indiana Jones where ray tracing is actually built into the game and optimized, the AMD performs basically the same. Basically the same. What about the lows? What about the lows? Are the lows the same? JoJo Part 7 is finally announced, if you get what I'm saying. You do, if you don't. This has nothing to do with anything but just saying. Okay, I was going to say, Maple, what does this have to do with? I don't care about ray tracing, and I won't even buy a game that doesn't let me turn it off. That's just a... Yeah, I hear ya. If you don't care about ray tracing, you don't care about ray tracing. I mean, it's all up to... There's so many different combos of people, what they like to do, what they don't care to do, and if they're going to want better something later on. Like, there's so many. That's why I try to be specific, or ask people to be specific on what they are wanting, and or, you know, for feedback on PC hardware. Have you ever played Mini Royal? No. I have a Nvidia card, no driver issue here. So, did you update to the latest driver and play some games to see if they crash or not? Yo, what's up, man? I got a wager to place yet. Take her easy. Nvidia's encoding is better than AMD's. Yes. It's a whole generation ahead. It's a whole generation ahead than AMD's. On the latest Nvidia drivers for my 1080 Ti. 1080 Ti stopped doing driver updates. 3080 Ti, 4070 Ti, 49, no issues here. Lucky you. My 3070 Ti, it messed it up. It messed it up. Like, it really messed it up, man. Maybe I could retry doing the latest drivers and see if it helps, but it messed mine up. Same with my 3060, I have 0 issues. Why? How is everyone else have no issues, but it completely... Yeah, my overclocking wasn't working. Gaming just kept crashing on me, and yeah, was not happy. I have Nvidia cards of every generation, same with AMD. Nice. I wish I had more AMD, to be honest. Yes, Nvidia wins with encoding. Everyone knows that. Yes. Well, no, Intel wins with the encoding. Intel actually wins. Intel's encoders are monsters. Monster for on Intel. Ray tracing's cool, but it's definitely not like it's a deal breaker. Actually, maybe no, because the 50 series cards can now use AV1. Okay, now they can use AV1, so maybe there's a, you know, Nvidia might actually be way better. Ray tracing's cool, but it's definitely not like it's a deal breaker. True. I mean, for some people they want ray tracing. They want the sparkliest little colors. They want to see these reflections that blind them when they're playing the game. That's what they want. They want that. What about DLSS? DLSS performance looks like native to me in Cyberpunk. No, it's not like native. It's maybe you just... Do you wear glasses? Have you put the glasses on while gaming? Ray tracing is kind of like DLSS. FSR. Z sucks. Some people love it. Others are annoyed by it, and some just don't really care anymore. Yeah, I don't like Z. Z sucks. It's absolute trash. It looks like terrible. It looks horrible. Yes, I do have the newest driver. Well, lucky you. In my personal opinion, Nvidia is better in every aspect but price. Yes, that's including the issues with the 50 series. That's another, yeah. There's a few discussions we gotta do about the 50. Nvidia has been expensive, yes. So it's not for everyone. If they can't afford it, they can't afford it. But you gotta remember, Nvidia is technically better in many ways. Many ways. What DLSS 4 is capable of is crazy. It's on the verge of being able to create an enhanced version of any game. Yeah. Imagine putting DLSS 4 and having frame generation in like CS2. It'd be like, you'd be able to see people before they can see you kind of thing. Throw in an ARC card, and I don't remember that you can get a 285K. I would say still go with not a 285K for most people. I want a 285K because I want to be able to overclock RAM to a crazy amount of speed and have some fun actually overclocking CPUs, because changing the voltage on every single core, being able to overclock the E cores to like 5 gigahertz is insane to me. E cores at 5 gigahertz? Crazy, man. Crazy. No hyperthreading, right? So that kind of helps that. My scaling frame gen works been better in Cyberpunk. I mean, maybe. I forgot to mention my 3090 Ti also has no issues. How is it? How did it affect me? How does it affect me, my 3070 Ti, but it doesn't affect your like whole generation of 30 series cards? It affected my 3070 Ti. Even when I rolled back, it still left some issues, so I had a DDU. As soon as I DDU'd, it worked. Everything was cool. Pretty crazy. 69. Nice. Now, DLSS, FSR, in Spider-Man game while web swinging through the city. Oh, really? That bad? Forgot to mention it. You forgot to mention that your overclocking buddy, who's sponsored by Intel, was disappointed by the Ultra Series. Very, very disappointed. Yeah, he ended up selling his Apex and CPU. Actually, at first he had the tough. He had the tough first. He was really, really disappointed by that. I mean, really disappointed by the new tough board. Sold that like instantly for half price, like half price gown. And then yeah, he got the Apex, and then just he wasn't happy with it. All I look at is 1% lows when I do GPU comparisons. All I look at is 1% lows. If 1% lows are below your refresh rate of your monitor while gaming, you can see stuttering, and it feels weird. And AMD has been bad for it. They're better now, but they were really bad for it at one point. For a while. I have so much more love for the 3000 series than I do when it came back to the last Nvidia series. Really boost performance and uphold the honor of 90, 80, and 70 cards. Yeah, I guess. But I like the 3000 series. They did so much with the 3000. They cost so much here, though. 3060 is 100% stable. Well, I mean, maybe your 3060 is 100% stable. You guys have to understand, these games that support DLSS are only newer. Correct. Especially DLSS 4. And are far and few in between when you look at the entire world by game light. FSR will help you with any, yes, FSR will help you with any GPU. No matter what GPU you have, FSR can help you, which is crazy. Crazy that AMD put FSR for open. It's open to all GPUs. DLSS is strictly Nvidia graphics cards that can use it, and depending on the generation of Nvidia graphics cards you have, you can only use certain kind of aspects of DLSS 4. You can't do frame generation from 20, 30 series, 40 series. Well, I think they did a little bit for 40 series, but that's it. You want full DLSS 4, you have to be on 50 series cards. And strictly relying on DLSS feature is a bad idea. Yes. And it also really puts up the latency for a lot of things too. Like frame rendered latency. Because then you go into generated, which generated is hardware, and then it can put more more hardware, hardware software type thing. So it's not good. 55 DLSS and GLSS. Most played games of all time. That's nice. FSR, oh yeah, you said like 10,000 hours. It's crazy. FSR 4 though is only RX 9. Correct. Yes. But FSR's open. Remember, DLSS 4 is only for 50 series cards. Full. You get the full aspect. You still get DLSS 4 and some extra increases on your 20 series and 30 series and 40 series cards, but you don't get the full aspect. FS4 is for all cards, all cards, but you don't get certain aspects like you would with the 90 series cards, like frame generation. That's the thing. You still get the nice upscalability, you still get the nice crisp clean looking games with it on any GPU, which is amazing. That's why I like AMD in some ways, because they did that. Then you got Nvidia. Oh, we're taking out PhysX 32-bit. But then Nvidia did something nice. They made it open source so that people can put in place for older games, which is nice. It's kind of nice having some good news sometimes. You can select preferred card for frame generation, and you do frame generation with a cheap second GPU. I mean, I don't know if that would be the greatest way, but I mean, I guess you could. FSR 3.1 is for all cards, but it's really lacking behind in terms of quality. Is it really lacking in terms of quality? Is it? FSR is strict. Well, I mean, I guess FSR 4. I would say just FSR then. Until ARC has achieved impressive raster performance pretty quickly, but worse than AMD at ray tracing, and it's bad to have high CPU overhead when you're selling mid-range cards. I mean, they were put out there for people to try out. I mean, they're not like they were the most expensive cards too, and they weren't trying to go crazy, crazy 4K and saying all this and that what they can do. They promoted what it could do, and said it will get better. And with one update, it was like 50% better at most games with one update. So it's a trial and error type thing, right? They wanted to try it out, and they did, and it worked. So they went to the Battle Mage, and now they took it out for some reason. 4 series cards have everything except 4X generation, which sucks anyway. For some people, it sucks. Some people want to see more frames while they're playing their 4K games on, right? So FS4 is currently not supported by Nvidia cards, and AMD FSR is exclusive to their architecture. So FSR. I'm sorry, I said FSR4. But technically, FSR4 is still FSR. So you just don't get full aspect, right? So you won't get the aspect of FSR4 for all cards. You still get FSR though. Not 3070, 3070 Ti because 8GB VRAM. Buy because 8GB VRAM. Wait, only 20 Ti, 38, 38 Ti. I mean, a lot of people are hating on 8GB cards. I use 8GB card and I get lots of frames and don't care about 4K. I'm sorry. I don't. I really don't. 40 series do get frame gen, but they only get, yeah, they only 16. You mean they only get two time frame gen? For a series, DLSS can do 1-to-1 frame time. Yes. 1 generated frame for each rendered frame. Yes. There we go. Gubu, what's up? I'm happy with 60 frames. See? Some people are happy with 60 frames per second. I played 60 frames per second for like, I don't know how long until I upgraded my monitor. So, and then when I upgraded my monitor to 165 Hz, I'm like, dang, why does this look kind of odd? It's like, oh, my frames are lower than my monitor. Well, and then I had to upgrade my system. From an R9 270 to 6700 XT was my first upgrade from that. Then I went to a 1080 Ti. FSR3 is the only open source one, I believe. Is it FSR3 that's the only open source? Well, I'm glad a lot of games implement FSR3 because I like it. I don't like Zeus. XESS from Intel, I don't like it. I don't like it. Maybe some people do, but I don't. Glad Intel joined the CPU market. Just from the consumer point of view. What? I mean, they just... But more competition equals price. What do you mean Intel joined the CPU? They were like the first. What are you talking about? You mean GPU market? I think you mean GPU market. My brain's kind of broken that because you said that. I'm pretty sure you mean GPU. There, Devo. 50 series card frame gen, you can do 15 generated frames for every hardware. 15? 4. Well, 3, technically. 3 generated frames for every rendered frame. RTX 20 tuned up a hair. Nice. Have you updated to the latest Nvidia drivers? Does it still work alright? Hey, monitor thinks 4K is the best. No, 8GB is fine for a lot of people. Yes. Just for me, I'd rather have a 3080 10GB. The only thing with FSR you don't get when using the Nvidia or Intel card is frame gen. Yes. But you do get a nice looker appearance, which I like. I like how they did that. It makes things look better. And Zeus, Intel XESS, I call it Zeus. It's terrible in my opinion. It looks horrible. I'd get a 2080 Ti over 3070 Ti because of the VRAM. I mean, if you really need it. From my understanding, FS4 is tailored for the AI flow of AMD RDNA 4. Might port to DNA 3 7000s, but won't ever be on lower gens or open source. No, it definitely won't be open source for that. For frame generation, you need more understanding of the hardware and all that for frame generation. So yeah, I don't think other companies are technically allowed to be able to do that. But for clarifying games, yes. It's just a no, it's just a coding. It's just a coding to do all that. I like 20 and some. I got some deal on nice. Having a good deal on something is always good. And 2080 is not bad. I have the 2080 Super, like, you know that. That 3080 is a lot faster. And it depends. Depends on what you're trying to do. If you need ray tracing and all that, yeah. And yeah, definitely 3080 is better. And 30 series cards are good cards, and then after the 30 series cards, the upgradability or the actual performance gains is not much. Negligible. Very negligible on that. Well, I don't know how the hell I missed that. I thought DLSS 4 had 2x frame generation on the 40 series. That sucks. No. There's no actual frame generation. Everyone's hating on Aiken cards because all the reviewers on YouTube came out with the vids. I haven't watched them. Everyone keeps telling me, did you watch this video? Did you watch this video? Did you watch this video? I'm sorry. I haven't had time. I haven't had time. I literally wake up. I make a coffee. Sometimes I do some shorts. I do a little bit of research on what PC hardware news I want to do. See if there's anything new by the time I went to sleep to wake up, which is like 4 to maybe 6 hours of sleep I usually get. So that's it. I haven't had time. I have not had time. And then I start streaming. I literally start streaming basically as soon as I get up. That's why I look like a piece of crap all the time. I literally lock my game frames to 144 hertz. That's good. That means you're not over utilizing stuff. Things stay cooler, and things staying cooler makes them last longer. You get better performance, and yeah, exactly. You don't have to worry about spikage and weirdness and all that. I hear you, man. I hear you. Yeah, if you because you have higher frames does not mean that your monitor does the higher frames. If you have a 540 hertz monitor, then yeah, you're gonna need to have higher frames. But if you lock it to 540 hertz, guess what? It still looks the same. Can't keep up with the chat today. I can't keep up with the chat. I should have put a slow mode on, but that's okay. If I don't know how I put 15 in there, yeah. I was gonna say you're probably just gonna correct himself down the line here. The higher and higher frame says, the harder it's going to tell because it's once faster eyes bro. Yeah. And yeah, you can only process things so fast. And if you're going from 60 hertz to 165 hertz, it takes time. You will eventually get used to it, but it takes time. And not everyone can even utilize 165 hertz or even 144 hertz, and they're just locked to around 60 hertz or maybe even up to maybe 100 hertz. But that's all they can actually do. My 49 versus my 39 Ti is the night and day. Is it that much better 49 versus 39 Ti, which is pretty crazy. I guess, yeah, for enthusiasts, great graphic cards, there's going to be a big difference. There can be big differences. But not just the capacity. Why is everyone obsessed with VRAM? I don't know. Mine's bigger, so it's definitely better. More VRAM does not give you more bandwidth. Oh my god, people. Oh my god. More VRAM does not give you more overall bandwidth. So the card itself will be faster even if you don't need the extra VRAM. No. That's not how it works. That's not how it works, guys. Do I have to explain how GPUs actually work? I can make a video on that and you guys can maybe go watch it. If you guys watch it, that'd be awesome. But I'm not going to make a video explain how GPUs work and all that if you guys aren't going to watch it. Mine is the one spamming your chat. I noticed. If I take my glasses off, 1080p looks just like 4K. For everyone hating on the VRAM amount of cards comparing a certain VRAM capacity to another, you don't have to look at the amount of VRAM, but you also have to look at what type of memory. Yes. Yes, you got so many kinds. So many kinds nowadays. Well, generally now we only have GDR6, GDR6X, and GDR7. GDR7 is ECC, GDR6X is ECC, and GDR6 is not ECC. But for some things, yes, there is, but not generally for consumers. And bus width, the bandwidth too. You don't get more overall bandwidth because you have more VRAM. Sorry, not how it works. 3080 12 gigabyte versus has more bandwidth than 3080 10 gig because different memory. Do we have to go through this? Do I have to go through this with these? How it works and that? I mean, you can search it up and check my facts, but I mean, whether or not people want to believe my facts here. You'd watch? Okay, well, I'll definitely make some videos for you. How bus, bit bus, so the memory bit, lower 128, 256, all those different, how that works, how actual RAM actually works with utilizing everything, how everything gets stored on the RAM, and how actually the GPU utilizes actually what's been stored and how it gets processed and stuff. I can do that. Okay, bus width, not bandwidth, not overall, because bandwidth is PCI bandwidth. Like, that's what you're talking about as well. DDR7 memory is much faster than DDR6, way faster, basically double. It's not technically double, but basically it's supposed to be double. It's technically supposed to be double than DDR6 or DDR6X. So the same capacity of each is not the same result. Yes. Also, like DDR6 has, okay, so we got old GDR6 and then we got the newer GDR6 now apparently, because when I was talking about how these 9070 XTs came out and I was hating on AMD, to be honest, because they're using a GDR6 memory, but I was like, also I'm not gonna hate, because what if they actually have a higher actual gigabits per second, right? What if they actually have like an overclocked GDR6? Then that wouldn't be as bad. Remember, GDR6X is error correcting and it has 21 gigabits per second generally, and GDR6 is lower at like 19 gigabits per second. So that's the difference there. But I was like, what if they actually have an overclocked kind of version of the GDR6? And guess what? They actually did. Which is nice. So it's good. Both are GDR6X. I'll have to see. What you're talking about here. We'll see. You can think about it as well, whether probably like water pressure. The hertz would be how much pressure you have, and the VRAM would be the size of the pipe you can put it through. Yeah, more can be taken and stored onto the VRAM, but then there's a lot to account for actual performance. Just because you have lots of VRAM doesn't mean the GPU can utilize it. Does not mean the GPU can utilize it. Does not mean it. I can put slow mode on. I don't mind putting slow mode on there, mine. Want a 9070 XTX with GDDR7? I don't think that's going to happen, to be honest. I honestly don't think they're going to use GDDR7. They're going to stay with GDDR6. They keep the prices down. I think 20 seconds is a good time. There. Yeah, exactly. If you've tried to put more water through a bigger pipe, you're not going to get more unless you have the pressure for it. Exactly. I'll make a video. I'll actually make a detailed video. I'll go to the pages which I like to use. I'll put in the description below, kind of thing, so that way if someone wants to go check and maybe learn a bit more from what I've already talked about, because I can talk about for a long time, make a really long video, but people won't watch it. Width of that bus must be massive. Oh, now he says be right back. All right. 9070 XTX would do something AMD would do. You think they would do it? I don't think they will. I don't think they will put the GDDR7 into it. I don't. And if you remember the leaks in that too, there's also another, I do believe another Navi, type of Navi that they have as well. Bad Wolf, what up? AMD will stick with GDDR6 until the new renegotiation with Samsung. Yep, exactly. There, you gotta remember, there's contracts. There's contracts on about how much they're actually going to buy, how many chips they're actually going to buy, and whether or not they're actually going to be able to get them. But these GDR6 that they got, I don't know if they are strictly overclocked chips or they're just a newer GDR6 chips, because they do perform better, which is great. And I was wondering, remember, I came out with a video leaking this and talked about live stream. It's not GDR6X, is it? Is it actually GDR6X? They didn't say anything about being the error correcting, because GDR6X is Micron. Nvidia is paying through the nose for it. That's why these cards cost more. It's new hardware. It's Samsung's version. It's Samsung's version of GDR6X. Okay, so it's GDR6X, but it's error correcting. Is it error correcting? Because I don't know about that. I didn't do any research on that. Is the GDR6 that they have error correcting? Because I do know there is GDR6 error correcting RAM. It just wasn't implemented into cards previously, like consumer cards. I don't think so either, because if they were going to, they probably already would have. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, there's another Navi big. Yeah, yes, there is. I do believe there is another Navi. Yes, that we went through. I'll let you know. I'll let you know more about it when I know more about it. All right. Just because it was a leak, right? It was a leak, but all the leaks that I talked about were true, and that they're implementing everything that the leaks showed. You usually get a better deal when you buy them bulk. Yeah, and they're buying bulk. Yeah, that's the thing. If you're making all these GPUs. Remember, AMD sold 200,000 units, like within the first 2 weeks or 3 weeks of the 9070 XT out. They sold over 200,000 units like that. Boom. So 200,000 times 16. Crazy. That's how many chips they had to buy right off the bat. GDR6 from Samsung is like 2.0, more efficient, higher clocks. Yeah, I've noticed that it was higher clocks, and that's what I was talking about with the leaks as well, and saying that it's not great they're using GDR6 and that, but I was like, okay, well, what if they have an overclocked version and it's a bit better of a GDR6? And they did. As soon as they came out, they were better. They were all automatically better. So I guess that's true. And they are more efficient. That's even better. Sounds like smaller node. Yeah, it probably will be a smaller node. What AMD did right, they had massive supply of 90 series cards on release. They didn't have enough. For them, that was a massive. To Nvidia, that was like a achoo for them. That's an achoo for Nvidia, because how big Nvidia is. Remember that. Smaller node somewhat equals better. DDR7 is coming, but the contracts were made before Nvidia shifted the bet. So now Samsung and Hynix will want to make sure AMD is supplied. Good. So maybe they will be using GDR7. I don't think they're going to be using it in their XTX. Maybe if they did like a 9080, they will put in that, but not with their 9070 XTX. Oh, they are doing it next gen? Okay, makes sense. So I'm pretty sure they're done with, like, they're not even going to try to go into the medium high end. They're sticking with like the medium end. Well, it is kind of medium high end, but medium end graphics cards. They're not going to do anything else. Exactly, massive supply for them, but still get props. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, it was insane. And then India all of a sudden wants to invest $400 million into AMD. India, like what? India's like, damn, good job there, AMD. We're investing $400 million. I googled it and checked with ChatGPT. Samsung does not make a version, as far as I can research, GDR6X. No, not GDR6X. GDR6X is strictly Micron. Strictly Micron. Okay? So keep that in your head. GDR6X is strictly Micron. Samsung in that apparently has GDR6 chips that are overclocked and more efficient. Are they error correcting? I'm not sure. Are they actually error correcting though? Is if they're error correcting, that's good too. I don't think they're error correcting though. I don't think they're ECC. They're just overclocked. That's, yeah, exactly what they said. The 9050 and the secondary releases will remain on DDR6 for this generation. Okay. And that makes sense. That makes sense. What's the point? If you already got a bulk supply of DDR6, you kinda need to use them up, do you not? You kinda need to use them up. Right? In my opinion, yeah. Samsung's memory is not error correcting, yeah. Not error correcting? It's not error correcting. The error is not correcting, guys. The error is not correcting. The sky is falling. They are not ECC, and the bandwidth is sufficient for the format. It's not sufficient. They're on PCI Express 5.0. They're not. We're not even touching what PCI Express 5.0 with any cards that came out. We're not touching PCI Express 5.0 for bandwidth. Unfortunately, which really sucks. But for what they're doing, yeah, I guess it is fine. Error, yeah, there we go. Don't correct my error, man. Don't correct my error. I need some of that after I eat a steak. Smells like microwave burritos in here. And Zen to Zen Plus was a 3% IPC increase. It's also about improving the node and getting better yields, not just about the nanometers themselves. Yes. Just because you made something smaller does not technically mean it's going to be better. Although, Intel's 1.8 nanometer transistor is pretty good. So, and it's the smallest around. AMD has a good roadmap ahead. Yep, and if they actually get partnered in and use Intel's 1.8 nanometer transistor, that would help AMD as well. Microwave burritos will give you a colon cancer. Brutal. I just got the 7945H X3D. I'm testing this week. Nice. I was wondering if those were going to perform good or not. Laptop, right? Laptop mobile CPU there, but it's also a X3D variant, so hopefully it's good. Yeah, let me know. Definitely come back to the chat, or if you're not part of the Discord channel, definitely take a look at the Discord channel. I also got a Patreon page. I'm on Instagram, TikTok, if you guys want to check me out there as well. But Discord page for all the cool PC hardwares and stuff like that. PC talk, overclocking, all that good stuff. Laptop CPU on Mini ITX. Got it. I'm surprised Intel skipped 7 nanometer and 5 nanometer and went straight to 3 nanometer. But but did you hear about Samsung? They're like, we're getting really bad yields with a 3 nanometer. We're just going down to 2 nanometer. Which isn't technically a true 2 nanometer. It is a 2 nanometer node, but it's not a true 2 nanometer. But yeah, Samsung was having too much trouble with the 3 nanometer. They're like, we're done. We're out. We're not doing any more 3 nanometer. This new base in Arizona is strictly going to be doing 2 nanometer. 2 nanometer. It's not true 2 nanometer, of course. It's a bit bigger than 2 nanometers, like 2.2 or 2.3 nanometer. I can OC it to 5.5. Just move it to 120 watt TDP. Woo, 120 watt. Not really. It's beating the 9800X3D in many cases. No way. You gotta be part of the Discord channel and take pictures and show. Have one from the forum, the 7945 HX3D. It is crap. It's crap. The minus 4. Oh my god, I don't know. I don't really care about these mobile chips. I'm sorry, I'm not a mobile chip kind of person. I don't care about laptops. I don't care about that kind of stuff. Intel should have had 10 nanometer and 8th gen Intel, 10th gen absolute latest. But only until 12th gen. They took forever. It takes forever to make these things, to make sure they got enough yield, to make sure they got enough quality. They don't have quality. You can't sell them. You have to change out the thermal interface. I soldered my IHS on and brought it down to 18C. How did you solder your IHS on? I mean, I know there's ways to do it, but damn. I know there's ways to do it. It's not like it's impossible, but damn, dog. Give me 1 sec here. I'll be right back. Repair electronics for a hobby man. Nice. I repair stuff as well. Not really. I do electronics, but I mean I do GPUs and motherboards. Really. Did you change the voltages, like CPU voltages, for that to get 6600 working, or because you might be able to get it stable if you change some voltages around to where the actual RAM kit prefers that and your CPU prefers those voltages. Because does matter. I think I got scanned at the strip club in Peter, bro. Oh my god. I don't feel bad for you at all. I'm laughing at you, not with you. It's not as easy as just saying make it smaller and it takes time to make the node and get the proper machine as well, get better yields. Yeah. And we're almost out of limit. We're almost out of hardware limit that way. Hope you got me coffee. I'm gonna go get a coffee. I'm gonna go make a coffee here. So 6400 is stable, really good for crucial. Usually it's Hynix that on AMD. That would depend. That would depend. There's multiple different variants. Remember that. It depends. Hynix M die is good for frequency. Hynix A die is good for timings, not frequency. Then you got also, there's no, Crucial doesn't make their own, so it's either Micron, Samsung. Samsung is usually only in data centers in that though for DDR5. So you got Samsung, Micron, Hynix, and like Hynix M die and A die, Samsung, and Micron. Micron's just crap. I've tried new Micron, old Micron, DDR5. It's not the greatest for overclocking. Again, Hynix M die is good for frequency, and Hynix A die is good for timings. It's always a sweet spot. Then you can start getting lower performance because of the power balancing. Okay. Crucial being Micron, of course. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I got you, Dead Devil. How did they get better yields? I'd like to be more specific on the actual ICs themselves, not the brands. How do they get better yields with smaller nodes? Using the smaller node, the worse the yields. I don't know. They couldn't figure it. They couldn't figure out. Samsung couldn't figure it out. 3 nanometer to get better yields. They're getting terrible yields, like 75, 80% yield, and to get good yields, you need like 90 plus percent. Like 95% yield is generally what you're looking for, but they're only getting like 75 to 80% on 3 nanometer. The desktop CPUs don't need the power balance, but all the laptops have it baked in. Oh. See, I don't deal with laptop or mobile CPUs, unfortunately, for some people, but I really don't. I do overclocking in that. Yes, you can do laptop and that CPUs, but I don't care to do it. I care about doing desktop, full desktop. We can't put 10 cores on a CPU. Instead, they put 12. Kind of. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah. How's it going, Duck? I'm about to go make a coffee. I'll be right back. You guys can keep chatting away. If you have any kind of questions, anyone new to the stream, welcome. If you have any kind of PC questions, let me know, and I'll try to answer them to the best of my knowledge. What's up, machine? So do you think a 7900 XT for 649 with a game is a good price? What game? And I'm pretty sure I've seen those deals. Is that the Horizon game? That's the Horizon game you're talking about? I think that's the deal. The Sapphire? Ooh. Ooh. That's actually pretty good. I'm pretty sure it's a Horizon game you're talking about that comes with the deal. What does the red button do? Oh, the red button, it just helps me change volume in that when I'm using the video capture device. Video capture device. EVGA XR1 Pro. It's nice and recommended. Can't go in for less than 8. That's a good deal. That's a good deal, dog. You get a game and a GPU less than what you can usually find it for. Nice. And I would do that for sure, 100%. And I like the Sapphire. I love the Sapphire cards. I've always liked the way they look. Got some hot dogs. Oh God, looks like I missed a bit. Gaming. Without an overclock. We have to see if we can beat my timings on my overclocks on Intel though. If they can beat my scores, then I'll be really impressed. I'm already impressed by that 9950X 3D with your 1 RAM kit. It's really good. Again, we'll have to see about overclocking. Remember, I'm an overclocker, guys. I'm a top overclocker. That's all I do. So, if it can do good for good overclocking on RAM, I'll be really happy. That's why I like Intel. They're really good. Yeah, we're gonna be going over a whole bunch of RAM kits too of this guy's RAM kits. We'll have to set that up, man. We'll still have to set that up. That'd be nice if it was $1,500, but good luck finding that. Yep. Each side has their benefits and drawbacks. It's very true. Yes, even though BIOS is where you want to be doing all your overclocking, or most part of your overclocking. You can use softwares to tweak things while you're in the operating system because it can be difficult to get a high clock rate and high RAM speed while in the BIOS and then get into the operating system itself. But once you're in the operating system, everything loads up. You can tweak it a bit more to get more performance. Have a good family night, man. What movie you watching? Yeah, that's a good price. Especially the Sapphire model, 7900 XT Sapphire model with the game. It's a good price. Yeah, it's a good buy. Especially if you're getting a new. If you're getting a new, hell yeah, man. Yeah. I have to check. It won't be that price here in Canada, but I'm gonna check that out right now. I'm sad. I'm sad I live in Canada now. It's $1,010 for Canada. Without the game. That's the Sapphire model too. It does suck living in Canada sometimes. A lot of the times. The board partners definitely made some real gems. GPUs have been a bad battle for a little while now, a few generations now. about 3 generations have been not the greatest value. Oh man, I hope that brisket's good, man. It overclocks nicely. It overclocks really good. A lot of people just do an undervolt on them. 16 after taxes, dog. What the heck? One sec, I'll set this up here. That's before taxes. Yeah, it depends on GPU models. Yep. Some that's why I liked the board manufacturers with the 9070, 9070 XT with the overclocked from factory, which is nice to see. Nice overclocked from factory on the core, and an overclocked on the actual RAM from factory, which is nice to see. In my opinion, that's nice to see. I like to see what kind of voltages the GPUs, like what voltages each board manufacturer have. You want the highest voltage on that board manufacturer, even though if you're not doing it, again, an overclocker. So I want the most voltage I can deal with for the core voltage, so that way I have more potential for overclocking. Even if that was $699 USD, but after taxes, $699 after taxes. This is $1,005 for the cheapest Sapphire model. $1,005 before taxes. That's a markup. That's a markup. $1,800. Sapphire Nitro Plus for the 7900 XT. 16 or 1700. 1900. Oh, there's the motherboard plus GPU though, or motherboard plus GPU there. Look at that. That's actually decent. Okay, that's not really decent price, but I mean, look at the deal. $2,500 for the XTX with motherboard. $2,500 without the motherboard. I just did. About $2,500 Canadian. $2,400 Canadian for the GPU. $2,500 if you get the GPU card combo, motherboard combo. 5070 prices. I don't want to because it's brutal. Brutal to look at them. That's Canada, man. Yeah. With the motherboard, 2517. Without the motherboard, 2417. The XT, 1200. It's over $1,000 though. Doesn't matter what board. Doesn't matter what GPU model. It's over $1,000 for it. $1,800 though for this pure 7900 XT. Just the graphics card. Just the graphics card. Yeah, they're, well, I wouldn't say binned, but they're overclocked. I wouldn't say binned. You have to bin whatever model anyways. Yeah, so you can stream on the 7900 XT. Yep. They got decent encoders, just not as good as Nvidia's, of course. They're still good. Overvolted? I wouldn't say overvolted. Nothing's overvolted, but for me, because I'm an overclocker, I'm looking at the best the not the best card, but more or less the model that has the highest voltage on the core, because that will help me for my overclocking without having to worry about doing any voltage mods on the core, voltage mods at all, right? And the power limit mods are a lot easier than core voltage mods. So having a higher core voltage can make it so I can make it so that it's more stable at a higher clock rate. I know you can undervolt it, but I don't care about undervolting. I want more performance. More performance than your undervolts. Yeah, I agree with you, Bab. But for like overclocking in general, you gotta take the best model, generally the best model of graphics card. Doesn't matter what model it is at the time. Have the highest voltage on the card, whatever model has the best highest voltage on the actual core, and you're gonna bin those. You gotta buy multiple of them, and you're gonna take the best one and use that for overclocking. That's what binning is. Binning is not, even with like the bin CPUs and that, people would still bin them so they can get the better one. For gamers and regular people though, silicon lottery is a thing. For overclocking, there is silicon lottery, but you're still going to take the silicon lottery chips and bin those. That's the difference between just gaming and regular and then overclocking and wanting the best of the best. You're still going to bin the best of the best. Yeah. But like a good silicon card can get more clock speed than a bad. Yes, 100%. Even if the bad silicon has a little more voltage. Um, Depends, but yeah, generally, yeah, the better silicon is better. The better silicon is going to be better. Yeah, and then you won't have the overclockability like you normally would. So generally, generally by the time you get CPU and GPU, there's already people that have done binning on them, and the more or less when you start, there's multiple different ways of binning. If you could just talk about GPUs, if you're just talking about GPUs, the silicon quality, yes. So how do you know if you got a good one? You can overclock it more on the core, right? With less voltage for GPUs. But then you also got memory. You also have to bin the memory too, because it's better to have a better core and memory stability at higher clock rates than just a higher core, right? But generally, for binning, you want lower voltage with higher clock rates. My 3070 Ti, I can do 2.3 gigahertz on it and plus 4600 on the memory when I do my benchmarking. See how yours is only plus 200 megahertz and plus 1000 on VRAM? Oh, yeah, well, for the VRAM, you should be able to do more. Plus 200 on the core is decent. My 3070 Ti, I can do plus 265 for all of my tests, plus 265, and I can do plus 4600 on my memory. You can't use MSI Afterburner, you have to use a Zeus GPU tweak though. Who else loves having 20 ping and the steadiest 1.8 to still lag? Brutal. Depends on the size of the package, how much it weighs, right? That's what she said. Not sure how much it costs to ship to Canada. 4070s, 4070s have the time of its life not doing anything, eh? Fan curve is in. I would definitely take the 47, but that's up to you, man. That'd be definitely up to you. I don't sell anything that's been donated to me in that too. Just say like it's a forever home if you want to do donate it. It is a forever home for me. For if that's what you're looking to do. But again, you can always sell it and make some money off of it. Has your team tried to get Ripple sponsor? No, Overclocking Teams is a bunch of overclockers, and we have the best overclockers in it. So they're sponsored by Intel, AMD, Nvidia, Crucial, G-Skill, Corsair. Like they're sponsored by everybody. It's just I would like to be at that point. So what I have to do is get to the newest platform and get on, like be top #1 for in the world for my league, and or get a record, world record, or just records on the newest hardware. Yeah, Asus. Yeah, sponsored by all of them. My first flagship GPU, GTX 1080 Ti. Mm-hmm. Depends. Some people like to undervolt their cards, right? I don't care to undervolt. I care for guaranteed steady, guaranteed stable. It really is. It's right here. My first flagship, right there. There it is. I bought it used too. I bought it used, and it's a pretty good silicon on it. Like it's pretty good. Yeah. Um, and it is. It's literally my first flagship GPU I ever bought. I've had the well, I don't know if you'd call the RX 580 a flagship. If you call the RX 580 a flagship, I had the 4 GB and the 8 GB. If you classify them as flagship, then yeah, I had them before the 1080 Ti. Yep, no more updates since March, first week of March or second week of March it was. There's no more updates, unfortunately. No more driver updates. What's the worst GPU? I can't say. I'm an overclocker. I love to overclock all GPUs. GTX 710. I mean, this is a GTX 610, but I mean, it's basically the same as a 710. You can't say it's bad. You can still overclock it. You can still do voltage mods on them. It might look like this, but you can still do something with it. Not sure the average for OC for 3060. Thank you, Devil. And if you don't classify that as their flagship, then no. The GTX 1080 Ti was my first flagship. Can you get 50? No. So I did a test with the GT 610. I'm going to be doing, eventually I'll be doing some core voltage mods to it and see how far I can overclock it to reach 50 frames per second on it. And so on CS2 ultra low settings, I mean down to basically 480p on it, like everything, I mean low as I can go for the settings, I mean low as I can go. It maxed at 34 frames per second. It averaged like 17ish. I have a video about it. People have liked that video. I wish I still had my GT 1030. Nice. That's actually not half bad card back in the day. Can you? That was your first GPU? Nice, man. I mean, that's not bad. I mean, can't complain. 3080 Ti OC can beat a 3090? No. Nope. No, they won't even touch the 3090, unfortunately. The 1060 is still pulling weight, though. Yeah. For six, you talk about the 3 GB or the 6 GB. I'm pretty sure you're talking about the 6 GB. You wouldn't be talking about 3 GB. Yeah, the 1060 6 GB still pulling weight. Yes. Yeah. Electron tried tweaking his 710. He does those kind of videos. Nice. Yeah, I'll be doing an actual core voltage mod on it. You don't have to worry about so the older GPUs. You don't have to worry about. There's no power limit. That's the only thing I have to worry about is going past what my PCI Express can actually do for power. And I do believe mine can do just over 100 watts. And most people don't even think about that. You can only do 75 watts generally on motherboards. But if you have a higher end motherboard, you can technically do more. Also, your first, yep, 36 is a good card too. Though I did have a RTX 2060 laptop. 60 series was honestly pretty good until the 4000 gen cards. Yeah, until the 4000 gen. 120 watts, super max for the X-Lane slot, and I wouldn't dare drop more than 100. Exactly. Yep. I agree on that. I wouldn't try to drop more than 100. Could have issues. The connection might not be perfect and could fry your PCI Express slot and the motherboard. So, yeah. The new 5060 Ti testing on video cards? How recent is this? Because, yeah, I've already gone through it. Is it that new? Okay, then I haven't gone through it. Yesterday I did. I showed my 3070 Ti outperforms the, what up? I'm not saying your name. I'm going to call you Ba, alright? I'm going to call you Ba. What's up, Ba? I don't think, if it is today, then no, I haven't gone through the new. I have gone through the 5060 Ti already and showed it performs like a 3070 Ti. If you have like a 3070 or 3070 Ti, it's not really an upgrade unless you want a little bit more ray tracing and a better encoder. Oh, yep, right here. I see it. Found it. OCPC, do you remember me? Maybe. Were you here like 4 or 5 days ago? Or was that a long time ago? I think I'm pretty sure I called you Bob before too. I'm getting a lot of people in here, so my apologies if not. What does the many Bezbah mean if you can't say it? I don't know what his Ba's name actually, how to say his name. I don't really want to say it. It sounds too complicated to me. I don't want to butcher his name. Moving clock 28 gigabits per second. Boost to 2.6. There's a different one? This is the newest one that I could find. Okay, hold on. We went over this one yesterday. Sure it's on video cards? I can't find it. Is that one? Yeah, I've already gone over. It's the Hatsumiku. Hatsumiku? It's the 8 GB model. Is this the one you're talking about? Hatsumiku? Nope, not that one. Okay, didn't think so. Didn't think so. I didn't think so. Try reviews. No, not reviews. Leak. I've gone over this. I've gone over that. Gone over the Furmark one. Yeah, yeah, of course you can. I don't know if it'll work in on YouTube, but yeah, try. You can try, but I don't think it'll work, to be honest. Hatsumiku. I found a Venus 3X and 39 and got 900. 900 is not bad. If it works. Laptops in general should be OC'd unless they are very shouldn't be OC'd. Gone over I've gone over all these already. Brutal. Yeah, shouldn't. That's what you meant. They're bad. Yeah, yes, sir. Look up under the 5060 Ti tab. Well, it could be in this tab. Fifty-60 Ti, 70, 5060 Ti, gaming. Solid. They call it Nvidia GeForce. I've gone over all these. I've gone over all these. Well, except for this one, but I mean, I've gone over these. All the way to the right. Yeah, I've gone over these already. It's fine. It's only like I did it for my April 11th live stream. I'm just talking quietly. That's all. I was pretty close, and the mic didn't know how loud it'd be. I'm not sure if if it corrected or not. But yeah, so yeah, I've gone over these yesterday during my April 11th live stream. Can I turn my mic up? You want my mic turned up now? A little bit far in the chat in there, or in the stream there, for all of a sudden a mic change. All of a sudden you want the mic change? Jeez. How's that? Is that better? Is that too loud? Or how's that? Is that a lot better? Oh man, you're not wasting my time. You ain't wasting my time, man. It's cool. What do you want? What were you thinking was pretty cool to look at, though? Was it? Is this the right page? Am I on the right one? Because I did go over this. We can go back over it. I don't mind. Buddy, you're a paid viewer. You're not wasting my time. All right. Yep. Much better. Okay. Glad it's much better. I just didn't want to be too loud because I was closer to the mic. Didn't know how the software would change it for me. Because generally I'm back here and it's just fine. Added support for the Nvidia GeForce RTX 5060 Ti 16GB. Yeah. A bunch of updates already. Let's go. So AMD actually did make a 97 GRE. Yeah, they did. They did make this 97 GRE. It's a 12GB model. It's not that good. What's for dinner, or have you already ate? Hopefully, if you order pizza, they give you your Pepsi. Yeah, I have to check back in with them, see if I get a good deal or a free order, because they messed up my order. Like, messed it all up. I had hot dogs. I just ate 2 more hot dogs. I had 2 hot dogs before a stream. I just had 2 more hot dogs like 30 minutes ago. Not even. The 5060 leaks. It's still to be determined on some things. I've already gone over the 5060 leaks. .4070 Ti has better encoder, better ray tracing. Probably forms just like the 3090 at ray tracing, to be honest. So, depending on what you're doing, you could get it cheaper too. Can you show? Yeah, no. 3090 if you have a lot of, if you need a lot of VRAM. Another 12GB cost cutting. Yeah, error. Yep, that's what I said too. But this is kind of what they should have done with the 9060 XT. Instead of doing the 16GB model and the 8GB model, why didn't they have a 16GB model and a 12GB model? Why didn't they do that? That is it? Okay. So this could be a final confirmation that AMD is not launching Radeon RX 9060 XT alongside. No, it's going to be later on. May, more or less, probably May. Or the end of May. Alongside the RTX 5060 Ti, instead, AMD is seemingly ready to introduce their Radeon RX 97 GRE. Great Radeon Edition. Great Rabbit Edition. AKA Golden Rabbit. For the Chinese market instead. Both cards have appeared in the Chinese market. Yeah, both cards have appeared in the recent channel log GPU Z 2.65. Interestingly, the upcoming RTX 5060 Ti graphics card support is specifically for the 16GB model. They haven't really shown any comparisons for the 8GB, and it's probably for a reason. Perhaps this means that the 8GB model is not launching as soon. It is. Gigabyte already has some cards with the 8GB on it, so it probably is launching at the same time. Added support for Nvidia GeForce RTX 5060 Ti, and blah blah blah. Added support for Radeon RX 97 GRE, Ryzen AI iGPU, the Kraken and Strix Halo. Added support for Intel Arc A750E and a B580E. Added support for more threads, S3000 MTV GPU -110. So hopefully, we'll see. Link I put, is it not the one you are on? Oh, my bad. You put a link? Where'd you put the link? There's no link. Probably because I won't allow it. Probably won't allow the link. Yeah. Just in case, right? It's probably just in case. It won't even let me see it, and I am the owner of the channel, right? But if it's not letting me see it. Yep, Discord and a link below. My name is Luger in it, so my profile picture is OCPC. You should see me. But click on the Discord link below. Higher end GPU instantly becomes mid range with only 12 gigabyte. Yep, no reason to buy that high tier, tier card unless you want the ultra textures, etc. Yeah, it's very true. They have 8 gigabyte and 16 gigabyte models. I'm not sure why they did the 8 gigabyte and 16 gigabyte models. They should have done 16 gigabyte and 12 gigabyte models. And if they really want, just make the GRE 8 gigabyte and make it really dirt cheap. Alright, plans of getting no accomplished. Left on myself a sweet ride for 500. Nice. 5070 Ti should have had 20 gigabytes of VRAM. 12,280 CUDA cores. 11,264 minimum. I wouldn't. No. Did you find the Discord there, machine? No. Yeah, I mean, you'd be no. Chance, what up, Chance? 32 gigabyte DDR5 needed for high 1080p, 1440p. I do no streaming or get editing. Generally, only get one app running at a time. Yeah, 32 gigabytes is plenty. I recommend 32 gigabytes, even if you're on DDR4. I've shown in Marvel Rivals you can use up to almost 20 gigabytes. What do you mean? I put it in the verify here. Spot. I put in the verify here spot. Oh, thank you. I see it. My bad. My bad there, machine. I got it. Give it a second here. I'll get it up, set up here. Takes me a second. Got it. Got it. I've seen this one. Yeah. I mean, no, this is new. They're only showing 140,000 score before. Now they're showing 146,000. Which is what I get with my 37 Ti with a light overclock. 146,000. Thank you. This is new. We now have full confirmation of the RTX 5060 Ti specifications, initial performance figures. As we reported earlier, RTX 5060 Ti review samples are already arriving in independent reviewers, and this is typically the moment we learn about the new card's performance. As usual, the first leaks are from Geekbench Software, which has an open database where nearly all results are public. This means we have figures for the soon-to-be-released RTX 5060 Ti graphics card with 16 GB of VRAM. Again, they're showing the 16, not the 8. The card was tested on a high-end platform featuring X870E motherboard, Ryzen 7 9800X3D, meaning there should be no bottleneck. I would hope not. The card is most likely using non-public drivers from Nvidia. Yeah, they'll be released drivers. Depends on, yeah, I mean, the pricing's not the greatest. Again, they came out with this score before, and I showed with 3070 Ti, I can get that score with a small overclock. I get 146,000 points with a small overclock on the 3070 Ti. So if you have a 3070 Ti, it's not going to give you an increase in that. I mean, performance for some things. For games, yeah, it'll probably give you an uplift, but sorry, I had to go. Welcome back there, Dink. Dude, there was a Minecraft mod called the Nvidia that used to have called Nvidia for give you a lot more French like on Nvidia GPUs, but she stopped updating. Oh, brutal. I'll go with 32 gigabyte. It's my first build, so a lot of noob questions still. That's fine, man. All the noob questions are just fine. Do a Geekbench score? So type in Geekbench 3. That's one. That's, oh well, I guess we're gonna Geekbench. We'll do Geekbench 6. That's what they're using. They're using Geekbench 6 as you see here. So if we go back to the page, if you look just below the actual number, I might have to change it so you can see my. In 1 second here. I don't want that. I want capture cursor. Oh, you can see my cursor, I think. Can you see my cursor? Wait. Yeah. I'm a little behind with my chat. There we go. So you can see my cursor. Like it'll show you. So, okay, well we'll go into it in a second. This is a just give me a second. I'll show you. So Geekbench 6. This is what they're using. Geekbench 6. All right. So we got OpenCL score and Vulkan score. Oh, okay. Well, Vulkan and OpenCL, whatever. I do generally just OpenCL. Vulkan is for all different kind of platform. OpenCL is for Windows. Okay. So again, we're gonna go back to here, Geekbench 6. Just go to the download, and you got Mac, Windows, and Linux. Vulkan is for Linux, Mac, and Windows. OpenCL is just for Windows, basically. Let me save that. How to download more CUDA cores. Get a better GPU. I'll show you what it's doing to get these points there, machine. here. Should be able to show it. Okay, Geekbench. So this is Geekbench. It's Geekbench 6. But that's Geekbench 6. Here's my CPU, 1300K. It's at 5.6 gigahertz. It's not at 5.5. It's actually at 5.6. And what you're gonna do, see the little run button, see the run GPU benchmark. And you also got GPU API. OpenCL again is for Windows, like Windows 11, Windows 10. That's what you're gonna use for OpenCL if you have Windows 11. If you're on Mac, you can use Vulkan, or if you're on Linux, you can also use Vulkan. Holy. Harley. What's up, Fink? Yeah, click that run button. This benchmark takes a bit of time, so it's gonna go through a bunch of things like face detection, different processing and stuff like that that it can, your GPU can do. I'll show you. What is a good score? Depends on the GPU, really. Nowadays, you're for decent GPUs, you're looking for like 200,000 plus. Again, I'm only on the 3070 Ti. It can help. It can help. Not that much, but it can help. Yep. Can you see that? $132,912 OpenCL 3070 Ti. Again, I am using an encoder and a Nvidia broadcast as well, which actually uses the GPU, so I do lose quite a bit of performance. This should be around 140,000 for a 3070 Ti. It's around 140,000. I do lose a lot of performance because I'm using Nvidia broadcast to help make my mic sound better. So I do lose quite a bit of performance. Now if we scroll down, we can see the OpenCL performance and OpenCL scores, 132,912, there's a score. Background blur gives you a performance, 197.7 images a second. Face detection, 128.5 images a second. Horizon detection, edge detection, Gaussian blur, feature matching, stereo matching, and particle physics. That's what it's all doing. You gotta remember, all these benchmarks and that are just pretty much basic tests for different things that your GPUs and or CPUs actually do. And it just adds them up into a score. Didn't even recognize you. You are a lemon, so your mission is never to move next to the bar with a mixer so you don't become a drink. Yeah, no problem, man. No problemo, man. No problemo. Again, remember, I'm using 3070 Ti. I've already done this test, and without the Nvidia broadcast and whatever else running there, I do get generally 140,000, just over 140,000, and a small overclock does outbeat the actual 5060 Ti 16 gigabyte. But this is just for the Geekbench. This is not really for games. Games are completely different. They still utilize the same kind of hardware and whatnot in the actual GPU, but it's completely different. It's completely different. It's a 2D benchmark versus a 3D game. That's why I suggest people, if they want to do a benchmark for their GPU to see what they're at and that, and they're actually a whole PC, like their whole PC, it's go to 3dmark.com and then download, well, not 3dmark.com, but yeah, download 3D Mark on Steam. It's free, and then download Steel Nomad, not Steel Nomad Lite. Download Steel Nomad, and that will show the performance of your new PC hardware. It's for newer PCs, and it will show you more of your performance on games that way, and how good your PC is. I prefer Steel Nomad. It's a newer one that's out, and it looks good. It shows actual performance, and it shows like actual performance. It's a pretty strenuous test. You don't get a good score, basically, if you have a lower GPU. If you have a higher GPU score, you might have a decent score. You might see 60, 70 frames or a bit more, but... Do you? Nice. I have a professional edition. Nice. I have the professional edition I bought a while back, so any new benchmarks that get put in there, I get it for free. Yep, on Steam. That's where I got it. When I do the benchmarkings and that, I'll do the standalone. I'll do standalone, so not on Steam. So that way I can just basically only have that benchmark running, and then I'll run that benchmark, and then I'll make sure I use my professional edition key on it. Yeah, Time Spy is a good one too, but I'd like people to start getting into like Steel Nomad. Steel Nomad's a good one, and it's free. So here's Vulkan, here's the OpenCL. Again, I would be getting around 140, just over 140,000 points normally for OpenCL. With a small overclock, 146,000. So again, if you have a 3070 Ti and you're looking to get a 3060 Ti because it has 8 gigabytes, it's not going to be a performer. Unfortunately, it's not going to be a big performer or even a big gain. What we got here? Man, Vulkan on the 9070 is crazy. Vulkan is better than OpenCL. Guess where it's more utilized, I guess. He said people didn't want to pay $100 for a PC. And said it was too expensive today. A working colleague said for that money you couldn't even buy the tools to break into a store and steal one. That's actually pretty good. Ah, Radeon works better in Linux. Ah, gotcha. I didn't know that Radeon cards work better in Linux. That is new to me. See, even I learned something new. Gotta love learning something new. The leak confirms that the card has 36 compute units, which is good. It's not terrible. Which means 4,608 CUDA cores. I've already gone over that yet. This particular model has a 2.6 gigahertz boost and a 15.9 gigabyte of memory, which of course is 16 gigabyte. Oh, he uses Linux all the time. Nice. I didn't really get into it. But it's 100% true, so I would think since people live in a different reality or just so stingy, they probably use their tea bag 10 times. Yeah, it's also true there. The RTX 5060 Ti has scored 146,000 points on OpenCL, 140,000 points in Vulkan. This puts the card at a 5% higher OpenCL and 16% lower than the Radeon 9070 non-XT compared to the last gen 4060 Ti. The 5060 Ti is 13 to 14% faster. Nice. I mean, it's good that it's got a decent uplift against the 4060 Ti. Oh, he day trades the market. Better platform. Gotcha. Officially, Nvidia will announce the RTX 5060 Ti series on April 15th with a launch plan for April 16th. And we'll go over it more April 15th, or I'm going to assume most people are going to be checking out other YouTubers that have the card to review it. I, of course, am too small of a YouTuber to have early grabs on it. So one day, though, one day. I don't want that. So where does that put the 5060 compared to 5070? 7 to 10%, I believe, difference. Give me 1 sec. Well, if that's all true on that, like 20% difference, 20% difference, 20% increase if you go to a 5070 than a 5060 Ti. Was once invited to dinner, but there was nothing to eat, only salt sticks, and even an open packages, closed packages put back in the cupboards, and then have I never accepted invitation again. I'd give you something salty. My CPU runs at 85 degrees Celsius. Estimates R23 at 4.7 GHz, 1.35 volt. Will getting a better cooler like an AO help my overclock and make it? Yes. Yep. Of course, getting a better cooler would be better. Yeah, you need a decent AIO though. You definitely would need a decent AIO. So yeah, let's say you got a 5060 Ti for not much. Well, I guess it would be a lot more technically. The prices are. Oh, take it easy, Devo. Like going from 5060 Ti is a 20% increase if you go to a 5070. What does width have to do with the score? If the 5060 Ti had a 256-bit bus, how much better do you think it would be? Like, we're talking like at least a third more. It would match the 5070 with 256-bit bus, guaranteed. It would match it. You're like doubling the amount it can take and transfer the data it's taken and transferring it. It's really like double the amount of bit bus, memory bus. So like whatever it can get stored in the VRAM, it can grab and take that information, that data, and put it off. It's only 128-bit. So if you went to 256, which is double it, you're not gonna get double the performance, unfortunately, because that's different architecture and all that too gets in place in there. But you get minimum 1/3 increase of performance. Minimum 1/3. I wouldn't say you'd get double the performance. But yeah, it'd be a significant increase if they went to 256-bit. Yeah, it's that important. It's important. It's very, very, very important. That's why lower end cards only have 128. Why not put two? Because it's. Why would you want to put out a card that's trying to be cheaper to match your card that basically match your card that's costs more money? So why would you want to sell? Why would you want that? Why would you want? It's marketing. It's marketing, buddy. It's all marketing. It's all marketing, buddy. That's why. It's all marketing. Just not make the 5070. Marketing, buddy. Marketing. More cards they can manufacture and put out there, and just change the price of them by just a little bit, like $50 between the 5070 and the about $50 depending. But yeah, no, actually it's more than that. But still, like you can make more options. Make more options for people. Oh, I don't want to spend $50 or $100 more for this one, so I'm just gonna buy this one. Perfect. They have you down for that card. And make more 5060 Ti's. Okay, so let's say the certain chips are not, they're the downgrades, right? They're kind of like a reject for the other GPU. You're not going to have a whole lot of rejects, so there might not be a whole lot of 5060 Ti's out there to begin with. If I do get an AO, which one would you recommend? And also, what's the maximum safe voltage under full load with it? 1.4 on AMD is generally the max, I say. Generally. Some people say 1.45 volts is fine, but in my opinion, 1.4 volts for AMD is fine. Yeah, marketing, man. It's all marketing. So the 5060 Ti's MSRP will be $429 for the 16 gigabyte. Good or no? It's not bad. It's since the 3070 Ti, in my opinion, 2 generations old, right? 2 generations old. Yes, mine. But so 429 is fine, right? It's the 3070 Ti still sells used for like 600, right? So not unless you can find them cheaper, you might be able to, but they generally sell for 600 used still. And for where I am, it might be around $429, and it's around the same performance. So why would you want to make it more expensive and then not sell? But why would you sell it cheaper when you can sell it at $429? There's a lot of marketing involved with that too. Did they make a 3070 Ti 16 gig? Unfortunately, no, they do not. Hey guys, it's me, your boy. How's it going, Morgan? Only car if they make a model that, like, some sort of board manufacturer made a model that did dual-sided PCB. So the memory chip is on the top, and then it's like a full through where the memory chip is. You could add a memory chip on the bottom, but I don't know if they made a dual-sided PCB for 3070 Ti, to be honest. Yeah, pizza, very nice. It's crazy that a 3060 has more VRAM than the original 3080. Yeah. Yup. That was a trial thing for them, and it worked. That's fine. Ask away. Ask away. And no, you can't change the actual memory chips on them. They don't have a different kind of density for those. GDR6X, they don't have a different density that I know of yet. Maybe they changed that, and now Micron has a different density for them, but not when I was learning. Well, learning. I was gonna try to change the amount of RAM in them and see if you can change them to a higher density, but at the time they didn't have any. And you can't change it to any other memory chip due to the fact that it doesn't work that way. Plus, you have to get a completely different Nvidia driver for it. Plus, you'd have to change the actual the way the power works to it, the power delivery. It's like PM4 and PM3 for DDR6 and DDR6X, so it's completely different. Pulses per. I thought someone did that for 1080 Ti. 2080 Ti, they did. Yep, they did the 2080 Ti with the 2080 Ti with dual-sided PCB. Yeah, they made 22 gigabyte. Yep. They also made, if you have not checked out my video, they made a 4090 with 48 gigabytes of VRAM on a card that has a dual-sided PCB. They added more chips on the other side. They probably also upgraded the power delivery to it because it is twice the amount of RAM. I don't know, it was Chinese that did it. The card cost, I think it's $3,000 or $4,000 US in whatever Chinese money is. But they did that for people that want to do machine learning or AI work. It's all water cooled too on a AIO, which is really cool. Plus, it's a single slot card, so like you can put 4 cards in a small case. So tons of VRAM in a small package. That's what she said. Nope, not for you, but for people that do AI or machine learning, it is worth it. It's definitely worth it. It's gonna be so good. Well, I mean, it's cheaper than technically the 5090 in some cases. It has more VRAM than 5090, so. And that's all you need to worry about with machine learning is having a ton of VRAM. It's gonna be so good when you get cheap, like 600 PCs that can play games like GTA 5. Cheaper. You could build an AI beast with those. Yeah, an absolute monster system actually. And I was looking at ways to. I was wondering if you could take off the AIO, so the AIO is built into the actual radiator on that one. I was wondering if you can take that off the card and link them into like a custom water loop, because that'd be sick. If someone actually does that, puts 4 of them in the system and does that, it'd be sick. It's fun. I worked on old PCBs, new PCBs. I do soldering work on CPUs too, and motherboards as well. You just gotta get a steady hand, buddy. You just gotta get a steady hand. You can learn. You can learn to do it. You just buy used old parts that are either no good and try to fix them up, or buy something that's working already and then like see if you can make them work better. I would learn to do adding on capacitors onto older GPUs, adding capacitors onto GPUs. Capacitors onto GPUs and that. What you can do is add them on the back side because they're all the way through the card. You just add them onto the back side of the card generally, and then you can make it so the card actually can overclock a bit more, which is nice. And that'll be a good way to learn or like that as well. You can learn to take them off and on, so that way you can learn how to temperatures and all that. There's a lot to learn about it. It's fun. It's fun. I have a couple videos out there of me doing unlimited power mod on the GTX 1070. Gonna send my PC to Antarctica so I can never have thermal issues. They also came out with a really cool new air cooler that the heat pipes are filled up with acetone. It's made for places like that kind of climate in Antarctica where it's really cold. So that way the tubes don't blow up. I love old PC parts, so simple can do all you want. Exactly. I watched some videos on it. It looks fun if you know what you're doing. And you can learn. You can always learn to see what to do. Multimeter, you can learn what multimeter work off of that too. Again, there's some people out there. I watch older gentlemen that do it on YouTube that show cool techniques for not even need a multimeter to figure out what's wrong or what's broken, which is really cool. Other than that, I try to just do it myself, figure it out myself, go to manufacturers' pages, see what the PCB is, what is what on the PCB, and see if I can modify it myself. And I generally just do it that way. There's tons of different, tons of solder, different kind of solders you can use, tons of flux paste, flux, different kinds of flux, different kind of solder, like a whole bunch of different kinds of solder you can use. That's really thick solder, but still, whole bunch. How do AIOs run colder than the air cooler with big heat? Cold plates are different. Like the cold plates are different. The water going to it can take and wick away the the heat faster. So it's better at thermal transfer and also thermal wicking, and also like dissipating heat's just the radiator, right? Water is always better than air. Air sucks is at actually transferring heat. So yeah, there's a lot to it. Learn thermodynamics. Just learn some thermodynamics, and that will help you out there. Waters fire better at cooling the air. Yeah. That's why window shakers, AC window shakers, they have a tray for water, for the condensation to collect into a tray, and that whenever the fan kicks on, it push moisture onto the fins. That helps cool it down faster. What if we had big head fins and we ran water through it? I mean, it works, but that's kind of what it is. I don't know what you're talking about. You gotta be a little more specific on that one. A little bit more specific. Never want to be that old grandpa, but old PC parts are much easier to put together to make a computer. I can do it blindfold, and they last much longer, and you can't break as much. I don't know. The old GPUs and that with no back plates and that kind of suck, in my opinion. I like the back plates on them, on the new cards, how all of them have it basically. I like that. I don't like having that like that. Thanks for the info. Have to go. Sorry for taking up. No, man. It's all good. Man, paid viewer, man. You get my attention more. No problem, man. If you have any questions, come on by. I don't mind. When they started utilizing that technology, went down like 3 SEER rating. Instantly, and every SEER rating doubles your efficiency. I thought about that for 20 years before they did it. I thought about that so long ago. Like big heat fins of like a thermal right peerless assassin. You can't put water through it. Nah, that doesn't work that way. Doesn't work that way. Got a direct dial into in Antarctica. Perfect. Like the video from the other day from the overclockers doing that out where it's cold. These days you have to handle everything with gloves and put a bucket underneath to catch the sweat. so you're afraid you'll break some every time, which can easily cost several $100. Yeah, or more, right? Things nowadays cost a lot more too. For anything that's only 120 watts or less, the air cooler is the way to go. Yeah, it makes building it way easier. And it just lasts longer. AIOs, technically, if you go after AIOs, you're not gonna have longevity. You generally got 2 to 5 years with that AIO max. Generally. Custom water loops can last 10, 15 years though. So I know a lot of voltage can degrade CPUs. What about amps? Well, yeah. Amps is bad. You gotta remember, amps, voltage and wattage. We gotta learn some. How electricity works here, eh? Trump changed his mind. Okay, no more tariffs. have to check that out. The silicon instructor. Phone's going nuts. Remember, voltage is per core. Per core. Which means the amperage per core is generally not a whole lot. Well, yeah, that's gonna be bad. I mean, nothing lasts longer than a Nokia battery. This myth is confirmed even by Mythbusters, but my Windows PC 95 still works. Old and dusty, but has to learn how it works, just like a MILF. Just like a MILF. Well, Ben Stiller. Off topic, I love computers, but would you say the Ritalin is like a Happy Meal cocaine? That Ritalin is like a Happy Meal cocaine? I mean, for people that don't need it, yeah. Can more amps help OC with the same voltage? No. No. Stop. Get some help. Do you remember when cases were huge and was it still a turbo button on the case? Yeah, the turbo button that downclocks your CPU for some games because the CPU core clock was too high. Yeah, I think that didn't do anything at all. It was just incredibly loud, which is a sales trick. No, it wasn't a sales trick. For some games, actually downclocking the CPU when you hit the turbo button actually made the game perform better. And what does amps do? Okay. Okay, so what a good place for you? How? No, not how. Wattage, amps, and voltage is all different things. So 1.3 volts at 300 amps, you're talking 390 watts for one thing there. Would OC be better 300 amp 1.1 volt or 330 amp 1 volt? You're still talking way too much for what you're talking about. You gotta remember, you got doing pretty good. How about you there, Rob? Can more amps help OC with the same voltage? I mean, more headroom, but I mean, it's not like You 200 amp 1.2 volt or 240 amp 1 volt. Why? He's talking about the max amps and max volts types thing, but not using the max voltage, just having more amps allowed tolerance. I used to love studying PC builds and equipment like CPU cards, graphics cards, motherboards when I was 12. Yep. CPU, graphics card, motherboard, when I was 12. I had so much passion and love for it, but now I'm 20 and have to submit to plagiarism without PCs. Brutal. You're only 20? Well, you still have a lot of things to learn anyway, so figure out what you want to learn and learn it. Pretty damn good just coming up with an idea for the videos. Nice. What's volts versus amps in OC? Voltage is what goes to each core, right? Right? You understand voltage is not just 1 volt for all your cores. Right? Do we understand that? Yep, I got my cafe. Bam. Amperage is still amperage. There's no, you cannot, you can, yes, you can raise the amperage, but it's not going to help you unless you can, like, utilize the amperage, which most times you don't. It's just a max type, like, amperage and voltage equals wattage. You don't care about the amperage, you care about the wattage and the voltage. The amperage is just what comes with the actual electricity that goes to it. It can't. More amperage helps you with more wattage, which, you know, increases either CPU voltage in that too. But more amperage doesn't technically help you with overclocking. It's the being able to utilize the core voltages. Basically, if you don't do anything if you don't allow the CPU cores to have more voltage, then what are you doing? You're not doing anything. You're not increasing stability or anything. You're just giving it more amps to be able to use it. Sorry, you're breaking my brain right now, man. So many questions on this voltage and amperage, but amperage does not matter. What you think you're always running your CPU at all the highest amperage there is. There's different tiers for overclocking and that too, and different parameters put in place for different manufacturers of CPUs. You're not going to be using the 512 amps if that what you're talking about. Some of these CPUs can hit the 512 amps. It's only going to be maybe a little second at a time or once in a while. It's not like it's going to be constantly hitting that amperage. So on control, voltage and amperage can do whatever it wants. Basically, yeah. Well, more or less the wattage, but yeah, they can work together. But I mean, having more amperage to utilize can help with overclocking. But core clocks and core voltages can help stability. So like the actual voltage actually helps stability. No, so you gotta, it'd be like 2 amps per core. And it'd be not all time either. Now remember, it's per core, 1.4 volts per core, or 1.1 volts per core. Some CPUs have 24 cores, 96 cores. How many watts is that? Then how much amperage is that? Tell me. How much amps is in a 96 or 120 or 600 core CPU at 1.3 volts? For 20 cores, burn it up. So let's say you have 24 core CPU, right? So my 24 core CPU, I run it at 1.365 volts, 24 cores. How much wattage would it be, or how much amperage would you need? Sure, so you can do 16 core CPU at, let's say, 1.35 volts. Now it's per core. Then you can allow it to have more amperage, right? You can allow it so that way whenever it peaks, the power peaks to it. So whenever it needs more power, more amperage, it has it. The voltage is already there. Voltage is constant. Voltage is always right there. Like, I mean, voltage is steady, nice and steady. Amperage can go up and down. Wattage can go up and down. Voltage should still be kind of steady, though. No matter what, the voltage is generally steady. I failed math, but I'm going to guess it's more than 125. Amperage, you got to give you're asking me, you literally just asked me, changing the amperage, does it help OScene? Does giving more amperage help OScene? Yes, but it's not going to help you stabilize things if you don't have the actual voltage, which correlates to wattage. So changing the amperage does what? You should know. I just basically gave you the answer. It can change. It can change. The voltage is not perfect, of course. It can change depending on temperature as well. If you have a really high temperatured CPU motherboard and all that, guess what? That's gonna change. Guess what? The wires through your house, the amperages and all that is gonna change too, depending on how much load you put onto it. How much load depends on the amperage and voltage as well. But the amperage and wattage, or amperage and voltage, correlates to wattage. You know, temperature can change the actual voltage and amperage of the what's going through the line, right? You can't really change amps, but you can set amps on like how much amperage you're allowing, and different parameters on the CPU where you can change that. You can either be on the 200 amp, or you can be on 300 amp, or you can be at a 512 amp. You need a good power supply that regulates the sine wave to reduce the fluctuations in power. Not even that. What about the traces through your motherboards? What about the traces throughout the CPUs? You don't think those heat up throughout? You know, even though it's a little bit of voltage going through them, you don't think those change? AXV equals W. Amperage times voltage equals wattage. Yes. It's where it starts. You can't. It's not perfect. You're going off a theoretically perfect world. We're not in a theoretical perfect world, bud. We're not. We're not in a perfect world. Temperatures change things. Atoms change as temperatures rise and go down, up and down. Same thing does electricity. As things got it. It's not perfect. It's not perfect. Yes, amperage times wattage, or amperage times voltage equals wattage. Yes. Ooh, big deal, man. Big deal. I'm glad you know something about, electrical and how actual CPUs actually handle this, or even GPUs handle this kind of stuff. So does one always stay constant under full load, but the other changes? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You asked way above, can changing the amperage help OCing? Given more amperage load on, an actual different parameter for a CPU with more amperage is going to help OCing, but to a point. Voltage is constant. It's got to be perfectly constant for CPUs to actually be perfectly. Voltage to the CPU has to be constant. If it gets cut off to the CPU, you have no more power to the CPU and you're done. You crash. If you spike in voltages, if you go too low in voltages at a clock rate, you crash. You're on to DC. Direct current. It's perfect. Voltage has to be perfect to the CPU, or else you have no power to the CPU. And what are you going to do with the CPU? The CPU crashes. Thank you, heart. Thank you. Once in a while, you're going to be on full load. Once in a while, you're not going to be on full load. What happens? Your amperage changes. Your wattage changes. Due to the fact your voltage is still the same. Your voltage is still the same. But your amperage can change. Because you're on a full load or not a full load. Which changes your wattage. So, voltage times amperage equals wattage. Right? Voltage stays the same. Amperage changes. Wattage changes. What about my TDC and EDC and hardware info? It shows the same. Sorry, I got confused, especially because I saw voltage going up and down. Voltage goes up and down. Yes, voltage goes up and down, but it is a constant. It's a constant. Now, there can be fluctuations even though you fixed your core voltage. What I like to do is fix core voltage. There can be fluctuations. There can be more fluctuations depending on how cold everything is or how hot everything is. That's why when you're overclocking to the extreme, you're on liquid nitrogen because it helps stabilize voltages, high voltages. Again, 1.9 volts into a CPU. Generally, that's what we're using, 1.9 volts. So, if you have 1.9 volts in a CPU, without liquid nitrogen, what happens? Temperature rises, and it rises very quickly, and then voltage becomes incredibly unstable. Yeah, 1.9 volts is very common when you're doing LN2. Very common. I thought by constant you meant voltage is always the same. You can. It's not perfectly the same. Not perfectly dependent on voltage, but no. CPU does not die at 1.9 volts. Do you not know anything about overclocking or watch any of my videos? CPU does not die at 1.9 volts. I thought I've gone over this enough, especially on this live stream too. Temperature kills CPUs. Voltage can kill CPUs. Having a lower temperature means it can increase the voltage. That's why it said CPU starts to deconstruct at 2 volt. It can, but you're using LN2 or liquid nitrogen to keep it so cold that the voltage is such a good constant and all that, so you won't have any of these weird little spikes of voltages for some reason just hitting the CPU that could be above 2 volts. My voltage is an energy drink, right? Man. Yes, the voltage goes up and down depending on what is needed at the time. The other two fluctuate to maintain that. Yes, and that's why there's different parameters built in place in the architectures that Intel puts in place or AMD puts in place, so that way it will only go so far on stock, and you can change it, of course, manually. Oh, so LN2 makes it stable because it doesn't run at like 200C, basically, yeah, or like it's gonna be at negative 192C, your CPU at generally 192C. Then yeah, well, I mean some CPUs are pumping out 2,000 watts, so even LN2 is hard to keep it cool. But yeah, Like, you're confusing me for a while there, man. Like, you're asking me this, and then you're saying this. It's like, man, I'm trying to give you the information, but you keep changing kind of your mind of what you want me to answer. Did you want me to say voltage times amperage equals wattage, or what? Did you want me to just say, oh, the voltage is always the same, the amperage is always the same, which means the wattage, for some reason, even though the wattage changes all the time in your CPU, stays the same? Because that doesn't make sense. Yeah, imagine imagine water cooling an LED array for higher lumens, because you can put more voltage into it, which makes it brighter. So amperage is based, and voltage is the multiplier for watts. Yes and no. I mean, yes and no. It can change. Remember that. Like, you got it set, but yeah, you got it right, kind of. Yeah. So amperage really isn't a base; it's a tolerance that we're allowed to hit. So you can set different parameters. It's kind of what amperage fixed at 100 amp. Let's say. Okay, you could say that, but I mean. Okay, we'll go to my we'll say my 13900K. All right, something where we are allowed to set a parameter that you're allowed 512 amps. All right, you can set that parameter, so a higher parameter for amperage, which means there's no limit on our amperage, which means that can change. The amperage can change. Voltage would be the multiplier. What would control the watts in that case? The voltage would be the multiplier, like you just said. The voltage can change depending if there's a load or not. That's why I'm saying there's some CPUs that like a low droop, because at a higher voltage with only a couple cores going, it's fine, but it's also not pumping out too much heat, which means there's not as much instability, and that too is there's no spikage, or a whole lot of more or less spikage for CPUs. The voltage can change. Let's say we lock the voltage, though, right? We're locking the voltage. You also got to put the cores into place here, right? The amount of cores. Because at 100 amps with 1.3 or 1.4 volts into a CPU that has 24 cores is what? Per core. And that changes. Everything changes. 10 core, 10 amps each fixed. At what voltage? If used more than 100 amp, my wiring will let me know. That's the thing. That's why power supplies have big capacitors, just in case when you're on a load that just all of a sudden that load needs that amperage, it can give it to it. That's why capacitors, big capacitors in power supplies is really nice to have. Big capacitors, because it just holds that energy, and whenever it needs that, whenever the CPU or GPU needs that, it's boom, right there. So 1.325 to 1.35 volts to 10 core, 10 amps. So you give me times that. For what, you're wondering what the wattage would be, or wait, so is it the extreme temperatures that degrade CPUs at like 1.6 volts? Yes, because everyone had a crazy amount of cooling. A lot of people were running their CPUs at like 100 degrees Celsius at 1.6 volts. And that was killing their CPUs. 1.6 volts isn't good. I had someone argue with me too on one of my my videos and that too. They're like, well, that's not true, and this is not true, and that's not true. What do you mean? What's not true? Calm down there, buddy. What do you mean? What's not true? They're going, okay, so a Zeus put 1.6 volts while you're in the BIOS, and let's say you're on a load in that the voltage went down, but then you were no load, and all of a sudden it's holding all the cores at no load at 1.6 volt all of a sudden. That's not good. No load at 1.6 volt is not good. Yeah, you're melting the micro traces. Yeah, exactly. So one person was fighting me on it because they were going max voltage for Intel says 1.72 volt. That's max voltage for the CPU. That's not the recommendation. They never recommended 1.72 volt. That's the maximum voltage they are allowing for operating use. That's not what they're recommending. They recommend 1.325 volts to 1.385 volts for the 13900Ks or 1400Ks. They're not saying that 1.72 volts is good. That's their max operating voltage. Disabling. So let's say you try to put 1.72 volts into stock settings, it would automatically shut off. It wouldn't even run. You couldn't even run the CPU because it's their max. It's or 1.73 or something, 1.722 or something. They would automatically shut off because it would not be allowing it. Now you'd have to go into the BIOS and disable certain features to allow you to go past that voltage. And then they're arguing with me like, oh, but AMD says this is safe operating voltages, 1.3 to 1.4 volts or whatever it was. Then the same guy was going, but Intel saying max voltage is 1.72. That's max operating voltage. That's not what Intel's recommending is. Go to the webpage, look at what they're actually saying. It's saying 1.325 to 1.385 volts for 1300K, 1400K, or Intel CPUs. So it's crazy. It's crazy what people come up with. Oh yeah, the Intel recommends 1.72 volts. That's their max operating voltage. Max voltage, the max operating voltage. Before you have to go into different parameters to get number. Like I said, people are using 1.9 volts on liquid nitrogen for like 8.2, 8.4 gigahertz. Disabling half the cores won't make the CPU run. Yes, it will, because that heat is concentrated. No, it will run cooler due to the fact. Do you know how CPUs are actually designed in the die? How all of that works? Yeah, I need a coffee too. Do you know how all of that works? You can disable some cores, right? Like the E cores can be disabled, and then you lose a lot of temperature. Do you know why all that? You lose a lot of temperature because of that, because there's a lot of heat in all those cores, right? A lot of heat. And then right beside those cores is another core, right? Right beside the core is another core. They can be spread a bit, but they're still in packages of cores still. And if you can disable them, you're not going to have as much heat in that area. So the P cores could be way over here, or like some cores could be way over here on the die, and some cores could be way over here on the die in clusters, kind of. Because you have to worry about the L1, L2, and L3 cache, and a bunch of other parameters in the CPU. I'm pretty sure I showed this yesterday in my stream. Did I not? Is that only for monoliths and cores on the same die? I mean monolithic? No. It ran the same temperature with the second CCD disabled. Because this one CCD does all the one thing and the other CCD does all the other thing. So you can't run both CCDs at the same time. Can you not? I'm pretty sure one CCD does one thing, one CCD does another. Yeah, monolithic, that's what I thought. Is that only for monolithic and cores on the same die? Yeah, because you're not utilizing both CCDs. I'm pretty sure that's how it works on the crappy AMD. You're not running all the cores on it. You're only running what can be used on it, right? I thought that's how it's worked. One CCD is for one thing, another CCD is for the other thing. Pretty sure that's how it works. Again, I don't know the most about AMD. Did you get the same score? Did you get the same score with turning off the one CCD? Okay, what were your scores? Oh, same temperature. Because it's AMD, man. You're talking about AMD. It boosts up to 95 degrees Celsius. Doesn't matter which, if you take off one CCD and leave one on or both are on, you have a 95 degrees Celsius boost up. Manual C, I want to see this. I have to see this. I have to see this. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Jeez. Sorry, I don't believe you. You have no idea. I do overclocking and everything has to be validated. So either show me the pictures. You take a picture with your phone when you're in the BIOS. And then you take a recording of you hitting everything that you're setting. And you go into Windows while recording. And then you run the test. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. No, I don't care. I don't care about your screenshots. You can literally screenshot something, change it, and go and do it. I don't care. You have to record it or it's not true. Things get validated for hoverbot.org to a 0.1% or to a 0.01% validation. So that's close to a recording basically. And generally I do recordings for my overclocking too for more validation so people can see it. So record it or I don't believe it. I'm sorry. I have to see this. Or if someone else can say I did the same thing and blah 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 and this is how I did it and this is why I don't know why it's doing that, then maybe. I mainly OC'd it. What did you OC it to? Because generally I don't believe I believe CCDs only work in a certain fashion. Yeah, because there's CCD1 and CCD2. They both do something different, so that's probably why. I'm pretty sure I know exactly like how AMD CPUs work in that, and you're just making it seem like it's not that way. What CCD did you turn off? CCD2 or CCD1? Alright, sounds good, Hart. Because so you're not changing anything. That's why you're literally not changing much. The CCD1 is literally the hottest running CCD. So it's like you're not changing anything basically. That's why. You're literally not changing anything. That's why. CCD2, that's literally the reason why. You're not changing anything. That's why. CCD1 is the hottest running one because it has all the cores and it's, yeah, just brutal. No, CCD2 runs cooler than CCD1. And just because you disable it, it'll automatically disable itself anyways, right? At idle. What are you right about? You're saying that it still runs hot. Of course it still runs hot. It's still running 16 cores. Nothing has changed. No, no, it won't run colder because of the way it's the AMD's. Yeah, it feels like he's trolling me. Do you not know how CCD1 and CCD2 work? It depending on what you're doing. And I didn't know which ones you're doing. You know how much questions I have to ask you just because you put these out? For some reason I have to ask all these questions and it doesn't make sense what you're saying. CCD1. Yes, but I can't disable CCD1, only CCD2. When you're idled. It can run a little bit cooler, but it's not like it still run hot. It can still run technically cooler. Maybe your cooling is just not adequate enough for the 16 cores even without the CCD2 running. Right? Right? Are you on a custom water loop with a really good CPU block? No, I know you're not. Man, you gotta make sure everything's in working order, and I like everything to be true facts. Everything's gotta be truthful, and like I need to know more information when you're asking these kind of things, as it doesn't make sense what you're asking sometimes. Of course, if you're using all 16 cores before CCD2 is disabled, guess what? Is CCD2 being utilized when you're using CCD1 with all 16 cores? No. What is CCD2 used for? Do you know what CCD2 is used for? 70C is not too bad. And they got a boost tolerance of 95 degrees. It's not bad. So somehow CCD1 with 8 cores and CCD2 with 8 cores is now CCD1 with 16 cores. How are you using CCD2 if you disabled it? So how are you doing that? Tell me, please. Want me to go back up to what you were talking about up top here? It's using all the cord, all 16 of them. Even though you disabled CCD2 when CCD1 has 8 cores and apparently CCD2 has 8 cores. So 16 total. All 16 cores are being used. I asked you that, and that's what you said. 16 cores. All 16 cores are being used when you're not using CCD2, when you disable CCD2. I meant that I was testing with both CCDs and so 6. Make up your mind. When I ask you something, you really need to actually say what you're actually doing, because you literally just told me all 16 cores are being utilized and you disable CCD2 for the temperatures in this. So how is this making sense? How is this making sense to me? You're actually breaking my mind right now. Actually breaking it, because you're not making sense, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on, what you're trying to do. I never said anything about CCD2 wasn't being used. You said it. You said you disabled it. You said all 16 cores are used, and you also said CCD2, you disabled it. You cannot disable CCD1, so you disabled CCD2. Do you want me to go through the chat? Do you want me to go through the chat and read what you're saying? You said you disabled CCD2 because you cannot disable CCD1. You said all 16 cores are being utilized, so CCD1 apparently now is only 8 cores. Again, I kind of figure out how AMD CPUs work with their stupid chiplet design there, their CCD1 and CCD2. Do you know what happens with certain CCDs when you're at idle? And then what happens when there's a load? Please go back to the stream, read what you're writing, read what I'm saying. Because I'm literally trying to figure out what you're meaning. What you're meaning. When you literally told me this thing and then all of a sudden it's a different thing. This is why validation is a very big key thing. Sorry, whoever's showing up and seeing this. It's just, I need things to make sense for my brain to function. When I ask for something, I need the right thing. I know he said it's disabled. It's literally in the chat up here. Just give me one sec. If all 16 cores are being utilized, right? Even though you disabled CCD2, that means somehow CCD1 has 16 cores, which means if 16 cores and it's 16 core CPU and all 16 cores are being utilized, of course there's still going to be lots of heat, right? Correct. Yeah, because you can utilize all of them at the once for when you need multi-core, but CCD2 will be different because it has the X3D built onto it, so it can only utilize 8 cores when you're gaming. It's all good, Aaron. My brain's literally broken right now. Literally broken from what I'm trying to put together. I've said, yeah, CCD1 is the hottest running one. Because you're saying CCD1 has 16 cores. You said you disabled. Do you read what you said and and listen to what I said, please? Clarification, sure. What CPU is this again? So that way I'm getting the correct CPU so that we can actually clarify it proper. No, you said, and I'm just going off of it, that CCD1 would have all the cores then running. I said CCD1 is the hottest one. You said all the cores are running. I might have said CCD1 had all the cores, but 5950X, thank you. I definitely don't want this page. Temps and power differences. Disabling CCD mean that it isn't running at idle speed? Disabling CCD just means you're not using it. It means you're being technically on 8 core. I know what I said. Trust me. You don't need to correct me on what I said. I need to be corrected on what you said, or what you're implying. CCD1, no, you also said 16 cores are being utilized. You said you disabled CCD2 because you cannot disable CCD1. So that's where my brain was being broken, because then CCD1 would all of a sudden have 16 cores. I'm trying to find a diagram. I like the diagrams to show people. CCD1 is overall the hotter CCD. CCD2 apparently runs cooler, up to 10 degrees cooler than CCD1. So the cores on CCD2 are hotter, and that could be placement of what's going on and how everything's put together. And I'm trying to find an actual diagram to show why CCD2 and CCD1 are different temperatures, or why some cores on CCD2 are running way hotter than others, because placement of everything matters. Yeah, I'm trying to find one, but they got crappy diagrams. Like really crappy diagrams. I don't like it. Like, it's not showing the actual. I know, because that's what you said. That's when it broke my brain. Then all 16 cores will technically be on CCD1 because you're using the 16-core CPU with CCD1 and CCD2, and then CCD2 is off, so technically CCD1 would have 16 cores. You don't need to tell me what I said. I know what I said. What do you mean CCD2 is doing nothing because you disabled it? Right? Do we have to go back in chat and show you that you said you disabled it? Yes, but I can't disable CCD1, only CCD2. Right? Correct? 100% correct? No? Yes? Maybe? No, you said before that. Before that. I got the time chat on here too. Do you have the time chat? Way up. Go way up. Simbench R23 ran the same temperatures. But I don't care about your. I really don't care. It doesn't matter about the voltages and that. It's using all the cord. All 16 of them. CC2 was disabled. Then I said that. Right. You don't need to tell me what I said. I know what I said. I know what I had for breakfast last year. April 1st. Okay? You said CC2 was doing nothing. I said, no, I did not. You did. Check the time chats and then check that. Please. That's like I said. You broke my brain at that point. Take the chime chats. I'm going after what you said. So then I said it would have to be all the cores are on 16 cores will be on CCD1. Means that CCD1 has 16 cores. I know what I said. You don't need to tell me what I said. I'm not sure what CPU you have. I'm not sure if 16 core or if it had more or whatnot. Again, I don't do AMD. I don't care about CCD1 and CCD2. I care about overclocking. So if CCD2 is disabled when it has 8 cores, how are 16 cores running, bud? How did you disable CCD2 and all of a sudden 16 cores are on CCD1? Well, that means CCD1 has 16 cores. That's basically what I said. Correct? Correct. So please help me specify on what you're doing, because I would like validation, because you did not validate anything that you've done so far. Like I asked in the stream. I want validation. You have not validated anything so far, and you've just been saying all this stuff. So please help me. Help me understand what you've done to somehow have 16 cores on CCD1. Please, when you disable CCD2, please help me. Help me. So my brain can calm down from the stupidity that I'm literally hearing, and with no validation from anything that you've done. Zero validation. I asked you simply to just record on your phone and put it in there from BIOS to running Cinebench R23 for validation. I know, Joe. Brutal. My brain's actually broken right now. Broken. I hate getting all, frustrated in that and being like, I need validation now. What testing have you done? You said CCD2 is disabled, and now you're still running 16 core on CCD1 because you cannot disable CCD1, so you had to disable CCD2, and CCD1 temperature is higher than CCD2. Technically, the cores on CCD1 are hotter than CCD2, and that could be to the fact of how things are actually put into the actual chip, how it's actually designed. I'm trying to find an actual diagram to help show this, but yes. You tested now with both CCDs. What are you talking about? Because of where things can be. You said you cannot disable CCD1. How can you test CCD1 or CCD2 if you cannot disable CCD1? How are you testing it the exact same way? AMD then disable CCD2? That you can only have that disabled if you're on idle though. Unless you automatically did it. I need, come on. Placement. Your cooler could actually be cooling that side of the actual chip a little bit more than the other one. Or one side could be cooling the other one more, and then you just don't know the difference because of placement of how things are placed. Cooler could be a little different. It could be, a little bit off on one side too, or that too. But I'm trying to find the actual how they're actually designed, like how these chips are designed. They got really crappy ones, and I don't like them. Like, they're crap. All of them are crap. They're doing these big, weird bar graphs and other things that just don't make sense. Like actual... There we go. That's then... I mean, that kind of works. I kind of like that. I kind of like this one. But it's still not what I want. Aaron's gonna go hide in the corner of the room while you work this out. Sorry, Aaron. There's a lot that goes in play for that, okay? How about that? How about there's a lot in play for that? Do not say you disable CCD1 and CCD2 and say you did you did all the testing to make sure this is correct. You did not do the testing because you can't disable CCD1. You can only disable CCD2. So how are you supposed to test to see if CCD2 is going to be running at the same temperature as CCD1? There's more testing that needs to be involved that you can't do. Just because you did CCD1 and CCD2 at the same time does not mean that that's a correct validation. Why don't you try to see if you can try, tightening one side of the cooler more? Maybe the temperature might go down a bit more as well. It's all placement. It's all placement. Your manual tuning. Did your manual tuning is it correct? If half the cores are on another part of the die, then half of them will run the same. Well, CCD1 and CCD2 are generally fairly close, to be honest. They're close to the bottom side of the chip itself. I'm trying to make sense of that one. Just like how running CCD is colder won't make the IOD colder because it's on a different part. Correct. There's a bit better there. Correct. Yes. But also CCD1 is hotter than CCD2. If that's what you're wondering, because CCD1 runs hot, CCD2 runs cooler. Doesn't matter if you disabled CCD2, CCD1 still runs hot. But you cannot disable CCD2 and still have 16 cores. Don't tell me that you ran 16 cores on CCD1, because that's basically all you said. You disable CCD2 and all 16 cores are running. That's what you said. There's my brain breaking. We play Twister since there's more than 2 of us. You're literally breaking my brain. Breaking it. Trust me, I go through the news, and when there's issues with the news, as in they're saying certain things that are not correct or the wordings are not correct, it breaks my brain. It literally breaks my brain. It's where editing comes into play, because I'll just sit there and be like, but what they just said just doesn't make sense, and it makes sense because of this, and then all of a sudden I'll be like, okay, well, I'll just move on from this. But when it's like talking to one of my viewers and that, it's like, okay, well, you're not helping me out. You're not helping me out any validation on this kind of thing, because you're literally just telling me this. How can I go off of what you're saying? See, now you're changing it. We'll go up in the chat and you'll see exactly what you said and wonder why you're literally breaking my brain. I meant I tested 16 cores, 8 each, and then 1 CCD with 8 cores. And it ran the same, maybe 1C cooler. It probably ran maybe 2 degrees cooler. Again, I would need more validation to see how much cooler it was. It might be a bit more than that. Maybe the temperature. Again, do you have a Dave that's right beside where your PC is to see exactly what temperature is going inside the radiator to make sure that the air around your area is the same or not? Is it a little bit cooler than what it was 10 minutes ago or 20 minutes ago or a day ago, depending on how long this test took? No, you probably don't have a Dave. I have a Dave. This is why I like Dave. He helps validate temperatures, so that way I can go off of stuff I've written down or remembered back in the past at what temperatures that it was around my area, so that way I can start overclocking my stuff a bit quicker if I don't have a save valid file. Dave stream only. I was thinking about doing a Dave stream only, just having him set up and me just talking on the mic somewhere. I was thinking about that. But Dave's always unhappy. He needs to be happy. You said it was the same, but again, I have no validation. I need validation for things, man. I'm sorry. Over ambient. Ambient is... I deal with ambient as in water can be, cold water can be ambient. Cold is actually cold, like you're going liquid nitrogen or dry ice. I can imagine the difference between less on 12 or 2 CD. It could be, due to the fact how everything is in place and put onto the actual package, yes. Need more information, exact sensor temp you're referencing. Yeah, what what cores were hotter or cooler than the other ones. Exactly. Hardware monitor, a lot of people don't like hardware monitor, but it's very simple to read out. Hardware info, people miss stuff because it's has so much more information, and they think that the things are different and all that, because hardware info has so much more. Hardware info takes the exact same from the same TM pins on the actual motherboard or in the CPU and that for actual temperatures as well. So, and it's a lot easier to read. It might be easier to use hardware monitor than it is hardware info. See? And you're using hardware info. Are you making sure that you're taking... Do you do like what I do? Record or stream and show all these temperatures? Or no? Can you have something for, say, validation that is a screenshot? An actual temperature right beside you to see the ambient temperature? The actual ambient temperature. The temperature around you? Again, I need validation. I don't care that you're telling me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I deal with doing overclocking with validation and or people just posting validated posts up. Validated to a 0.01% or minimum of or maximum of a 0.1%. Ambient, yes. But remember, I'm in Canada. Ambient can go very cold. And if you go really cold, then yeah. But yeah, I get it. Ambient temperature. Average temperature or air environment around you. What does it change? It changes everything that you've said. Everything that you've said. You literally said CCD1 was disabled and you still had 16 cores going. Validate it, please. Validate it. No, now all of a sudden your words have changed. That's why you're breaking my brain, and there's got to be repercussions, as in because I need validations. Why would me lying about that mean anything to anyone? Because you're asking me questions and I'm trying to help you, but you're not making sense on things you're asking. That's the thing. And then you're changing what you're saying later on. And then you're going, oh, this is what you said. Because of what you just said. Because of literally everything you said and you said you've tested this and done that and this. I said Cinebench was using 16 cores with CCD2 disabled. Which means somehow CCD1 has 16 cores. So I said CCD1 has 16 cores. And I'm like, what CPU? And then after I'm like, what CPU you have? There you go. Well, you have a 16 core CPU, and then apparently you have 16 cores. Or CCD1 has 8 cores, CCD2 have 8 cores, and then all of a sudden CCD1 has, what do you want to call it? How many cores? 16. No, that was before I disabled it. I know, Rom. Are we still talking about volts? Are we still talking about volts? No, we're not talking about voltages anymore. Or amperages. Or how voltage times amperage is wattage. I ran the same temperatures with the second CCD disabled was the first thing you said. Was the first thing you said. Oh my god. Yes, I need specific. Just because you're on my stream and trying to figure out some things while also going, okay, I don't know a whole lot about AMD, but I know some things about AMD, and I know a bunch about CPUs because I do facts and talk to people about AMD and how to overclock them properly, so that way when I get AMD, I can get good scores. And then when I get certain things said, it breaks my brain. Like, actually breaks my brain. It's like, that's not what people told me. That's not what the best of the best told me. well, you see, there's the internet. And I can get the actual pictures of how everything's laid out. So they still got kind of not the greatest. They got one, but it's... I don't like the way the die shot is. Because you gotta remember, CCD1 or CCD2, the cores could be all on one side, the cores could be all on the other side. So if you disable CCD2, well, guess what? It doesn't matter that you disable that one, because the cores are so far away that it's still gonna be hot. Which can be like 1K people, exactly. You said that afterwards. Afterwards. After I said how it can be done. After all what I've said. Yes. I also said could be your mounting can change that as well due to the fact of the layout of the die and how everything goes into place. You said that afterwards. Afterwards you did. Yeah, you're not saying everything. And then you're saying you did the testing and then you said this and that. I'm sorry, man. If you be more specific. Yesterday you told me you're able to add a second 12-volt high power connector to a 59. Yep. Do you have any resource or guides on how to do that you know of? Yeah. So on there's only, I believe, one card, and that's the Galaxy Hall of Fame. They have a secondary 12. Hold on, I'll give you a picture on that. Yeah. I went over this already in another live stream as well. Oh my god, there's so many ads. So here we go. So here's the Galaxy Hall of Fame. Nice white PCB. Man, this thing's a beast. So can you see my cursor? Hey, let's check. Yeah, okay, you can. Thank you. So you see how we got the 12-volt high power connector here, the 16 pin. Now you see on the board here how it has this layout of it. You can add another 12-volt high power connector to it, which will allow you to overclock this card more without over exceeding the 12-volt high power connector that's already in place. So this card here is the Galaxy Hall of Fame OC Lab Edition. Such a nice card. It's an absolute monster. I mean, look at actually like all the power phases on this card, laid out. Many of them on one side, many of them on the other side. Couple here, couple right before the power delivery to everything else. It's amazing, amazing how they did this as well. Like this card took them a long time to actually make, and this is why this could be one of the best cards to overclock for 5090s, because you can add another 12-volt high power connector. And you can put on liquid nitrogen, add in extra voltages with like an actual, many ways you can do it. But like you can use a little device that you set up on the board to give it more core voltage, even more memory voltage as well. But generally more core voltage is what they're going to be doing. And then LN2, man, you'll be pushing easy 1,000 watts. Easy 1,000 watts with this card. I can't afford it. I'm sorry. Yep, and reduce risk of burning. Yep, because you can split the power, right? It's still, you also have to add on See how they got these little boys here? You'll have to add on a couple more of these power phases here. Right here and here. And you have to add on what they did here to here and here. See if I can. Okay, well, I mean, can we get rid of this or no? No. So here and here, not sure what exactly is this. Probably just passes it through so that way it hits these, but whatever. But yeah, you can add that onto there, and yeah, it can reduce the risk. Yeah, I mean, it's an absolute monster of a card. Yeah, I've already gone through this as well. Again, I was like one of the first people to bring this one out. Really good design, amazing design. It probably did take them quite a while to design this board. It is still a pretty high density board. A little bit bigger than normal, of course, by adding in the extra 12 volt high power connector, but they did. But you have to add in the 12 volt high power connector itself. It is there. You have placement for it, and also for a couple more power phases. So awesome. When you see that, you start to realize why they can't fit it all on a motherboard. Yeah, this is the design that they're doing, man. It's absolutely insane what they gotta design and how they gotta design it. And these Galaxy Hall of Fame cards have always been really good for overclocking because they way overspec them. Way overspec them. Way overspec them. So, again, if you want to know, here we go. We got 26 power stages. So, here we go. Like everything that you see Hall of Fame. Power stage. Everything you say HOF. 26 of them. And they put some over here, they put some over here, put some here, some here. It's a good way to, to spread out the heat too, instead of having them all in a row. Yeah, it's crazy. The PCB is good, a little bit bigger than normal, but it's not like it's a massive PCB, in my opinion. Yeah, so 10 phases around the VRM, 2 close to the power connector with 2 optional for 2 more, room for 2 more. So in total, there's 38 stages. 38. 38. Again, I did go over this. Crazy. Oh. Probably not. Oh, you can't buy these. These were handed out to select few people to put on liquid nitrogen, basically. Sorry. Yeah, you won't be able to find one. I'm sorry. You might be able to find a 5090D though, which is you might be able to find a 5090D if you can get one from China, but that's it. Until they, I don't know if the 5090 these 5090s will actually become global. I again talked about this before too. They might not become global. These ones might not become global, but they have 5090D in China that you can buy. Which are the Galaxy Hall of Fame. They're not the LC they have on this, but it's OC Lab. I don't why do they have LC? It's OC Lab. It's the Galaxy Hall. See, breaking my mind because something's not right, and it's on an actual video on videocards.com. It breaks my mind when I read these kind of things. It's like Galaxy Hall of Fame LC Lab. No, sorry, Galaxy Hall of Fame OC Lab. This is the OC Lab edition, not the LC, the OC. So is that like a build your own 5090 kit? No. It's already put together. You can use it as a card like this. They don't come with the cooler. They didn't come with a cooler. They come like this. You can get the 5090D that comes with a cooler though. I believe it's all white. But yeah, this is how they hand them off to the people to overclock them. Why would I buy an old piece of crap CPU when I don't need to right now? I'm just trying to make you mad now. Again, I want to overclock every CPU, every GPU, every motherboard, every RAM kit I can, from DDR3 all the way up to DDR5. Every CPU, every motherboard, every GPU, doesn't matter how old it is, I want to get my hands on it and overclock it. Some cases you can overclock. Technically you can overclock some cases because they have built-in monitors, which you can overclock the monitor. Technically you can overclock some power supplies. Some power supplies from Corsair you can technically overclock because you can overclock the fan. What would actually look really cool inside a case with just a small thing, just a thing hooked up to it with water cooler? Yeah, it looked really cool with like a little water cooler, and nice all white water cooler. Again, this PCB is an all white PCB, which is really cool too. It would, and it sucks that it might be a global thing, that you might be able to buy it. I just know there's a 5090D in China that is an OC, not an OC, a Galaxy Hall of Fame. Galaxy Hall of Fames they're generally all white PCBs that you can buy, and the card itself is all white. Boom. And I've talked about this one too. Right here. There it is. The 5090 50X is actually not even that bad CPU. I'm glad. I'm glad it's not a bad CPU. I would love to be able to overclock it someday. It's a 5090, so 32 gigabytes of VRAM. Still the same. Just better made PCB, better power phases onto it. You can add on again your own 12-volt high power connector, so which helps out, right? Again, this is for overclockers. Galaxy Hall of Fame is not for normal people. It's for enthusiasts and or overclockers that want to get the best score. Because these cards are basically designed to run on liquid nitrogen. To be able to run on liquid nitrogen. That's why these cards are awesome. Yeah, it is. Sorry. Ooh, that hurt. The board could be supplied with a 1200 watt power supply. They're just using the same piece, like the same picture from the 5090 that they gave people, because it's the same. It's just the 5090D core in the same PCB, so that's why it's the same picture. But yeah, there it is. And it says RTX 5090D Hall of Fame in the works. I'm pretty sure it's already in China. Again, remember, it's 5090Ds are generally China exclusive. People probably pay $20,000 for those custom 5090s. No, the one I showed there, the 5090 that I showed, was handed to people for free. For free to overclock. Again, this is all they'll get. That's literally all they'll get is that. That's all they get. They don't get a cooler, they don't get anything else. That's what they get. Yeah, there's a few guys that do some really custom stuff. I haven't seen specifically, but I can imagine it costs. Yeah. The pub, exactly. Getting a world record on this graphics card could potentially make it a globally bought GPU. That's why I want to be able to test all the newest hardware that I can. Again, I don't have the funds for that. If I can get my hands on it and I can get a record on it, guess what? It's basically instant sponsors. Exactly, Hart. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and for the ones that set that record, you could build those 20,000 graphic cards for people. Or I just keep them to keep overclocking on. Because it'd be like an amazing card to have for the next year, just in case the card that comes out next year, or let's say someone else beats it. What up? I like the 2040 LX. Do ya? I'm glad you like the 2040 LX. I think I made a burrito worse than the gas station. How did you end up doing that? How would you end up doing that there, bud? But yeah, I mean, I have records. Like I said, I have records. I can do this. I can get records on stuff. It's just I don't have the money for 5090 right now. I don't have the money for. I could get records with my 1300K with the 5090, but I don't have a 5090. Unfortunately, like I don't have the money. It's just insane where I am. The prices are insane. Cheese and rice tastes like crayons. How did you end up with that? I love cheese and rice on burritos. That's worse than increasing my PC prices. Yeah, it is. Oh, my bad. Yeah, it is. And hopefully, it can be globally marketed so people can buy it. Because then, if more people can buy it, then the cheaper it could be made. Or cheaper it can sell for. If not a lot of people are going to buy it, what's the point? What's the point? Oh. That's why you like it. There you go. Some people like aesthetics. I like to overclock everything, so I like everything. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. There we go. Everyone has their preferences on what they like, right? That's my opinion. I don't care about aesthetics. My PC looks like it belongs in a dumpster, but guess what? It has more records than yours. Wait, does your PC even have a record? Probably not. There's this one YouTuber. I can't say anything about subscribers. Yeah, he didn't have many subscribers, but I mean, he had some decent views on his videos. Why? Because everyone was trying to educate him on overclockers and that what he was doing was not right. Like he said he had all the records on 3D Mark. Do you guys know what 3D Mark? Should I show like 3D Mark? Like I'm pretty sure most people here know what 3D Mark is. But I'm gonna show. Get it loaded. Okay, yeah, 3D Mark. Now, he said for all of his PC hardware that he has all the records on 3D Mark. Okay? I can't knock him. That's not bad. That's not bad. But I also showed on one of my live streams not too long ago, I can get a 3D Mark record that on 3D Mark shows I am the top scorer. I did it on stock settings. Okay, on stock settings. I was like, oh, look at this. I just ran this test here. I never ran it before. And I did it all on stock settings. And what do you know? I got the top score. I kind of got lucky, to be honest. I kind of got lucky that I got the top score there for that one test I did. I think it's CloudGate or something like that. But I got the top score for my hardware. I'm like, wow, I must be the best overclocker in the world if I was able to do stock settings on my hardware and got top on 3D Mark. You watched the ad? Thank you, Hart. It's taking a while to load 3D Mark up. But he was saying he had all the records on 3D Mark, and these people are trying to educate him. And then I check up once in a while on the comments, because comments were really good. He started deleting everyone that was telling him the right way to do it, to go to hardwarebot.org, and that your 3D Mark scores, sorry, don't meet a whole lot due to the fact that they're not that hard to obtain. How's it going, Dane? I bought YouTube Premium. You get more money from that, apparently. Yep, I get a little bit more money for YouTube Premium, people that watch my live streams and ads. You can search it up, to be honest. If you want to search up who's sponsored by who at what time, you can actually do that. I was going to make a video on showing people. You know, when when this YouTuber was talking about this and giving it really good reviews, guess what? They were sponsored. Ah, shoot. Too funny. Too funny. Mark. Grab me here. Whee! You know, 3D Mark, right? Yeah, ask away, buddy. Ask away. I'll try to answer to the best of my knowledge. Try not to break my brain like mine did not too long ago. I'm gonna redo my testing. Please do, and take pictures, man. I love this stuff. You have no idea. Take pictures so I can see. So maybe I can see what you're doing. So maybe I can use what you're doing later down the road when I have it. So if you take pictures, put in Discord. We also have all the channels for it. It'd be awesome. Is my PC any good? I'm currently using a 5600G CPU with a 1650 CPU and you can't complain. I mean, what are you playing with it? What frames you looking at with what games? I'll break mine. Yeah, 3D Mark made my power back up scream like a banshee. I guess depending on what you're doing, yeah. But yeah, the guy was saying he had all the records on his hardware on 3D Mark. I'm sorry, man. Like 3D Mark, yeah. Like you can get all the records, but if you go onto here on 3D Mark and do the test and you go to HardwareBot, you might make top 20 if getting the record on 3D Mark, because it doesn't save everything in 3D Mark. It will constantly like re-updates things, and your scores are not gonna be the best. I'm sorry. Don't have a way to test ambient temps. Do you have like a call a thermometer on the wall somewhere that you can just look at and be like, okay, well, temperature's right around this. Put a fan by your PC so that way it's constantly getting hot air, or the hot air away from it. That would help for testing. For me, I literally have Dave right in front of my PC, so I know the exact temperature going into the PC. And it's an open case. Yeah. So I have really specific ways. I have an AC on my window. Well, as long as your PC right beside it, because that would help keep the air moving right there, which would be nice. Dave! Yeah, Dave is not happy still. I mostly play Beam NG Drive. What frames, buddy? What frames? You gotta let me know the frames. Boom. Good old Dave, he's never happy. Not a fan, though. Fan would help, but as long as you can get, somewhat of close temperatures. Because you can have a 2% difference of, or 1 to 2% difference of core temperatures, depending on the test you're doing and how long of a wait time you have. I try to make sure, if I'm doing my overclocking, I wait a little bit, make sure everything cools down again to the temperature that I started before, and then do it again. Nah, he's not a big fan. Yeah, thank you there, Joker. Yeah, Joker, yeah, 100%. It might be, you might have quite a bit of difference in temperature. 5 degrees difference to me is a lot. It's a lot. Oh, I minimized it and it went away. My bad. So we got Solar Bay installed. What else can we install? Steel Nomad. I love Steel Nomad for people that want to do benchmarking in that, for see how good their PC is. Steel Nomad. It's great. It's for new PCs. On the highest setting, I run about 50, which is good with me, but on normal settings, I can average 100. That's pretty good, actually, then. I do have someone in the Discord channel, and I'm not sure if he's here right now in the stream, but he plays that beaming game. BeamNG, or whatever it is. I'm sorry, I don't play it. There's no point in getting that 5950X with just one CCD, but I'll test anyways. True. Just see what the temperatures are like if you disable one or not. Because remember, you can disable one CCD on one thing and it'll become an 8-core CPU. And you go against 8-core CPUs. Then you can enable the other one, have 16-core, and go against 16-core CPUs. This is why people really need to learn some things about overclocking, because there's different categories for everything. Steel Nomad, great for stability testing too. Exactly, and it works. It works really good. I love it. Hopefully we can see my wee. Okay. Now what I'm hoping, does it give you 2 chances at Silicon Lottery? It kind of. But if you can't disable CCD1, then I wouldn't give you 2 chances for Silicon Lottery if you're on 16 core. Would it be a good investment to get a AIO for my 5600G CPU? GT? I've never heard of a GT. I've heard of a G though. I mean, what temperatures are you hitting? You should be fine with, you know, not a crazy cooler, to be honest, for 5600G. In my opinion. I'm sorry, I've never heard of a GT. Is there something I'm missing? And I've never heard of a GT. 6-core, 12-threaded processor from 3.6 for base and up to 4.6. Now, is there anything different with this 4 GT? 65 watt. Nah, you should be fine. You don't really need much cooling for that. No information is available for this page. So the GT is generally considered superior to the Ryzen 5600G, primarily due to its higher clock speeds. Okay, so it's a little bit higher clock speed, 4.4 to 4.6. Gotcha. Okay. I love the little frame per second window at the bottom too. I can tell right away if my overclocking is better. Yep. I always hit about 60, 65 normal. That's fine. Like those temperatures are just fine. I mean, I wouldn't be worried about those temperatures at all. I actually never heard of the 5600 GT, so thank you for saying that. I've never heard of 5600 GT. I've heard of 5600G, 5600, and 5600X. So thank you for saying that, because the 5600 GT boosts up like the 5600X, 4.6 gigahertz, which is nice. Nice in my opinion. I'm probably gonna just add in a display capture here. Boom. Okay, so I am using a whole bunch of things right now, so my score's not gonna be good, but I love Steel Nomad. And I'm still reading the chat, so if anyone chats, what's up? What is up? Don't forget to like the video, subscribe if you want to subscribe. Every little bit does help. I'm having an ouch, I bit my tongue. Why are you biting your tongue, man? Why are you biting your tongue? So, I'm not going to get the score I would normally get, but it should be not half bad. Bad day, I guess. Lol. Oh, actually hardcore overclocking is pushing the 9070 XT to the limit. Must be nice. I wish I had it right now. Or a 5070 Ti, or 5080, or 5090. I would love to be overclocking one of them right now. I would set up a secondary PC just to be overclocking the system for people to see what I do for overclocking. Just in case you crash, right? Which is all part of the game. I've been wanting to play games like God of War and Red Dead, but all benchmark videos I watch are never definitive, so there's a benchmark for them. Yeah. So this right here is called Steel Nomad. If you have Steam, right? What you can do is go to Steam and just search up 3D Mark, download that, and then once you're in 3D Mark, you download Steel Nomad, and that will actually test your PC for newer games and give you actual performances. I have the record for my hardware on this, by the way, and I can already. This is my record right here. I can already beat it. I can do 4200, but I'm not beating it this year. My other go-to, that'd be Benchmate has a whole bunch. Y Cruncher for one, but you gotta have a good cooler. You gotta know that you did a good overclock. Y Cruncher, Pi 1B, Pi 2.5B, Pi 5B. PY Prime is good to know how good your overclocking your RAM is. 7-zip for how good your CPU and RAM is, and it also has other tests too, but those are my go-to for 2D benchmarks. If people like 3D benchmarks, like these, like you can visually see an image as it goes by or something like that, like 3D, not a 2D benchmark, then I'd still be going like Time Spy was another good one, DirectX 12 for newer stuff. For people that want to do ray tracing type, you want to do Port Royal. So you want to do Port Royal. So Port Royal for ray tracing, Time Spy just to test out DirectX 12. I don't think any game. There might be a few games out there still that people use for DirectX 11, but DirectX 11 got multiple from Firestrike to Ultra, which is a lot. But Steel Nomad just because it is more strenuous test for these new games, and you can also do like DirectX 12 or Vulkan, just in case you run it on Mac or Linux, right? So Vulkan is open source for Windows, Linux, and Mac, and DirectX 12 is for Windows. No, I said bye-bye to Eugene Heaven. Superposition's not bad though. I can open up superposition for people too. You got 1080p medium settings. You got 4K as well. You got 1080p extreme. You got 4K extreme as well. If you want to test out that, superposition's not bad though. Eugene Heaven benchmark. It's old. It needs a rest, and it needs an update or something to make it more strenuous. .3D Mark is free. .3D Mark is free. What are you talking about? .3D Mark is free. Steam, right? You have Steam? Whee! So you have Steam. Store. Search. .3D Mark. Oh my god. Wow. No. You can go .3D Mark. Sorry. You can go .3D Mark. Don't go for the paid. Go to the demo. See the .3D Mark. I'm not sure why I'm yelling this way. My mic's this way. I'm looking that way. But .3D Mark demo. You download that one. Then you download the what you call it. Steel Nomad. It's free. It's free. That's why I recommend it. 9800X3D or Intel 2FK for gaming only. 9800X3D all day long, buddy. No, 3D Mark is not $35. It's free. Yeah, buddy. That's why I recommend certain things, because I know not everyone has the money for just benchmarking. Again, I have 3D Mark Professional. Whenever there's a new benchmark for 3D Mark that comes out, I get it for free. Doesn't matter how much it costs, I get it for free. I have a one-time paid thing for what I do. And generally for all my benchmarks, I have paid versions of them. Again, I'm a professional overclocker. So I want all paid as I can, because it also helps out that company. No problemo. No problemo, man. But yeah, Joshua, 9800X3D or Intel 285K. Yeah, 9800X3D for gaming only, all day long, every day. Oh, good, man. Not your bad at all. It's not your bad at all. You just didn't know. You just didn't know. And you didn't break my mind like mine did. Try to say one thing and then change his mind on another thing and wondering why I'm going, oh my god, I don't know what to do anymore. Yeah, this is probably gonna hurt your eyes, so I'll do that. There we go. But yeah, that's it, man. Yeah, 9800X3D. Yeah, the 9800X3D outbeats the 9900X3D and the 9950X3D for gaming. Now, let's say you want to do gaming, streaming, and recording. You're going to want the 9950X3D because you will lose performance with the 9800X3D when you're doing all that. Ooh, recommendations all day long. In my opinion, more cores is better, so I would even recommend a 13900K, 14700K, or 14900K if you can. Even maybe a 13700K would be alright, but more the latter. To reinstall Windows 11 with the USB, what do I do? You literally just gotta turn off PC, plug in the Windows 11, turn back on your PC. Well, okay, well first you gotta turn off your PC, turn it back on, go to the BIOS, make sure you plug in the USB, right? Like Windows 11 USB. Like we turn it off, plug it in, turn it back on, go into the BIOS, set the USB, that drive, and it'll say Windows, should say Windows or some sort of partition for it. USB, set that as the boot device, boot into that, and then like restart your PC, save and exit. It'll go back in, boom, Bob's your uncle. It'll automatically click on to that. It'll automatically load the what you gotta do for installing the Windows 11 or even Windows 10. And then once you're done to that, when it turns back off, unplug the USB and finish installing. Do you like Bailey's with coffee? It's so good. I don't drink. Nothing beats the 240 LX for the price point. Why? I just ordered the 9900X3D. I guess AM5 will be supported till maybe 2028. It'll be supported. I don't know. It's not just ASRock. It's just 40% of the CPUs, the 9000 series CPUs, are frying on ASRock. It's not just ASRock though. It's just more people are saying it's ASRock, or more people that have actually put out there that it's ASRock board. And ASRock, I think ASRock grabbed the board from the one person, from the one Redditor. He grabbed the board and the CPU from him, like RMA'd it, like all that, and they checked it out and everything ran specifically. All the VRAMs were fine. Everything was running the way it should be, so they're not sure what happened. You're a better man than I. Yeah, I don't drink. Yeah, no drinking. Ooh, you got the Gigabyte Oris Master? I got Gigabyte Oris Master. A Z690 Gigabyte Oris Master. Not such a nice board. Works really good. I swear people overthink the amount of VRAM GPUs have. Yeah. And they think that more VRAM equals better. It's technically not how it works. You talking about this big motherboard in the server? Because it starts from down here and it goes all the way up here. Or you talk about this one? They're like, I need a 5090 with 32 gigabyte of RAM. Then I get the 59 and play Roblox with it. Yeah, right? Yeah. That's brutal. That's not why people buy a 59. The first one. That's my dual CPU server. That's on my dual Xeon server. It's called an ML350 G6. It's nothing new. But yeah, it's got a big motherboard. All about the bus size, right? Yep. Bit bus. Yeah. So the 5060 and 9060s are gonna have 128-bit. 256 would have been better, but I mean it's a lower tier card, so of course it's not gonna be that good. Does MSI's high-end boards supplemental power give more overclocking power with 5090? Does MSI's high-end boards supplemental power give more over? I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say it would. You'd have to test it. You would actually have to test it, see how good it really is. And it's also board design also to help that too. I drink because I never had friends to go to party with or hang out, so I just drink once in a while. Oh, I would have drinked with you when I did, but I'm sorry, buddy, I don't drink. Thank you. What you saying thank you for? Thank you for what? And I was asked about this. So, one CPU, two CPU. Whole bunch of RAM slots for one CPU, whole bunch of RAM slots for the other CPU. And it's got one full slot for one 16 lane PCIe right here. The rest are not. They're all splits. You can put in a whole bunch of hard drives and it's quite nice. It's a big system though. It's LGA 1366, nothing new. It uses like X5570s, X5600, so X5500s, X5600s, also like the W series Xeons as well. Which there's also weird naming schemes for them. 10 gigabyte of RAM, VRAM is fine for like 95% of people. Yeah, at least. 100% agree with that, mine. That's sad, Rom. I'll drink with you. Exactly. Can you OC more with GPU tweak than MSI Afterburner? Now we're asking questions. Yes and no. For certain GPUs, yes. For other GPUs, you can only overclock the RAM more, or for other GPUs, you can only overclock the clock rate more, which is absolutely bull. 30 series card, you can overclock the clock rate and memory a lot more, though. Well, at least the memory more. That's why I like it. GPU tweak is nice for 30 series cards. You'd have to see about other cards though, but I've tested on other cards, and the 30 series cards are the only ones that I am able to overclock the RAM more than MSI Afterburner, which help a lot. Like I said, I could do plus 4600 on my RAM when I do my overclocking. I get almost 4000 megahertz on GDDR6X. I currently have 1 terabyte, but I would like to upgrade to 2 terabyte or 3 terabyte. Anyway, I can transfer over my current data to the... Yes, you can. Yeah, you can. There's multiple ways to do it. If you want to know more about that, Jay's 2 Cents has a video that's really good with that. I just don't do that. I completely fresh install and just download everything anyways. I have the cloud. I use the cloud to save anything that I really want on the cloud, and it's always there every time I want it. Or I set this bad boy up and I just have that set up. Okay, I'll get MSI Carbon and test this summer. Ooh, yes, you should. Yeah, man, you're in the Discord, right? Because that'd be awesome. More information for me to learn more on some things that I don't have either, right? Again, I want everything. I don't have everything, but I want to be able to test everything. And if I don't have it, I want to learn about it before I do get to actually run it. What's the difference between Windows 11 Home and Windows Home N? I'm not sure about that. To be honest, I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters, to be honest, because I know there is that like Windows 11 Pro or Windows 10 Home and Windows 10 Pro N as well, but I don't use the N version. I just use the Pro version, and then you have to update anyways. Make sure you update all of your drivers right off the bat anyways. Like go into Windows, update, check for updates, check for optional updates, click all of them, and update everything as soon as before you do anything else. As soon as you're done your download. Sorry, I was a little late to that. Lagging a little? Dang. I don't know if that's me though. Oh no, I dropped frames there. My apologies. I know why. Probably because of my encoder. I have a whole lot of things running right now, so, and that's because I should close some things up. My apologies there. Probably paint over the NV. I would like to post that, but Dang OG 1080 Ti. Yep, sold mine. Yep. The OG. I have overclocking on that as well too. Yep. 700. Man, the prices I didn't pay near that, but the prices since I bought have gone up. Like minimum Canadian now on eBay I can find is like $500, which is pretty crazy. Thank you both. No worries. Life can be yeah. My bad. I meant NVMe. Yeah, like I said, you can search up people that do that, flashing it over. I don't do that, to be honest. There's hardware that you can buy to do that for you, and then there's also you can just plug it into your PC and switch it over as well. So software. Well, I have like 30 series, 60 class, so cards, so I guess I'll try it out. Yeah, try it out and see how far you can overclock it. Just remember, what memory do you have? GDDR6 or yeah, you have 3060, so GDDR6. It's not GDDR6X. So you might only be able to go so far. I have error correcting memory, so I can push it farther. It's still gonna have issues, but it's not. There's no artifacting, no nothing like that on it. It's nice. Yeah, I dropped 141 frames there. My apologies, guys. Can overclocking FCLK more than RAM make Windows Event Viewer say things are crashing in the background? Can overclock FCLK more than RAM make Windows Event Viewer? Yes. Having an unstable FCLK can cause issues. Yes. Yeah, I know it was me. I saw the. I can read. Frames dropped. 141. Yeah, I didn't want to use the Pro version because then it puts the software in there for remote control of your computer. I don't know if that would be a liability. You can just disable it. I mean, you have to enable it. You have to enable it. So you literally have to be the one to click on it. Should I get the 3060 or 1080 Ti? Depends if you want to do ray tracing or not. 1080 Ti is still a good card. Except for I would not recommend it anymore to people because there is no driver support. So there's no driver support. Again, I want everything because I want to overclock everything. I want to be the best overclocker there is. Last year I was first place in my division in Canada, top 4 overall in Canada, and career-wise, I am top 11. I am generally around top 10 and up for career since it started in 2005. My drive has 4 partitions, but I never partitioned it. What? Is this new? Is this a new drive or what? Yeah. My PC specs right now, I'm running a 13900K, overclocked to 5.6 gigahertz on 8 performance cores, 16 threads. I have 7200 megatransfers per second CL36, Corsair Dominator Titaniums, 48 gigabytes, so 2x24 Hynix M die, Z690 ORS Master with a custom monoblock cooling the CPU and motherboard on a custom water loop, and the 3070 Ti Zotac and Apollo, which is a binned 3070 Ti. Who PC? My PC. Yeah, it's a brand new build, and all I did was basically set it up. I'm not sure why your drive would have 4 partitions. Reformat it. Reformat it to wipe it. Shockingly, 5090D is apparently better in gaming than the 5090. It doesn't explode as much. What? Not better in gaming. Is it? I read 5090D has the record, but that's because the 5090D was literally overclocked a lot more with better RAM timings, overclocked RAM frequency higher than the other people with 5090s, and higher clock rate on the CPU. So the 5090D world record right now, it's going to be broken easily by 5090. It's an alright PC. I haven't upgraded in a while, but I've used all these CPUs that you see. So 12600K, 13900KF, 13900K, and 12900K. That's what I put through this motherboard. It does. It does. Mine, you're right. i5 9 gives way more performance. Agreed. You can just undervolt 5090 to make the power connector not melt. Or you don't need to undervolt it. You can literally just lower the power limit. Because you're just gonna hit the voltage limit first. You'd rather hit the power limit first. Allow it to use what the voltage to make sure it doesn't get, you know, crash. 14900 KS GOAT. I would say it's still a GOAT. It's still a good CPU, especially if you need all the cores, right? It's still a GOAT. You put the 8 performance core 16 thread, overclock it to 5.8 or even 6 gigahertz all core. It's crazy good for gaming. Crazy good. Mine is new, but could always be better, improved. And things take time. 14900 KS overpriced. Price of it's gone down a lot, so it's not overpriced anymore. The 5090D is worse at AI and mining stuff, not gaming. Oh, true. Well, no. Because you gotta remember, it does have less CUDA cores. Does it not have less CUDA cores? CUDA cores, it means more performance for gaming too. What GPU would you recommend for my PC? Of course, within reason, not like a 5090. What CPU running? No. I'm talking all core. You want all core 6 gigahertz, not 6.2 gigahertz on a single or core or 2 core. 670 USD. It's like $650 Canadian here. There's no way it's $670 USD. There's no way, dog. Okay, no, it went up. It was cheaper. Never mind. I take that statement back. It's like $800 here. My apologies. I take that statement back. Oh no. My apologies. There we go. You have the same amount of CUDA cores? Okay. So what is it again that they took away from it? Partition 1. What's up, Retro Vet? Partition 1, 16 megabyte system. Partition 2, 16 megabyte. Partition 3, 950 megabyte. Primary partition, 800 recovery. The whole drive. Delete everything and reformat the whole drive so you can just remake it. Right, because you're re-downloading Windows, so you want a completely fresh NVMe drive or SSD. So completely delete everything and then reformat everything that you the whole thing. 220, 240 more than the 1400K. Yeah, I just saw that. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a lot more. Basically, you don't want China to be able to Bitcoin mine or use it for AI as well as Americans, so they removed AI stuff and prevented two from being used at the same time. Oh. Looks like I can only do one at a time, though. Yeah, you can only do one at a time. So you delete whatever ones you can and then reformat the final one, I believe it is. I was watching Billzoy trying to push the... Yeah, I know. Yeah, I just saw the, I got notification off for him for when he's doing certain things too, right? So, yeah, he's gonna try to put, I was like, dang, I even said it on live on stream, I was like, dang, wish I could do that right now. I can't afford one. They're a little too expensive. Can you do a video like? You can write it all out in one sentence, I think, right? Can't you? Yeah. Video like what? And I technically need to. I'm trying to save money up for is another motherboard for LJ 1700, so I can build an actual streaming PC, so I can show overclocking on my daily kind of stuff, or vice versa. 1300K KS, 1400K SKS stock versus Max OC. I don't have all those. I only have a 1300K and a 12600K right now. I would love to. I would love to. I would love to, buddy. You have no idea. I would love to. I just don't have the money right now. Whenever I can afford the KS, the KS, the 1400K and the KS, of course I will. Of course I would definitely do that. Yeah, saving up for a new motherboard so that way I can do that. Yeah, I have lots of tests with 13900K. And I have tests stock versus overclock and how 8 performance cores overclocked to 5.8 gigahertz on the 13900K is really good for gaming. Also different RAM overclocks, speeds, amount of RAM. Okay, I just deleted them all. It was very scary, but I did think, thank God you're right here. No problem, man. no problem. Basically, any unlock 13th or 14th gen. Oh, okay, yeah. I already have videos like that. You just have to go into my videos and scroll through. I have hundreds and hundreds of videos, so showing how I overclock them, how to overclock the 13th gen, 14th gen. 13th and 14th gen are very similar for like stability wise, so I have videos on that. Hey, if I can get the money to buy one of those 6090s, of course. Again, every CPU, every motherboard, every GPU, every RAM kit I can get my hands on. Hey, Joker, want to know how I got these scars? Would you rather have a 12600K, 13600K, 14600K? 14600K. It outbeats the 12700K in in a lot of scenarios. What I would like is like a 12900K, right? A 12900K that has the AVX 512. But I mean, 14600K for sure. The 8 performance cores? Well, I mean, I guess. How much does it boost to? Yeah, I only boost to 5 gigahertz, so it's not great. Just got a streaming ad for streaming kits. Nice. Are you sponsored at all? I'm not sponsored. I got donators. I got a donator that donates frequently to help out the channel, and I got donators and people that give me super chats and join the channel. That's my sponsors. And the 12700K has 1 megabyte more L3 cache. Ooh, you should seek out. I do, buddy. I do. Don't worry. I am on top of things. I'm trying to do, get sponsors, and I am trying to get certain sponsors, but it's not easy to do. I literally need to get the top hardware that's out right now and overclock and get some records on it to show the companies that I would like sponsors from, the potential that I have. Even though my channel's small, I have really, really good overclock ability, so I can get records to show off their hardware. So yeah, 14700K was the only 14th gen CPU that was more than just clock higher. Did you work on some shorts today? I think I put 3 up. And after I put the second one up, and then by the time I put the third one up, I already had 200 views on the second one I put up. I'm like, okay, nice. I didn't put enough up today, to be honest. I would have liked to put 10 of them up, but if I keep putting out all these facts, eventually I am going to run out of facts, and I would like to keep putting more out there. You talk about RGB, all you want that is sexy. Sexy. No, not the rainbow. It sucks and bright. 14700K was the best 14th gen? Nah. 14900KS's. Sponsors just show up after a while. And it's true. They will contact me through my email and that. I've had some people contact me through email, but no thank you. I don't want those kind of sponsors. They're not my kind of sponsors, and no. They're not paying, so if they're not paying, then no. What's your 5-year plan for the channel and your pro overclocking career? To be, I'm probably won't be number 1, but I would like to be like top 10 in the world overclockers. To be top overclocker in Canada. I'm 32. I'm not young. 14700K is better value than the 14. True. But you're getting way more with 1400K. Oh, I forgot to continue making my video. Yeah, Rom, good going. Get going, man. I meant like the best generational improvement, not like fastest. Oh, it's not really generational improvement though. Sorry. You mean? Because it's not generational improvement. But yeah, I'm 32. I am 32, and for this channel, I'm just gonna keep working on this channel. Hopefully, you know, things just keep picking up. It's gotten pretty good over the past, couple weeks alone, and it just keeps getting better every day. Like I said, the Discord channel just keeps getting bigger every day. More people are visiting my Patreon page. More people are adding me on Instagram and TikTok. I have been trying to get sponsors. It's just not easy, like I said. And I'm looking for specific sponsors, as in they will help sponsor my channel specifically, not really give me the hardware, so that way I can continue to use the hardware for my overclocking and competitions, as you're not allowed sponsors to give you hardware because it could potentially be binned hardware for competitions and stuff. So I want them to help out the channel specifically, and yeah, be awesome. I would like them to, give me the money and or invest the money in, give me the money to buy the hardware so I could just buy the hardware, even though it would be cheaper for them just to give it to me. Maybe someday I can get sponsors and just have some hardware around, so that way I can just have the newest hardware, but I wouldn't be able to use it for my overclocking, and kind of hits each other. That's why BuildZoid doesn't do overclocking anymore, like validate hardware and stuff like that on hardwarebot.org, because he's sponsored and he gets PC equipment give it to him. So last year I was a higher rank. I was ranking higher than BuildZoid last year. I'm ranking higher than DeBauer because they have their sponsor and all that. So it's kind of hard. 14K somebody through 600 single core, but all core. Yes, no, 5.4. What are you talking about? 5.4? Just 5.5. Wishing you luck, man. I'll share your channel with friends. Thank you very much, man. Can't wait to get a warehouse and just OC all day. You got it, man. I would love to do that. Just overclock all day long, and I would stream it. All day long. Insurance perspectives on sponsors. I didn't know that. Yeah, it's not as easy as what some people think about getting the sponsors for me. It coincides to my it would mess up my overclocking, and I like my overclocking more than my sponsors. That's why donators, thank you. Viewers, again, thank you. Subscribers, thank you. You guys are making it so I can continue doing this. Back, I was benchmarking Black Myth Wukong. Yeah, I've done it. Done it on multiple different platforms. Nah, that can't be right. My 13900K all core is 5.5. So the KS definitely goes more than 5.5 or 5.5. The 14900K does 5.7, yes. I'm not sure why their KS does 5.4. It doesn't make sense. Should be 5.5. No, the KS does 5.6. Yeah, I was gonna say the KS does 100 megahertz more than my K, so it's 5.6 under full load. And my 13900K does 5.5. It's never at 5.5. I overclock mine. So is there different classes of overclockers? Yep. Armature. Unsponsored versus pro-sponsored? No. So you got, I can show you actually. Here we go, hardwarebot.org. We'll educate you a little bit on this. Ah, my finger's stuck. There we go. And we just go to here, there, go to here, we go wee. All right, so we're gonna go here. So this is hardwarebot.org, hwbot.org. This is where you go to validate your overclocks to make sure they're validated. Go play some games then, man. It's crazy that the 49K is 6 gigahertz. Not counting the 1300K because that's a special edition CPU. Yep. Not even special edition, it's a bin CPU. Okay, so you got enthusiasts. Enthusiasts, just people that, you know, crazy enthusiasts. Apprentice, extreme, and elite. Boom. I'm an apprentice. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, well. So, I'm an apprentice. Am I going to be able to show that? Right here. So right now, I'm not placing very good for Apprentice League. Unfortunately. I haven't done a whole lot this year, okay? I've only gotten one record this year. Leave me alone. So, Apprentice. And we can go back to here. Here. So, we got Rookie, Novice, Enthusiast, Apprentice, Extreme, Elite. Rookie. Just Rookie. So, let's see. Can we go here where it actually says it all? No. Anyway, yeah, Rookie, Novice, Enthusiast, Apprentice, Extreme, Elite. I'm in Apprentice League. Apprentice League allows you to go up to dry ice. Okay, so you're allowed to go up to dry ice. So chilled water loops and dry ice. Extreme and Elite, you can use more than that. You can use LN2. Enthusiast, I'm not sure exactly what Enthusiast is allowed to. I'm pretty sure it's just up to air, if I remember correctly. So all air, I think it is. Bin CPU for i9 1400KS. Yeah, it's a basically a bin 14900K. That's all it is. Yeah, you need hardware. Yes, hardware. So we go to my hardware. But it's not you need hardware to become into those ranks. It's that you can use different kind of cooling methods. Air, water, chilled water, and dry ice, and then liquid nitrogen and liquid helium. So these are all the CPUs I've used so far. Video cards. Wow, I mean, these are not all the CPUs. We go to the next page. Video cards, next page. Motherboards, all on one page here. Memory, all the memories from DDR. It's not showing my DDR3. Why is it not showing my DDR3? My DDR3, DDR4, and DDR5. And you can do disk. I only have my 980 Pro. I did it just to have it up there. I don't care about that. I was getting 2 frames per second on 3D benchmark. Ooh. Ooh. That's rough. That's rough. Probably water enthusiast. I think that's what it is. Enthusiast. Just water, not chilled water. They have a spot where it says all that, but I'm not sure where it is anymore. Oh, there we go. So we got Rookie, our youngest crowd who signed up less than 3 months to date. Hopefully we'll see them at the top someday. Novice, enthusiast overclockers who have been around for less than a year, ready to make the big step soon. Enthusiasts shy away from exotic cooling methods, but ever so passionate overclocking, though not leave a single megahertz left untouched, even on air. Apprentice, the next generation of sub-zero overclockers, starting with chilled water up to dry ice before moving on to the most extreme cooling gear. Extreme, the most eccentric people you'll find in the overclocking world, ready to battle each other with the retail hardware and liquid nitrogen. Elite, the top crop of the overclocking world, plays with LN2 engineering samples and in touch with the hardware industry. As in, they're sponsored. No, KS would technically be their XTX. K is just their XT, basically. KF would be their, if they made one. I wouldn't say KS is their XT, though. And plus XT is technically GPU. AMD doesn't make special CPUs, special bin CPUs. I don't think Intel does anymore either, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know if they do. There you go. I don't know if do they still do it though? Do they actually still do it though? That's the thing. I don't know. I don't know if they still do it. Did they still do it? That's nice. I didn't think they still did it. So I have 12 records, 8 silvers, 15 third place, and 31 top 5. It's alright. It's alright. It's not great. I have to think that someone like you building a PC would be far better than most. I build more than PCs. But yeah. Yeah, I'm not doing so hot this year. And I'm generally top 10 in the country over career. But last year I was first placed overall in my division in Canada, and I was top 4 in Canada last year. So hopefully I can do the same this year and or be better. That's the goal. So like team, I was top 30 in Team WEG last year. I am top 30 in Team WEG for career, but for season 2025 or 2024, I was top 30. Country, I was number 4 in Canada. Apprentice, I was first in Canada. Worldwide, I was top 300 or something. Oh no, top 104. Almost top 100 in the world last year. No problem, man. I love this stuff. Seriously. Just trying to keep learning more and more every day. Again, I need to get my hands on more AMD stuff so that way I can learn more about AMD. I haven't played with a whole lot of AMD since their old stuff. Their GPUs, I played around with them, but I didn't validate anything with AMD. I didn't validate anything with AMD, unfortunately. I'm sad. I should have validated the RX 580. The RX 580 4GB and 8GB and my 6700 XT. I should have validated some stuff, but I didn't. I was still... So I had an account, as you can see, I had an account back then. 2018 is when I you know, I made an account for hardwarebot.org because I wanted to see what the best of the best of the best were doing, really. Because I've been into this for a long time, like a really long time. But I made an account and all that. I started posting scores in that in 2021. I've only been posting scores since 2021. Okay, that's when I really started overclocking. But 2018, and I've been doing it beforehand for overclocking and that, before like real hard setting out trying to get some good scores. 2021. Back in 2018 though, and 2020-ish area, whenever the 6700 XT came out, which was 2019 or 2020, I should have validated stuff, but I didn't. I was just working on 3D Mark scores to see what my scores would compare to like actual overclockers. That's why I had this account, to see what my scores would be, because I knew 3D Mark was just, I had top scores, but I knew even back then, my top score on that was just from my platform, that I wasn't beating the best of the best at the time, unfortunately. AMD Ryzen 5 4500 465 good OC CPU or no? I mean, it's a CPU to overclock, so it's not bad. 65, I don't know. You can probably find it a little bit cheaper, but it's not bad. Why is there no Windows 9? No clue. I actually couldn't tell you. They skipped that version. They're like, we don't need that. We got something better. Windows 10. Oh, because 7, 8, 9. Oh my god, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's pretty good. That's actually pretty good. Because 7, 8, 9. And there's there's so many benchmarks to do. This is just for CPUs. This side here is just for CPUs. This is CPUs, and it goes way more than what you can see. Then you got video cards. Look at all the video card benchmarks you can do. And then memory is only a few. Like the motherboards. Oh, memory reference frequency. Ooh, and then you got your disks or your hard drives, NVMe drives, and SSDs. You're young compared to a lot of the overclockers that I am, yeah. Being encouraged to keep getting her done. You got it, buddy. You know I'm gonna keep getting her done. It's the way we gotta do it. Have you seen Gian overclocking a 96 core? Yeah. That's why I would hope my channel somehow takes off, and then I'd be able to afford doing stuff like that, or those companies would just send me those things to overclock. Because guess what? Instead of GN having an overclocker do that for him, I'd be doing it with Dave. And I'd make sure that I would make Dave happy by using some permanent marker and making sure he's happy. Because I would be doing it. GN doesn't do it. He gets other people to overclock the CPUs, like Bearded Hardware. It's like Jay's 2 cents when he started, when he did LN2 by himself. He did LN2 by himself. But guess what? He's not an overclocker, so his scores weren't really good. Like, his scores weren't really good. I'm old. I'm ancient. My back hurts. And 96 core is not much either. You're only 22. Wow. Lucky you. Lucky you. Ooh. There we go. Be right back. If anyone has questions, please let me know in the chat. If anyone new shows up, can you guys let them know? I'll be right back. You're talking about people that have been in the industry for well over a decade. Again, it started in 2005. Hardwarebot.org started in 2005. 20 years. And I'm almost top 10 again. I was top 10 in Canada, by the way. And it started in 2005. Nah, nobody's old. We just chilling. You got that right. I'm talking about comparing yourself to GN DeBauer or Jay's 2 cents true. Also, Jay's 2 cents not young by any means, and he's not an overclocker. GN's not an overclocker. DeBauer's was an overclocker. Buildzoids was an overclocker. Now he's a YouTuber. But he was well known before too, just like DeBauer. They're fairly well known in the overclocking industry, which helped them out with their YouTube channel. I'm starting to become well known again. Like, I'm starting to become well known in the overclocking industry, but I'm not well known as a big person, like YouTuber or anything like that. We're all a bunch of kids stuck in an adult bodies. You got that right, man. We really are. We really are. It's like to play around with the PC hardware. You got that right, Aaron. Yeah, because I'm also in Team Wag, I can also get some deals off of CPU pots and that too. So whenever I can save up money for one, I'm gonna ask them for that. Can I get that deal? Can I get that 10% off, please? Because I'm in your team. Thank you. Yeah, and I had the best overclockers in the world join my live stream and ask me to join their team. So why would I say no to that? I almost did due to the fact that I had my own team and I was the only one in it. Slowly getting everything organized, but I guess one day of looking for something will tear it up again. Gotta tear it up again. Tear that ass up. Seriously does, yep. Okay, Windows installed. Should I update the drivers first or check for updates on Windows 11 first? Just check for updates. And you know where it says optional updates, that section? Make sure it searches for optional updates as well. Because that will find everything that might need to be updated. Then after that, you gotta update your GPU. As part of the old team, didn't submit any OC runs. Yeah, he was there for moral support. Man, you loved it when I was doing the trying to overclock the 3770K to 5.2 gigahertz. That was some good times too. AMD Ryzen 5 4500 for 48. That's more like it. It's not bad. What's up, Inner Nomad? Inner Nomad. It's like Steel Nomad. What's up, man? How's it going? If you have any PC questions, let me know. If you just want to chill, we can chill. We're going to talk about some PC hardware and some overclocking right now and things about the channel and that. I just want to buy it and OC it because it's cheap. Yeah. That's why I like buying the Xeons and stuff like that. The Xeons, you can pick up a lot of them very cheap. Like, you can, really cheap. No, not right now. I do chilled water loops, go down to negative 25 or negative 20 to 25 on my chilled water loop. If I do LN2, it puts me up to a different bracket. I want to stay in my division and just go to dry ice so I can stay in my division. The top overclockers are telling me just by looking at your scores on water, as soon as you do dry ice, you're going to be top of the division across the whole, like, in the world. Like, you're going to be top of the division 100%. Chilled water. This is what it sounds. Chilled water. I'm not using water, of course. I'm using a liquid that allows me to go down to a negative 50 degrees or negative 60 degrees Celsius, basically, without it freezing. But I can only hit temperatures of negative 25, generally negative 20. No, it's not non-conductive liquid. It's it's like methanol dehydrates. It's a car radiator fluid. Canada certified, winner approved. Playing Last of Us 2 on 1440p with cold Canadian air. Playing The Last of Us 2 on 1440p with 9070 XT non-OC edition again, 3.2 GHz. That's pretty good. That's decent, man. That card is a chochin'. Time instead of 30 minutes, so I think I'm doing a lot better. Yeah. Nice fresh Windows install is really good. Plus, if you do it a certain way, it's really fast. Because then sometimes when people are doing it too, what will happen is it'll start installing some older ones before it goes to a newer version. So you can install the newest version right off the bat. But sometimes it will install older versions of the Windows and make its way up, and that's why it's so fast to make it to the end. I saw you on DDR5 8000 stream. Your CPU was like, yep. No, CPU negative. It went down to negative 17 or 18 on the CPU, but yep. My water temp though, the water temp goes down to about negative 25, depending on how cold it is that day. But generally, winters go around to negative 20 quite often. Is this a legit way to overclock GPU? Yep. Yep, it's all legit. It's all verified. Yep. And to stay in my division. Again, I can go to dry ice. I can go all the way up to dry ice. Chilled water loops too. Some Russians, a guy called Tractor, which is a Russian overclocker. He does chilled water, but he goes real cold. Like we're talking like negative 35, negative 40 on his loops. He does real cold. And I haven't overclocked. That's out of the box temperature 50C. Yeah, I've heard the coolers on those cars are way too beefy and they're insanely well made. Yeah, it's good. Nice. And you have an overclock. That's amazing. Is there a pump that chills the water really cold? Like, yep, you can get water chillers. You get special water chillers that cool the water down into the negative. You just can't use water. You have to use a different kind of liquid. Reference YouTube videos. You're talking to mine there on my videos that I have there? What's it called? There's so many. Dude, there's so many different kind of water chillers. And they're expensive and they use a lot of hydro. That's why I don't do it. Oh, Amazon. You can buy them off of Amazon. You can buy them from manufacturers, but Amazon has tons of them. Lag. Really? Nah, it might be the servers. It might not be me. I have no issue here. Yeah, just type in water chiller on Amazon. You gotta go through whatever price range you want. I'm not seeing any lag on my end. I'm watching it still. He catches lag sometimes, and then like later on, I'm getting the lag. Like, oh, how you seen the lag before me? You're like in the future or something? You'll see that they're the rated cooling. The rated cooling would be how good they are, and they're generally use a lot more hydro. Do you know anything about the 9900X AMD CPU? The 9900X 3D, or just the 9900X? I know about the 9900X 3D and how it's not as good as the 9800X 3D or 9950X 3D. Method of overclocking GPU question. Which GPUs? My method is just make sure you keep them nice and cool. If you're okay with doing hard mods on them, I do hard mod on them so that they don't have a power limit. Then after that, if you'll generally these cards that we have that will hit the power limit, and that makes it so we can't clock as high basically, or right. So you'll hit the power limit. So you do an unlimited power mod, and then you get more utilization out of your core voltage on the GPUs. And good cards are like 1.1 volts generally. There's a sick video someone made their own chiller with a compressor. Yeah, exactly. I would like to make a phase change machine too. That'd be cool. 9900X non 3D. I don't know much about it. I don't have any. There's no links. You can't post the links in here. You can't post links in the YouTube chat. Doesn't work. You got it for about 230. That's pretty good. I'm not sure how good the non-X is. I mean, the non-3D version is. I know the 3D version isn't as good as the 9800X 3D or the 9950X 3D. No, they won't. I won't allow it. I'm using a software to make it so guarantee my videos get monetized. I would like to keep my videos monetized. I can't even see it. Like, it literally won't even post. Yeah. If you want to post links in the Discord, no problem. You can go to the Discord. You can go to Discord and post the links. I don't mind. But yeah, for overclocking GPUs, there is a method. Most times you either gotta do software mod on them to allow it so they have no power limit, and then also be able to raise the core voltage more than what it's actually allowed. You got it, buddy. Monetized. Get paid per ad, paid per view. And then, yeah, I got, no power limit mod, hard mod on it, so that way you actually got to solder onto the PCB. No power limit mod, then you got the core voltage mod, and then you got the memory mod, which just makes it so you can change the voltage manually. You gotta be really careful with it though, that's all. Just gotta be really careful. And generally when you do that, you gotta be on like chilled water, dry ice, or LN2. You can do it on air, but just know your GPUs can be running hot. I'm pretty stoked coming from i7 9700K overclocked to 4.9. That's a decent overclock in a 9700K there, bud. That is a good overclock on a 9700K. It's not bad. Not bad. You can't complain about it. And the 9900X, not bad. You mean the Intel Core i9 9900K, not the X? I mean, it's probably a pretty good increase in performance for you, going from the 9700K to the 9900X. Yep. Yeah, right out of the box. And it's probably way better. You got more cores too, don't you? Pretty sure the 9900X is 8-core CPU. Oh, the 10-core. Okay, you're talking about that. Alright. The 10-core. You're talking about the 10-core. Not a lot of people use them, though. I mean, a lot of overclockers grab them because they're 10-core CPU, though. Not a lot of people use them, though. They're a pretty power hungry CPU too. Pretty power hungry, man. Thanks for your passion and dedication to sharing your talents with the community. Well, thank you very much for the $10 super chat there, man. Thank you very much. I still need to set up these things. can't seem to make it work. Everyone give him a thumbs up. Say thank you very much there, Aaron. Thank you very much, man. Too kind. Too kind. I'm trying to make it so you can see it on screen to show my appreciation and show everyone else. But I can't seem to make it work right now. Yeah, 12 core CPU for 900X and I think 6 core for, yeah, 6 core 12 thread for 9700K. Yep. SP112 cooler, 159 points. That's a good cooler. SP112 is pretty good too. Dang. Thank you. Yeah, give an appreciation. For some reason I can't say anything on it. I don't know why. Why won't it allow me? Why won't it show on screen? Please, I had this working. Why? Yes, he is. Thank you very much. Too kind, man. Too kind. Thank you very much. Helps out the channel greatly. Thank you, guys. Yeah, keep giving him the love. Keep giving him the love. Does it work this way? Why can't we see it on screen? I had it working. Yeah, I give you a like and subscribe. I want to be able to show it on screen to show my appreciation more, but it's not working right now. Well, you should definitely post a video then, man. Post it. I'll go watch it for sure. Like and subscribe. If you want to help out the channel, anything does help. I mean, $10 helps a lot. Thank you very much. Trying to figure out. Let's see this. Thank you. Thank you, guys. And thank you, Aaron. Thank you very much, man. Squeeze GTA. I just built a new PC. i5 10500 GTX 1060, 6GB, and 64GB of I don't know how to pronounce that, RAM. Anything helps, man, and that's not small. That is definitely not a small donation. Thank you very much, man. That's a great. Thank you so much. I've definitely put it to good use. I've definitely put it to good use, man. Inner Nomad, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. If anything, man, anything helps. Anything does help. I'm not saying I'm not gonna ask for $1 million, man. Anything does help. So thank you very much, man. So you got your 10500 and GTX 1060, 6GB and 64GB RAM. The 64GB RAM with that setup. What are you getting for frames, man? Again, thank you so much, man. Thank you. I would like to see if I can get everything to show up on screen, but it won't show up on screen, unfortunately. I have a nice setup so it goes flashy flash and it shows your name and it shows everything, but it's not working right now. We'd have a similar Asus motherboard to the blue one in the background. It's a Asus P8 P67 Pro. Nice. That right there is actually the Asus X58D-E. It's for LGA 1366. A little bit older than yours. Just a little bit. You could have saved money with 32 gigabit RAM and get a 10600K, but that's still good. Some people need the RAM. Some people would rather have more RAM. Yeah, but I'm using a streaming thing that allows me to have all the options like Twitch and that, and it's just not working right now. I'm not sure, but yeah, I use OBS. But I have it all set up. It's just it hasn't been working. Maybe I can re-add. Replace asset. Yeah, stream element's weird. Yeah, I'm trying to get it to work again. No, it's not. I can't get it to work. Did you log into YouTube and throw it? Yeah, I did it all. I got it all set back up. Pretty quick when I like do something that I usually remember 100%, and yeah, I got it all set up. It's just not working. Least I can do. I like to support the community of overclockers when I can. Well, thank you very much, man. That's a huge donation. Huge. Should I tweak my RAM, and will it be noticeable? I have 6000 CL36 2 sticks, 16 gig each. So 32 gig total? Yep, 32 gig total. That's 6000 CL36. You could probably tweak them a bit and get more performance. How much? I'm not sure exactly. And sometimes an extra 16 gigabyte if I'm streaming to Discord. Yeah, you need RAM. Some people need RAM. Yo, 40 gigabytes of RAM when you add the AI traffic? That's insane amount of RAM. You can find some more performance. I would need to know what RAM you're actually using. Like what RAM kit and ICs that's on it. So that way I can see what you can actually do with it. But you could probably do 6000 CL34, even CL32. Just by adding a little bit of voltage to the RAM. Not much. It would help a bit. And then you could tweak some other timings too, like TRC. You can probably lower it. That helps a lot. I'm not sure about how tight the cast write latency is. That will help a lot too. He's using an i5 10500. So I'm not sure how he's doing 6000. Oh wait, sorry, that's inner. Squeeze is using a 10500. My system is completely stock right now, and stock is fine for most people. Like it's fine. I am an overclocker. I do a lot of overclocking, so everything I touch has been overclocked. Everything you see has been overclocked. Is there something in the Windows that shows me how much RAM I'm using? For utilization, yeah, you can use Control Alt Delete, go to Task Manager, and then Task Manager will show, and then you click on Performance, and then it'll show you the performance of your CPU, memory, and all that, and just go to the memory, and it'll show how much memory you're utilizing right now. That's all you need to do. If you want to see, that's all you got to do. I have overclocked every one of my GPUs. I even had HD, nice, 7850 to 1200 frames per second on BMG. 1200 frames per second? He even overclocked Dave. No wonder he's unhappy. Yeah, he's still unhappy. Poor Dave. Poor Dave. So unhappy. He's so unhappy, man. Poor Dave. Poor Dave. It's okay. It's okay. When it gets cold again, he'll be happy. That's all that matters. So, can you notice the difference between CL36 versus CL26? 230? Not really. Like, we're not robots. We don't feel that. But other timings, yeah. Other timings can help. Maybe to CL26 you might be able to feel a difference. Maybe a little bit. But maybe it'll just feel basically a little bit snappier. That's about it. Like, I mean, like, a little bit snappier. But we're not robots, man. We're not robots. You'd have to change a whole bunch of other timings to feel the difference. Not just the cast latency. It's just how it CPU like takes the information and ships it off. How quickly it grabs and places it. So like it's just a little bit of about what how RAM works. Like there's a lot more than that. My motherboard is weird. It was taken out of a Asus ROG Strix G10CE edit, okay? But the motherboard is based on Asus Pro Q570. But the G10CE doesn't have XPM. XMP, but the Pro, yeah, I gotta say. But the Pro does, so I'm stuck in 2666. That sucks. I mean, you don't need to use XMP. You can manually tune it. You can manually tune it, right? Can you manually tune it or no? How do water chillers work to take the water to the CPU? Just like a custom water loop. Has a pump built into it, and it moves water into a chiller, out to the CPU, back into the chiller, back to the CPU, just like a water loop. Yeah, I have two custom water loops, one for CPU, one for GPU when I'm doing overclocking on my water cooled GPU and CPU. So yeah, it does help. It says I'm using, well, for most people, no, it doesn't really matter, but for me, yes. It says I'm using 13% of memory at idle. Is that a lot? How much memory you got? And is there anything besides nothing working? 32 gigabyte of RAM. There's gotta be something running right now. There's gotta be something running. Go to control panel and what's all installed right now. As I'm literally using a whole bunch of stuff. My streaming services, Stream Elements, Google's open, my web camera, my 4K web camera operating software is on, Nvidia Broadcast is on, MSI Afterburner is on, Steam's open, and I'm at 22%. So yeah, I also have 48 gigabytes, but I mean a lot of things are going right now. I'm using 10 gigabyte of RAM watching this stream. 36. Yeah, so I would go to, yeah, I would end some of those. 5 to 6% is more normal for no running apps at 32 gigabyte. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, 5 to 6. For me, I'm generally at 1% with my 48 gigabyte, 1 to 2% with nothing running. CPU at 1%. I mean, I'm pretty sure even right now, I'm only at like 20. Yeah, with everything running right now, like I just said, I'm at 8% CPU utilization. 22% memory. 8%, 7% CPU utilization. Unless I move around my mouse. If I move around my mouse, I'm up to 10. If I stop moving around my mouse, then it goes down to 7. Should I remove Microsoft Edge? Yes. You have to figure out how to do that, though. Question above. Yeah, I'm reading it. Yeah, just well, what you can do is just download Google and replace Microsoft Edge in every aspect. I'm new to the gaming PC world. I've been looking at a high-end monitor since I got a new GPU, and the monitors can do 240Hz at 4K. Monitors can do 240Hz at 4K. Dang, son. They use HDMI 2.1 or DPI 1.4. Isn't the cable the bottleneck? I mean, if they use those, then technically it should be fine. But yeah, you can bottleneck with with the cable. Yeah. But I mean, it's more or less your GPU. What GPU you using? 240Hz at 4K is whoo. Nvidia has to raise the middle finger to gamers. I switched to Team Red. What are your thoughts, and what's the future gonna look like for GPUs and us gamers? Not good, dog. Not good. It's not great. But yeah, what GPU running there, John Little? Because that's if you use the wrong cable, yeah, you can not see 240Hz 4K. By the way, if you use the wrong cables. But DPI 1.4. I don't. Can you do 240Hz at 4K with DPI 1.4? Someone in chat definitely knows. I don't. I'm not sure. Not good for us gamers though. I have a 16-year-old PC and it's being used as a table. To hold up my PS5, I might upgrade it. I didn't have enough RAM to open Google. It had 1 gigabyte DDR2, and I upgraded it to 4 gigabyte. I might upgrade PSU and GPU. It's my first first PC, by the way. Being used as a table to hold up my PS5. Nice. I might upgrade it. Didn't have enough RAM. I mean, that's a little bit of a disrespect on your first PC there. But I mean, that's if it works, it works. Generic problem called secure system. Using 105 megabytes of memory. Has a long list of services host below. Does that sound like malware? Generic program called secure system. Using 105 megabytes. No, it's not. No, it's not malware. No, I'm pretty sure even I have it run. Not malware. Let's see if I can find it. See if I can find it. Like, what exactly is it called? But secure systems generally, it could be a Windows Defender or something else too. Windows Security Services. But no, not that. It's don't end that though. Oh yeah, have you activated your Windows? Have you activated your Windows yet? Or no? You might have to activate your Windows to have that gone. Okay, sorry guys. I managed to snag my 97 XT at absolutely nice. I feel bad for people that have to pay the upscale price and use. I'm coming from 1080 Ti. That's a big upgrade. That's a big upgrade there, Inner. Repost a question. What's one thing in the advertising of CPUs, GPUs, and DRAM that you think is misunderstood? That cache latency for RAM. CPUs would be the boost clock. Like the actual core frequency of boost clock frequency, single core, because people think, oh, it goes to 6.2 gigahertz. That's on one single core, but do you not know that it's not gonna go like that in gaming? It's not like that. It's not, no games does use one core. GPUs would be, shoot, I don't know what is really, a lot of things are misunderstood for GPUs. So people just usually just go with the higher end GPU and be like, I'm good. Not sure about GPU, but CPUs and DRAM, yeah, that's it. For GPUs, I'm not sure. Threadrippers have loads of cores, but the individual cores are slower than a normal CPU. You can overclock them though. There's more cores to do more tasks, but slower. They are server and workstation CPUs, not gaming. You can use them for gaming if you can, overclock them. But true, 100% true. They are slower cores. They are getting better though. It's literally just called secure system. Yeah. It's you gotta activate your Windows. No problem, buddy. Oh, sorry, I reread it again. My apologies. I didn't mean to say that again. Yeah, my bad. I went from GT 730 to GTX 1060 in 2 months. I mean, that's a big upgrade. That's a big upgrade. VRAM? GPUs, more VRAM equals better. Okay, true. I guess, yeah, VRAM is a misconception on a lot of things. Because, yeah, more VRAM doesn't necessarily mean better for gamers. And a lot of gamers, because most gamers are still 1080p right now. Video is uploaded. Nice, ROM. Very nice. I hate how Roblox is forced to single core, so I'm getting 200 frames on a PC. I should be getting 6 times. Roblox is forced to single core? Can somebody clarify this for me? I've never played this Roblox before, and I've never heard of a game utilizing only one core. And it doesn't matter that the game's only utilizing one core. You got your system running, right? So, yeah. I might try 4K on my other TV. I mean, if you want to. See how many frames you can get. Roblox uses 2 cores, I think. Even still, your system's going to be utilizing another core or 2 in the background. So, you're up to maybe 3 to 4 cores, no matter what. It's actually like 3 threads. It's a core and a half. G-Skill Flare X5 Series 32GB 2x16 DDR5 6000 PC5 48,000 CL36 dual channel desktop memory kit F5 6000J 3636 F1 16 GX2 FX5 black CL36 36 16 by 2, so 32 gigs. I don't I would need a little bit more, but I can try to see. I would need a little bit more technically. So what you can download is Typhoon Burner. That would help me. But what you can do is, do you have GPU-Z? I mean CPU-Z? Have you ever used CPU-Z? I need to actually re-down CPU-Z. Well, let's show you CPU-Z, because I have to re-download CPU-Z, because I just restarted my PC. Let's go! We're learning! Yay! CPU-Z is what we're going to do. So we're gonna go CPU Z here, all the way down. So we go into here, and we're gonna go CPU Z, alright? CPU Z, boom. And we see CPU ID, right? Click on that. We're gonna scroll down just a little bit. We're gonna set up on the English. Exit. We're gonna download now. We're gonna save the file. It's done. We're gonna open that up. We're gonna click yes. I accept the agreement. Next, next, next. Create a desktop icon. Yes. Install. And we don't need to read the text. So done. Now what I'm gonna do is go boom, and then we 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 go CPU Z right here. CPU Z. We open that up. So we got CPU, mainboard, memory, SPD. What you want to go is to the SPD. You got to read the module manufacturer, and it's Corsair. The DRAM manufacturer, and mine says SK Hynix. This is SK Hynix 2x24 48GB kit, and it's Hynix M die. You can figure out if it's Hynix A die, M die quite easily by just doing some timings, or just knowing it's a higher clocked frequency, more or less. But yeah, boom, there we go. So we want to do that. Hopefully I did not go too fast. Sometimes it halves the usage over multiple cores. Oh, found my RAM sticks. Should I tweak them? I mean, if you want. My CPU cooler is 13 years old, but still good at 35C right now. That's pretty good. Run OCT bench, SimBench, and CPU Z at the same time? No. 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 That's not how you do it. Aaron Burke, you mean my RAM sticks? Yep. What RAM sticks? What you talking about, Willis? What you talking about, Willis? Oh yeah, I guess you don't need to see that. Whoops, my bad. So here, that's what we need. The X Flare G Skill DDR5 6000 2x16. Enter. Did you listen to what I said here? CPU Z. So open CPU Z, mainboard, memory, go to SPD. I want to know what the DRAM manufacturer is. See what you can really do with it. See if it's even worth playing around with or not. Maybe you have Micron. Maybe it's an absolute piece of crap kit, and it's not even worth my time to even look at them. I say that because I have multiple kits of Micron. They're garbage. Well, if you want a cheap kit. If you want a cheap kit, what we got is we got these right here. They're pretty cheap, and they're Intel and Expo ready, and they're cheap, and they work. And you don't even need to enable XMP. That just works right out of the box. They just work. That's all. They just work. I overclocked them to 6,000 megatransfers per second, CL36 at 1.35 volts, and 6,000 megatransfers per second, CL40 at 1.1 volts. And they're a CL46 kit. So CL40 at 1.1 volts at 6,000, pretty good. And tighten the timings a bit on. They work pretty good. Still not the greatest though. Still not the greatest. Yeah, you generally just run OCCT for an hour for quick stability test, and then a 24-hour stability test, just to make sure that they are fully stable. And even still, then they might not still be fully stable. Gotta love DDR5. Gotta love DDR5. I just found an SSD. Why does the total host read say 4,700 petabytes, and on host write says 124 petabytes? The SSD has seen more things. That definitely has seen some things. Petabytes? There's no way it's petabytes. It'd be terabytes. Petabytes is impossible. No, it's impossible. But mine has 16,000 hours. My 980 Pro 2 terabytes has 16,000 hours, and I do 4K video editing and or recording and streaming. I mean 4K recording, and guess what? I don't have that many. I'm sorry. I have 16,000 hours on mine. How's changing the times on DDR5 sticks affect mem training? Motherboards have to be okay with the timings used. It's not just your CPU. Your motherboard has to be okay with it. Plus, your motherboard has to save those in itself, so that way next time you load up on fast boot, it's boom. I got the timings. They've already worked. Got it. I'll turn on fast. Mem training is a different thing. It allows it so that way the motherboard saves those actual good timings on the actual board, so it's faster next time you boot it up. Is there a way to send you a screenshot? Oh, approve. Petabytes? Yeah, sure. There's a Discord link in the description below. I would love to see 470 petabytes on an SSD. Again, mine has 16,000 hours. Sounds good. You probably have people saying hi and all that too, so be ready for that. Be like, leave me alone. I'm just here to give a picture. Is mem training a separate thing from changing timings on DDR5? Yes. Changing the timings on DDR5 makes it so you have to do memory training. Or you should do memory training so that way it saves it in. Sometimes if you don't disable fast boot, it won't even do memory training. It won't even set the timings that you changed. And what you just did is a complete waste of time. Amazing. Should I disable Microsoft 360 Copilot? I mean, that's up to you if you want it. I would disable it. I mean, I don't want it. He sent it. He did it. He did it. Let's see. What up, Max? What is up there, Max? Maximum power. Homer Simpson. Is that really? Petabyte? So mem training is done with every reboot? Only if you change the timings. And it should be. You'll have to either disable, you generally have to disable fast boot is what you have to set before you change timings, or sometimes it won't even apply those timings. It'll just use the timings that worked previously because it saves it in the motherboard. Mem training saves those timings in the motherboard for the next time you boot up. It has those timings and it's just boom, let's go. And if you disable it, so you disable fast boot, what it does is it'll just make sure it does the mem training every single time. So the best thing to do is disable fast boot, do the mem timings, reboot, go right back into the BIOS, and then enable fast boot, and then it's super fast every single time. After you test it out, of course. Yeah, I was gonna say that's not. I was gonna say, man, that's not. I mean, still a lot. That's still a lot. Yeah, it's still a lot. That's still. Whew, whew. I don't even think mine has that many. I don't think mine has that many petabytes. Like, I think mine's still in terabytes. I don't think mine's in petabytes. It could be in petabytes, but. That is a lot, man. That is a lot. Alright, keep up the good work. Night, Inner. Have yourself a good night, man. I'm only using 1% of my CPU and 4 gigs of the 32 idle. That sounds good to me. What do you think? That sounds pretty good to me as well, man. Sounds pretty good as well. Your main Nvidia only has 15 terabytes. That's pretty good. Is a 32 gigabyte kit of Vengeance Corsair 36 CL, the CL36 capable of Any kit of RAM. Any kit of RAM, you can change the timings, buddy, if you want. Yeah, man, good job there, Born. So hopefully your PC's a lot snappier too, and good to go. You know what I'm saying? Is an i7 12700 still good nowadays? If for some people, it's still just fine. You can find them fairly cheap too, and plenty of cores for most things, and they're still fairly good. If you can find them for a really good buy, then of course they're a good option. In my opinion. Welcome to the channel. So that works. Thank you there, Telvish. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, the 12700 is still good for nowadays. For most people. For most people that are gaming. Again, if you're going to be playing some crazy games, you might want a little bit better CPU. My opinion. Most people nowadays want to be playing these AAA games at 4K and all that. Well, guess what? You're going to need a high-end system to get some decent frames. Most people want more frames than what they really need, though. So I have a 50 terabytes 1-in-1, the same model 5 terabyte. That's not bad. The video I made is, well, that's fine. They ain't cheap, no doubt, man, no doubt. Yay, plus that weird window is gone when I restart it. Nice. Buddy, I'm not someone that uses Linux. I'm sorry to say. I'm someone that does not use Linux. I do overclocking. That's my thing. I do overclocking, and I don't do overclocking on Linux. I do overclocking on stripped down, bare bones Windows. I got all the parts of my PC for free except case and motherboard. Now that is nice. Okay, now I'm going to update the driver and see if anything else goes. Yeah, just make sure you update it, like I said, update the drivers like the way you should, like I said. And make sure you check that optional updates. Click that and click everything that might be there, because that might help you too. And then go on to doing your GPU and all that. Intel needs to chill out when their SSD. Why, if I remove my SSD cooler, it hits 98 degrees Celsius? Because they're fast speeds. You always see in Windows 10, and why? Yep. So obviously in Windows 10, again, strip it down. Windows 10 version, nothing running, no internet on it at all. Just the whatever benchmark I'm using, and it's good for some tests on newer type of hardware. Windows 11 is also pretty good for newer type of hardware for overclocking, but for anything that's a little bit older, of course, Windows 7 and XP are going to be the best. Also wiped, like completely bare bones. But yeah, Windows 10, it's fine to use. It's and I do use Windows 10 Pro for a lot of my overclocking, like you can see. Also, I use a certain Windows 10, okay? There's a whole bunch of different kind of, updates and that for Windows 10. I use a certain one from a certain year, and it gives me the best scores. And some other people also use it. Again, you still have to strip it down. You still have to have stripped down versions. It's not like you can just download Windows 10 Pro and be good to go. You have to do more than that. Yeah, no problem, Born. No problem. Rambo. Linux is liberation. Not the i9 1400KS on NVMe. I hear you, man. Yeah, they get toasty. My 980 Pro 2 terabyte gets pretty toasty, but I have a fan on it. I don't have a heatsink on it. My GPU is right underneath it, and with the heatsink, it gets really hot. At OCPC, is Windows Defender any good, or should I add another layer of protection? Windows Defender is just fine. And if you do add like Norton in that, expect your PC to be slow at times, because it'll just randomly want to do whatever it wants to do. I'm gonna scan your whole PC right now while you're trying the game, and you're wondering why you're stuttering and skipping and all this and that, and it's that'll be Norton for you. Just randomly want to scan your whole PC. I'm gonna scan it right now. Windows Defender works just fine. Just make sure you're on your firewalls, all on that is up too. And also, just don't be going on sketchy websites, guys. Just relax on the corn, okay? Just relax on the corn and just, be on trustworthy websites. Is Bitdefender bad? It's not bad. No, it's not bad. I tried Linux on that old laptop I was talking about my first day here. I deleted it, and I'm looking at the boot order screen. What? You did? I deleted it. Now you're looking at the boot order screen? What do you mean? Yeah, no, Bitdefender's not bad. It works. Should I restart after each restart after each update if it says that I need to restart, or just wait till I do them all? Just make sure all of them are done. So it'll go through. It'll go through everything, right? So it'll go through all the updates, and then after all of it's done, it'll just redo its. It'll restart itself technically, or you can just restart it because sometimes it's kind of slow on it. But yeah, wait until they're all done. Just wait till they're all done. I'm mostly an Intel user, but I ain't going past i9 1400K. All the newer CPU names are confusing. I would just move to AMD. I want to overclock every CPU, every GPU, every motherboard, and every RAM kit. So I want everything. I just want everything. Please. I hear you. I hear you. If you just want to go to 1400K, that's good enough. I mean, you're good to go for a while. Definitely good to go for a while, man. I'm moving to Xeon only. I'll overclock it for you. You know that screen that says, do you want to load from CD first or USB extension? I've been on that screen for 2 hours. I don't know what to do with this laptop. Have you not? Do you have a USB stick in it with Windows or what? Because if you still have that Windows USB stick in it, then... Or maybe you have to reinstall Windows, unfortunately. Unfortunately. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab what I normally have. At OCPC, Windows is great. I use it for for streaming YouTube and Netflix, but my only issue is high RAM usage. High RAM usage, yeah, you're on Windows 11, I'm guessing. Windows 11 can use a little bit more RAM usage than normal. Windows 10 Pro works just fine, or Windows 10 works just fine for most people. And if you have high RAM usage, yeah, Windows 10. Windows 11, though, is not for everybody. It really isn't. When they said, oh, it's good for everybody and all that, it's technically not. Windows 10 is still good because it doesn't use a whole lot of RAM. Yeah, Windows 11, yeah. What browser are you using? I use Google Chrome. What are you asking him? Nothing wrong, it's just that XP is too risky to run. Anything else is too laggy. Yeah, I hear ya. Yeah, I wouldn't be using Windows 7 or XP just due to the fact there's no security updates and that, so you are at risk. You are definitely at risk. Asking him? Gotcha. Okay, my bad. Live. This. Mute. Now, what I want to do... Wait, that's not what I want. I messed up. I want it here. Yes, this one. Then I go over here. I have to set... I'm still setting things up from a while ago. But what I want is... Shoot. This one? Did I do it? Is that the right one? No. Dashboard. I think. How do I do it? This one. I'm getting somewhere. See live count. Found it. No, that's not what I want. That's what I want. See. Think this is what I want. Maybe. Then we go browser. That's one. We add this. Okay. Not what I want. Yes. What? Why did it do that? No. Add. Browser. Okay. What happened? Why is this not working, guys? That is not what I want. That's not working. It's not working. Okay, that's why I asked about overclocking earlier. I figured maybe I could put it to educational use. You can put overclocking to education. Oh. Gotcha. I have 10 PCs if I build up all my spare parts, but I have 4 working. Well, that works. At OCPC, random question. Do you ride BMX scooter? I used to. I'm now too old. My back is too sore. And my feet hurt. And a lot of things. I used to BMX and mountain bike and snowboard and snowmobile, dirt bike, four-wheeler. Used to do all that. Fishing, hunting, that kind of thing. I'm too old now. And I actually have a back problem. I have an extra vertebrae that's not fully formed, so not great. So yeah, my back is always sore. So yeah, I don't do that stuff anymore. I try to be as gentle on my body as I can. Is it okay if I update the drivers window one at a time so I can check the performance? Yeah, you can. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, man, you can. I'm thinking of making a home network because I get 2 kilobits per second Wi-Fi in my room. If I didn't have a 30 megabit per second Wi-Fi booster box, but I have LAN going from that box to my PC. Yeah, that would work. Home network. If you want to learn about home networking, Discord channel and talk to Professor. You could still go fishing though, maybe hunting too. Hunting the fishing. Fishing's not too bad, but still not the greatest. When I say my back is pretty sore sometimes, it is yeah, pretty sore sometimes. Like if I throw out my back, and I can throw out my back by sneezing. So when I say that hurt when I sneezed, it's because it hurt my back. But if I throw out my back, I'm out for 2 weeks. I ain't moving. And that's probably why you don't see me, because I threw out my back. Like, I can't even get out of bed. Like, I can't roll over. I can't move. Is it half a gig of RAM more efficient after update? That's better. My house isn't going to run LAN through the walls. Oh, brick wall coming to have to push wires to the floor. That works. At OCPC, should I be concerned about high RAM usage for long periods of time? No. No, you shouldn't be worried about high RAM long period of time. It's the voltages you just definitely have to worry about. So as long as you're not using too much voltage, you should be fine. But high usage, I mean, that's what RAM's for. Is it's just in case you need lots of RAM, high usage. They're designed to handle it. No problem, man. No problem. But are you having issues with high RAM usage doing nothing, or you're just worried about high RAM usage for long periods of time? Because there's a difference. If you're doing nothing and there's high RAM usage, there's a problem. I mean, something's going on. I mean, something's definitely going on. So I would check that out. Okay, I need to figure out how to get this back up. Trying to get so the subscribers are back on screen. Figure it out, please. Help me. Help me, help me. Why can't I? Yes. So what if I add this? No. No. That was your PC. Only YouTube used a lot of RAM, like 4 gigabytes at a time. That's not bad. That's not high usage. Your 12700K, are you on DDR4 or DDR5? Do you have 16 gigabytes of RAM or 32 gigabytes of RAM? Even still, you high usage would be like 12 gigabytes out of 16 gigabytes or 14 gigabytes out of 16 gigabytes, or like 28 to 30 gigabytes out of 32 gigabytes. That's high usage. 16 gigabytes DDR4? Yeah, I kind of figure, because again, that's why Intel is nice, because you can do DDR4 or DDR5. It's kind of nice. What's up, mine? I'll check the Discord here in a second. I'm trying to figure out how to put things back on the screen. So yeah, 4 gigabytes while using YouTube. That's fairly normal, bud. That's not bad. Is the Discord link pinned in the description? Yeah, Discord link in the description below. Also, Patreon page, Instagram, and TikTok. I haven't updated them in a while, but that's okay. Discord channel works. Patreon page gets updated once in a while, but it shows more than just my YouTube. It shows some daily life things, like going to hockey games and stuff like that. Stuff that I don't show on my YouTube. Do you have to disable XMP to OC RAM? No. So what you can do is enable XMP. It'll enable voltages and timings. You can go to the actual timing configuration spot and then put the timings lower, and then you have something to go off of. If you are new to RAM overclocking, so you can figure it out that way. Add OCPC. I'm currently using Arch Linux, but I'm thinking of going back to Windows 11. For Windows 11, I would suggest you to have more RAM. I do suggest using like DDR5, 32 gigabytes minimum, and you will be just fine with it, with your setup. Like higher clocks. Yeah, you can overclock. I have lots of videos and live streams showing going through BIOSes for all this stuff, and how like you can make it easier and stuff. You can enable XMP, then you can go down to the tab where it's for DRAM frequency and just set whatever DRAM frequency you want, and then it'll keep the XMP timings, and it'll actually, you have to again disable fast boot so it keeps all, like, make sure it works, that the motherboard's happy with it. Enable XMP went from 3200 to 3600 megahertz at 1.3 volts. That's fine. I think this funny video going to be my best, which is sad. But not sad. It means you just gotta keep going. Keep putting more out there for more people, and that one video might actually be the worst one out of the best videos, which might be sadder. You should go back and watch my old videos so you can see how little video views I got over a whole year. I'm trying to figure out how to put the live subscribers, like my subscribers, on screen like I did before. I literally forgot how to do it, and I think I'm doing it the right way, but it's not working. It's just not working. Yeah, there is a video. 134 views, buddy. I have videos out there for a whole year. Live streams that are out there for over a whole year. 0 views, okay? You're doing just fine. What up there, banana? What up there, banana? Banana. Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. What up, banana? And yeah, you can, like I said, you can enable the XMP, and then you can just check to see what timings, like usually TRFC, what you can lower. You can even do 1.4 volts is just fine too. At OCPC, 32 gig sounds just about right for Windows 11. Yeah, it really is. 32 gigs is where you should be at. Now we have lots to spare, and it's not gonna put performance, like depreciate your performance, because Windows 11 does use RAM. Like, just Windows 11 itself, because there's so much in Windows 11, which is absolutely brutal in my opinion. Whose stream maxed out 64 gigabytes of RAM? How is that even possible? How is that possible? I stream at 4K sometimes and I don't even go close. How do I get water cooling tubes and the tubes ABD, the CPU? Help me, mine. You're breaking my mind again. Please help me what you're trying to say there. I'm trying to make sense of it, but I can't. How do I get water cooling tubes to the CPU block? Is that what you're saying? I'm live on the general voice chat on the Discord. I'm gonna play BeamNG. Oh, gotcha. You got to put it in the browser plus on OBS. Put in the browser plus on OBS. I did. It's not working. It's telling me to sign in. I am signed in. How do I get the tubes for water cooling? How do I get a CPU block? Well, you go and watch my Bog episode 1, or you can literally just go to Amazon, get some silicone tubing, and or get some tubing from a known brand like Corsair makes actually really nice tubing. And then you got tubing, and then the water block. I mean, I used Amazon's cheapest CPU water block to cool 13900K, and it works just fine. Yeah, weird. I know, man. And how do I get a CPU block, or how do you get to a CPU block? Because you need also a D5 pump. That's also what you'll need. A D5 pump is recommended for water cooling, so you're gonna need a D5 pump, a radiator, a CPU block, also tubing and fittings. The fittings have to be appropriate for the tubing that you're using, and again, D5 pump. Radiator depends on the actual how much cooling you need. 280 mils just fine. 360 is good enough for most people, and then you can go up from there. You just keep going up and up. Should I add a dedicated GPU for streaming, Hulu, Netflix, etc.? Should I add a dedicated GPU for streaming, Hulu, Netflix? No, you don't really need a dedicated GPU for that. Not in my opinion. You only need a dedicated GPU if you're trying to game. If you're just trying to game, unless you're watching at 8K. If you're watching at 8K videos, then you might need a better video out device than iGPUs or integrated graphics cards, unfortunately. Alright, man. My friend got mad because I added a CPU cooler to his PC part picker because he thought you didn't need a CPU cooler. Huh? You just spin it. Blow on it once. Wow. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Game on my GPU, then use my system graphics to encode my screen recorder. Yep. System graphics? What do you mean system graphics? You mean your GPU graphics to encode? You just need your GPU encoder. Usually your GPU encoder is better than depending on what GPU you have, but the GPUs nowadays have better encoders than CPUs. Especially the 50 series using AV1 is, I mean, crazy good. We am having a great time in this stream. Woohoo! Realtek audio driver seems to be stuck at 99% download. Should I restart? No. No, don't restart. Let it do its thing. What is there anything else running though that might be slowing it down, but it should be fine. Just give it a bit. Sometimes you can have a hiccup here and there. Just don't restart it for no reason. Although if you do restart, just expect that it could give you an issue, and that you might have to reinstall it. All right. You only need to should give it just 5 minutes. I use a surge protector on my PC. Smart to do. I used to have it in a 50-foot extension cord. 50-foot extension cord. Now, buddy, your poor PSU. Your poor PSU, man. I feel bad for your power supply. Your power supply is definitely working due to the fact you just increased all of the length of the wiring for it. You should definitely, yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you don't have it on 50-foot extension cord anymore, right? I'm pretty sure you don't have a 50-foot extension cord anymore. I hope that you don't use a 50-foot extension cord anymore. Surge protector, good job though. I use a surge protector as well. Some people put double surge protectors in line, so that way it's even better, but yeah, just one is just fine. How do I pair up a Radeon 4670 to the... Pair up? What? Pair up a Radeon 4670 to the GT 1030? I don't know. Oh, how... I'm trying to figure out what you mean by that, Duck. I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand, but my brain is breaking again. 9950X3D, kind of like a P-core, E-core design? Nah, not like a P-core, E-core design. 16-core, 32-thread. And Ron, yep. Yeah, buddy. I have a 30-meter LAN cable. I was going to use to run LAN through my walls. I got the cable from upstairs to downstairs, but there was nowhere for the cable to go. What I want to do is have 3 LAN cables coming downstairs from the router going to access points in bedrooms, then a switch in the hallway. Go to points in bedrooms, then a switch in the hallway. I mean, if it helps out, yeah. You'd have to talk to Professor in the Discord channel about the networking type stuff. He's better at it. If you clock the X3D cores higher, and because they also have much more cache, it's kind of like P-cores, E-core design. No, it's not. I mean, no, it's not. I've learned to always plug my PC in surge protector because extension cords causes power loss. Yes, it does. And the 50-foot power extension cord is making your PSU run hard. Your power supply is like having to make sure it can keep up with the power, because that long, holy moly, that's a long run of extension cord, man. Like, that's insane. Generally, people want to just be plugged right into the wall with a, you know, one of those 1 meter to maximum 2 meter long cords. 50 meter long, or 50 foot. I mean, that's insane. I gotta head out. Thanks again for all you're doing to promote the channel and keep the truth up. Buddy, thank you so much for being here. Again, thank you for the donation. You're helping out this channel greatly. I'm glad you're enjoying everything. And, of course, glad to help. As always, don't forget to get her done, bud. In OS, not physically. Okay. I would have to see why you're saying that there, mine. I would have to see what you mean. I don't know. I don't know if that really makes sense. It could make sense, but I don't know. I don't know. Unfortunate. Love the great information that you provide. Of course, man. No, anytime, man. Anytime. I just try to give full facts on what I actually know, and if I don't, I try to understand what you're trying to say and or do the research for it. See ya later, Aaron. I mean that P cores on Intel CPUs have more cache and are locked higher than E cores. I guess. I guess you got a point there, man. I guess you got a point. You got a point. You do have a point. If anyone's new to the channel, has any PC questions, say what's up or ask me the question, or if you just want to watch the chat and listen to the stream, that's cool too. It's up to you. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It does help the channel. Of course, you don't have to like the video or subscribe, of course. It's up to you. Second CCD can be for background tasks. I guess so, yeah. I guess so. I mean, it's going to turn off. Wouldn't it technically turn off the CCD if it's on idle anyways? Wouldn't it just do that? What can you manually set the second CCD to run background tasks, certain background tasks? I'm pretty sure the second CCD turns off at idle though, I thought. That's what I thought. I could be wrong though. Welcome to the channel there. To the Discord channel. You can use process lasso. Oh, I can't believe some people think Linux is better than Windows. In some ways, I guess Linux is technically better in some ways, but Windows is just so much easier, and for some things it's actually better. Linux has its things and Windows has its things. For most people, Windows actually is better. Linux is better for some things too, I guess. If I learned more about Linux years ago, then maybe I might use Linux more, or got into Linux, but I didn't use it enough, and I didn't care to switch over my knowledge from Windows to Linux, basically. So maybe that's on me, and that's why I think Windows is better. Maybe Linux is way better, and just because I didn't switch over to Linux at the time, again, I'm talking years ago, that it could technically be better. eCores equals Cinnbench cores. Wow. I mean, Cinnbench, I don't know what you mean by that. eCores is for multitasking. If you're not someone that needs that many cores, like a 1300K or 1400K, then you don't understand that you need those cores, and that your 16-core CPU is just not going to cut it. You have to understand and, actually need the cores to understand why people would get the 1300K, 1400K over any AMD 16 cores. CPU has 0%, but memory is at 5 gigabytes. What the fuck? How is that possible? Have you activated Windows yet? You should be at 3 to maybe... Wait, hold on. Let's see how much exactly I am using. I want to make sure I'm saying that word right. Yeah, you should be 3 to 4 gigs. You could be at 5 gigs right now, anyways. But you should be 3 to 4 gigs, really. But remember, activate your Windows, because there's a task in the background that actually utilizes actual RAM and is a watermark, and it'll get rid of the watermark and will make it so you use less RAM. So that will help a little bit. Which is a way to turn off SMT on the second CCD to make it draw less power. Yeah, I still have it activated. Still haven't activated it. Okay, but it's stuck trying to update a different driver now. Really? It's stuck doing another driver? Brutal. See, this is why I generally just let it update everything all at once and then restart, because then it just basically goes to the, the newest Windows. You don't have to worry. But you wanted to update one at a time. You just wanted to update one at a time. I just want to see the performance between each and every single one. You know what I'm saying? Sure, do your tests, man. And now this is why. Yeah, I generally just download everything. Like, let it, do everything. Let it all download and install, and then restart in one shot. People act like Intel is going bankrupt when they have majority market share. Yes. Oh man, I got hammered by some commenters in one of my videos in that, and they're like, "Oh, AMD owns 80% of the CPU market right now." I'm like, that's just the US. That's not globally. Intel still owns the highest amount of market share. That's literally just the US. So they're like, oh, and this CPU cost this amount. I'm like, the CPU that I gave was the actual price in Canada, and I also gave the US price, and that is the US price. What you're saying is actually $50 cheaper than what it is right now in most stores. You're just going off of different facts, and you're not giving the overall what most people can actually see for pricing in the US. I'm sorry, you get it cheaper maybe. That CPU is really old, and this and that, and this one should beat that one, and this one does that. I'm just giving you the facts, buddy. I'm sorry that my facts are hurting your feelings. Well, I couldn't hit all because all includes Norton. Ooh, brutal. You should have clicked all and then unclicked Norton. Yeah, I really don't care to have Norton, man. I really don't care to have Norton at all. At all. Plus go like an office, guaranteed 7% Intel. Yeah, at least 70% run Intel. AMD is more or less in like consoles and that, right? And it's old AMD. It's old. It's old AMD. It's nothing new. It doesn't give you that option either. That's why I'm thinking maybe something going on. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Not sure why it's doing that. Some possible little F curry. You got some curry there? I like curry. Curry is good. Maybe I'll set up so the chat's on screen. Nah. I would like to show the subscribers on screen, but it's just not working right now. Bro, the CPU ain't no joke. It can't even get it past 2%. Yeah. Actually, move around your mouse really quickly. You might be able to get 3 or 4%. Move it around really fast. Wah! Have enough for 1400K, but I don't know. I have enough for 1400K, but I don't know. Again, it'll be up to you and whether or not you would like to keep upgrading. And never that's the end of the line for the platform. So be well aware that is at the end of the line for the platform. But there's lots of overclock capabilities. You can put higher clock speeds of RAM. Pretty good. Pretty good. You can do, again, it's not recommended for people to be doing 5 gigahertz on the ring cache frequency, but you can. But generally 4.8 or 4.7 on the ring is fine, but 4.8 generally for the ring cache frequency. It's pretty good though, but generally I would be running mine at 5 gigahertz. I mean, I run my 12600K at 5 gigahertz. So, yeah. If the driver's still stuck updating after 5 minutes, what should I do? Restart your not restart your PC. If you could, yeah, I guess you might have to just restart your PC and then redo it. I don't know if you can stop it and redo it. Can 4.8 gigahertz for ring and 8000 beat 900X3D the way tech tubers are running it? Yeah, tech tubers are not running that great for the 900X3D. They're doing very common builds. Would it maybe? So that you'd have to also look at disabling the E cores and just going on to the P cores and overclocking the P cores to either 5.8 or 6 gigahertz all core, and depending on the timings on the 8000 kit, you probably will be around the 9800X3D. I wouldn't say beat it. E cores, you can't disable P cores. Disable E cores. Run just P cores. All 8 P cores. All P core. You can't disable P cores. I meant to say why disable E core. Yeah. Like you might be able to reach the 9800X3. I'm not gonna say you're gonna beat it though. The X3D is... The 9800X3D beats the 9950X3D, which is supposed to be a better one. And it beats the 9900X3D, which is, I thought was supposed to be a better CPU, but it's apparently not. The 9800X3D beats them. It beats them all. It beats them all. Bow, bow, bow. Show it a cup of water. It might get scared and finish update. You see this? I might just spill some. And it just popped done. Talk dirty to it. I don't know. I'd have to see. Give me some benchmark runs with the 9800X3D with a 3070 Ti in some games, and I'll do it. I'll see what I can do with my 13900K. All right. Cores, definitely bin cores. Memory controller, you can work around with the timings and voltages on everything, so yeah, and certain motherboards. But yeah, I definitely want bin cores. I prefer the bin cores. If anyone's new to the stream, welcome. If you want to like the video, like the video. If you want to subscribe, you can subscribe. Or if you ask me a PC question and I answer it, then you can subscribe. But if you have any PC questions, here, let me know. Would you rather 14900KS? Would I? Oh, would I now? Yeah, I would definitely want the bin cores. Does a 14900KS have a binned ring? No, I wouldn't say it would have a bin ring. Just better cores and memory controller generally. Generally. Again, even all 14900KSs are not similar. Duck. Goose. Give me 1 sec here. Did it work? Did it work? Yeah, my bad. I was hoping the software would have cut it out, but apparently it didn't want to. I moved that mouse around as fast as I could. It don't do nothing. It didn't do nothing. Oh. I guess I have my 1300K at 8 cores right now, so it does do something. Generally, yeah, it doesn't do much with with all 24 cores going. It just don't do nothing, man. Wouldn't a 1400K be better with E-cores enabled and make the E-cores handle background tasks? Yes. But 8 cores, 16 threads is plenty enough for up to 4K streaming. I'm not gaming. Even when I'm gaming, I can just do 8 performance cores, 16 threads, and stream at 4K and record at 4K, and it's just fine. Again, 24 cores is a lot. It can do a lot. And 32 threads is a lot as well. But 24 cores, like full cores, it's a lot. You don't need them. Plus, I like to stream and all that and just sip power, not use more power than is needed. The last driver update completed, but it was just saying 53%. I had a feeling, but that's... But it's just saying 53%. I had a feeling, but that... It is weird. Oh, sometimes it could take a bit and then be done. Just be done really quick. Because it could be really fast. If RGB light use more power and make things hotter, why do people like them so much? It's not much. It's barely anything, really. It's not much. For when I do my RAM overclocking, I again take away all. No RGB, no nothing. I take them right off, so that way, it stays as cool as possible. But yeah, it's fine. RGB is fine. It's not like it uses much. It's not like it uses much power. I have the 14700K and it's all fine. Lol. Yep. Yep. I remember, Dab. You're doing RAM overclocking on yours. You're doing some pretty good scores too. Top 14 in the world with the 14700K, if I remember correctly. Does the L3 cache prioritize P cores? I don't think it would, but I guess it would depend. Almost getting the same result like the i9. Yep. It just need to be set up right, I guess. Yep. You made a burrito? Man, so many people are having burritos tonight. What is with everyone having burritos tonight? I'm running my GPU on a SATA. That's okay then. If it's fine. I mean, I have SATA to 8-pin, but I don't use them. I have them. I don't use them. So I guess that's up to you and whether or not your GPU actually uses a lot of power or not. Do you think 85 degrees Celsius too cautious for my limit on my CPU temperature? I don't want it to go all the way to 95 degrees, even though they say it's made to do that. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, 80 to 85 degrees Celsius is better, in my opinion. I 100% agree with you going to 80 or 85 degrees Celsius. I want to make it for weeks, and I finally found Burrito Kit. Oh, nice. Someone on Reddit said they were scared of their Intel CPU degrading and asking if they should return it. And everyone told them to return it. They had a i5 13600K. I hear you, mine. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you, and I hear you. It's AMD fanboys. It's AMD marketing. You gotta remember, marketing. AMD does pay people to say these things on everything. You do know that, right? Like AMD's marketing is really, really good. I saw that if you tried to use high-powered card, it could be an issue because those SATA cable was mean for SSD or yeah, other low power. Exactly. Nope. Yeah. Especially if you overclock. Like I said, I had before I accidentally broke it. Like I actually broke it. My 13900KF was a known bad CPU. Zero issues, zero crashing, lots of overclocking done on it with my own voltages and everything. Zero issues. Zero. A lot of people with Asus boards going on other YouTubers' recommendations for RAM overclocking, CPU overclocking were having issues. If you know what you're doing and knowing that these CPUs don't need that much voltage, you're fine. And knowing that these motherboard manufacturers are putting motherboard manufacturers, wasn't just Intel. Motherboard manufacturers are using too much voltages in their CPUs, causing issues. And oh yes, I don't care if you guys hate me saying that. A lot of motherboard manufacturers and RAM manufacturers were putting too much voltages into the CPU, causing issues. A lot, and YouTubers just saying do this, and it was just not good. Not good, man. Like some of them saying, oh yeah, I'm fine with, you just do a plus offset on it to do this, and then I haven't seen an issue with it. The plus offset was making the CPUs go to like well above 1.6 volts sometimes. So not good, dog. Not good. A year and a half ago, some high-end motherboards came with crazy saying that caused the... Yeah, man. Mostly with i9s, yeah. And the other CPUs, too, that used more... like, actually hit a certain parameter, but it was technically just the i9s. Oh my god, someone said to get a 7000X3D when they got 13600K. Why? Just why? The 7000X3D is good. It is good. Like, you can't say it's bad. It is good. And it might actually beat the 13600K, but 13600K is a lot cheaper, I do believe. Even still. In value, yep. Yep, in value. Plus you get all them cores. If you do need them. And then you can just disable the E-cores, overclock the snot out of a 14600K, and get a lot more frames. How's it going, FMB? For gaming, I still recommend AMD. Yep, for gaming, I actually recommend AMD as well. And I don't recommend a whole lot of people to get the new Intel CPUs. Unfortunately. And most people are going to be gaming. And if they're gaming and streaming at the same time, I will recommend some Intel CPUs. Could be cheaper and have more cores and be more beneficial to them. Except for the 9950X3D. I mean, come on. 9950X3D with 16 cores. Also with the X3D. Good enough for gaming and streaming at the same time. No problem. $7 more, even a 9950X. $7 more for 8 more cores. Boom. What was for dinner? I had hot dogs. Why does your stream have so many I'm sorry. I'm trying to make money. It's not even that I have it on high. If you want, I can make it have an ad more. I can put more ads. This is on moderate. Amount of ads. You've never seen an ad? Get that ad block or whatever off of there, buddy. I'm trying to make some money here. Jeez, you make me lose out on some money. I had corn dogs, so we basically had the same. Nice. I haven't had corn dogs in a while. I like corn dogs. I got like 5 ads. Sweet. Make sure you watch the full ad for me. Are you a YouTube Premium member? If you're a YouTube Premium member, you're a very good guy, and you're trying to make me some money. I like the ads, bro. Lets me know there is a world outside my bedroom. Exactly. 7800X3 isn't even in the price range they are aiming for. Not to mention people use their PCs for stuff other than gaming, yeah. 7800X3 isn't a solution to all your problems. Agreed. But for gaming, if you're just gaming, then yeah. ROM didn't get any? What do you mean you didn't get any? Jeez. That's what I'm talking about, that guy gets. It. Yeah. Yeah. He gets it. Some people get it. Some people don't. Some people just go AMD, and a lot of it, gotta remember, AMD marketing, AMD pays people to go to websites and forums and that and promotes AMD. Tells people to stop buying Intel because they're still bad. They're not. They're not. I don't know why people fall for that kind of thing. I don't. Oh, I got lag. Oh, I dropped frames. I'm sorry, guys. I'm dropping frames. I'm dropping frames. Why am I dropping frames? Nah, not gone. But I mean, it's kind of odd that I dropped some frames there. My apologies. I don't know why I dropped some frames. I might have updates and oh, I got a lot of things. That's right. I got a lot of things running right now. It's okay. You have the lowest stream delay I've ever seen. Nice. I set it up to as low as I can go, and hopefully the quality is acceptable. No, it's 8-bit OCPS. OCPC. That was me. I did it. No, stop it. Stop it now. Yeah, I dropped another 150 frames there. I mean, after almost 8 hours of streaming, dropping 350 frames out of the whole stream, not bad. Your stream delay is like maybe a second or less, 1080p, steady frames, nice. Nice. The bitrate is kind of high. It doesn't need to, my bitrate does not need to be this high. So I can lower the bitrate and it might help some things, but I figured higher bitrate, making sure everything looks crisp and clean, that's the main thing. If you're wondering why my hand looks like this, it's because my mouse pad, I'm always moving around my mouse, so I actually like, it's just always red. Yeah, I have a whole bunch of things going in the background right now going off, so, or was going off, so that's probably why I dropped some frames there. Lag! Yeah, my bad. There's a whole bunch of things going off right now. I mean, a whole bunch of things are going off, so. I can't believe people stopped recommending 14600KS just because of a problem with i9s. Yeah. A lot of people didn't realize it's for the higher end CPUs that are hitting a different voltage and amperage limit, which are i9s generally. Let's go! Looks like about 1 gigabyte of RAM being used more after you download Armory Crate. What do you mean? I don't know what Armory Crate is. What's Armory Crate? Lag. Oh yeah, like I said, I just dropped more frames. I mean, it's going nuts. My computer's going nuts. I just restarted it like 9 hours ago and literally downloaded everything and then started streaming. So this test stream's going pretty good, I say. The thing is, a Ryzen 7700X non-XPD crush any of those CPUs for gaming. That's why most people now don't recommend new Intel chip. It don't make any sense for gaming. Yeah, strictly gaming. It's something to do with the drivers for Asus. Oh, maybe it's a background task that's continuously using. That's why. According to what mine said about the 7800X3, what would be something closer to fix all? To fix all? Lag! Yeah, sorry there. Like I said, a whole bunch of things are going off right now. A whole bunch there, Hart. A whole bunch. Just leave me alone. Leave the PC alone. It's having a hard time. I'm using more processes and stuff right now than probably most people here while streaming. It's not. I don't know what you mean there, Duck. Sorry. It's not about a preference. It's about performance for price. And AMD's getting the big head. That's why their prices are going a little too high for what they are. Yeah, exactly. A duck. What do you mean? I love how Steam and Ubisoft think it's okay to be open task managers 7 times after I fully close them. It's like, no, you need them open. He said 1700X3D isn't fix all your problems. Oh, yeah, true. I agree. Doing great right now. I don't know. I dropped some more frames there. Like I said, my PC is doing a whole bunch of background tasks. I mean, you should see all the notifications. It's like, dude, ooh, ooh, ooh. I'm like, okay, you don't need to be doing that right now. I didn't ask you to. It also controls your RGB and stuff, so that's probably why I'm using some of the RAM. Yep, probably. That makes sense there, Born. That makes sense. That's a copy paste from Reddit reply. That's that's pretty good. That's pretty funny. You need more E-core. You need more E-core. I think it probably did need more. I think I did need some E-cores there, to be honest. Nah. Don't have lag? That's good. What would be something that would come close to being able to cover all? Gaming, processing, music, I don't know. The 9950X is a recommendation for gaming and or having more, you have 16 core 32 thread. Yeah, it's not full cores. You do have threads, which it's only 1/3 the performance on the threads. So do know that. Do note that. But 9950X and 9050X 3D for gaming and everything else like streaming, gaming at the same time kind of thing. Video editing is good too on it. So like it all good, more cores. Full cores would be better because you get full performance out of the cores. Threads, again, you only get 1/3 the performance for the threads. 1/3. It's not like you get full performance of a core of your threads. You get 1/3. But I like to recommend the 12600K for people that are on a budget. 13600K again if you're on a budget, and you can even find 13600K for the same price as the 12600K. The 14600K. I do like to recommend the 14700K if you can spend more. 14900K if you can spend more. 13800K if you want to spend a little less but have 24 cores. It's still really good, but more cores is better. But I also recommend AMD CPUs. More cores is technically better. And AMD, they have some 6-core CPUs that are good for gaming at a decent price, but you can get more core CPUs from Intel that literally do the better performance or the exact same performance with more cores. There you go. I even read what I didn't follow for drop frames. I hope you're not following them. 14600K, yeah, what mine said. Yep, and in terms of value in all corporate, yep. I'm thirsty, I'll be back. Alright, see you in a bit. Mine. So you're saying on a budget the 14600K would be better to cover all things? Correct. Correct. 100% correct. Even a 13600K, man. But 14600K, yeah. My motherboard does 32-bit audio. I think that's about as good as it gets. I mean, it's not terrible. The problem is I don't know what price range. True. Yeah. Be more specific on some things here. Well, what board you got? I don't know any board with a real audio card. What? What do you mean? Built-in audio on motherboards has been a thing for like a long time, dog. A long time, dog. Yeah, I didn't know for frame drops. Come on, man. Yeah, I didn't fall for drop frames. Come on, man. Oh, oh, that's what you mean, Heart. My bad. Bro, why was there a spider crawling up my arm? Why'd you let a spider crawl up your arm? You trying to become like Spider-Man? Ah, my back. Yeah, but ain't for recording. What? You mean for the audio? But he didn't say anything about recording. You could, technically you could record off of it. It's got the mic. It's got the mic plug-in, so you technically could record off of it with recording software. You could get a 13600K for 200, which is insanely good, though I would pay $15 more for 14600KF. Yeah, I agree. More cool. Man, this stuff all sounds so complicated for a novice. I bet a lot of scams happen with all these numbers being thrown around. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people just, yeah, they can make money off it. They will. Why not, right? What's my peak current viewers? My peak current 27 it's saying right now. I had like 36 on peak current, not peak current, but peak is I think I had 36 or 40 at one point. 27 right now though. Mine is a tough 870. X870, which is good. That's a good board. Onboard audio are a joke. It's 16-bit audio. Oh, it's 16-bit. Oh. I thought mine would be, you know, okay. I mean, I thought 16-bit's okay. Actually, 14600K is better for 207 USD. I mean, you get the integrated graphics, so for 207 USD, that sounds pretty good. My onboard is more than 16. I thought mine was more than 16 bits, like 42 or something like that. I thought it was. I'm checking here. I thought it was. I thought it was higher than 16. I know audio well, and it not. Sorry. Ah, gotcha. I used to be an audiophile. A what now? I know what you mean. No, you don't need to tell me. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. It means you got those really good headphones, and you really like your music. I like music, but I you know. For just gaming though, I'd get the 12700KF. For just gaming, I would still go with the X3D if you can get it for a good price. The 5800 X3D does beat the 12700 KF, KF, the 5800 X3D. The only problem with them, the lows, the 1% lows were not good. Any USB interface resolved that problem so you can hear the real sound. I have a good idea. I should start fake selling cheats. What are they going to say? Random dude on the internet didn't let me buy cheats in the game? Or maybe scam people trying to scam? That'd be fun. Wow. Yeah, but you don't use O-board. I don't use O-board audio to listen music. You need the real stuff. Oh. Onboard audio to listen to music. I guess so. I guess it's true. Mine is 32-bit audio. I just checked. Yeah, AM dip. Yeah, AM dip is a thing. What is it? They kind of fixed it, man. They kind of fixed it. It's not bad now. It's not bad with their new CPUs. It's not bad. Like, it's really not bad. 14600K is good even for just gaming. Yes. Yeah, it is. Plus, again, you can overclock the snot out of them, dog. You can just put to the performance cores. If you just want a game, you could disable the E cores, have a profile set for it, overclock the snot out of them, and you don't even need a crazy cooler, which is nice. I know it all say 32-bit, but it don't actually is. You got it. It don't actually is, guys. But it isn't. Okay. Okay. All right. Fine. I believe you, Mr. Audio guy. I believe you. Sorry about that, but go look more into it online. You gotta see. I will, and you're probably right. 12600KF for 157 destroys AMD in terms of value. Probably depends on what you're trying to compare it to, though. I mean, the 12600 KF beats the 5800X, I believe. And the 5800X right now, I think in the US is 170 to 210, I do believe. So I mean, yeah, it definitely destroys AMD in terms of value there. Unfortunately, unfortunately. I don't really do any gaming, but I do like the option to be able to. I'm learning programming and eventually you don't need much for programming. You don't need much for programming. You can just grab an old piece of crap laptop and be just fine at programming. And eventually want to maybe do some graphic design. You're gonna need something for graphic design. And machine learning, you're definitely gonna need a good CPU and a really lots of VRAM for GPUs. Lots and lots of VRAM. As much as you can throw in it would be better. I just found 40 gigabyte of DDR4, 40 gigabyte of DDR4 RAM under my desk. So what? You got. How you're breaking my mind here. What size of sticks are there? 40 gigabyte. Kind of hurting my brain here. It's hurting. Please help me. What do you mean 40 gigabyte? How is that adding up? It's not adding up. Things don't add up. It hurts. More coffee. I like the option to be able to meet. I like the option to be able to meet in case I want to try things out. I like the option to be able to, in case I want to try things. I hear you. If you want to make sure you have future proofing, then yeah, again. 48 sounds like my laptop. If you do video editing, the 14600K will annihilate AMD, not just in value but in performance. Cores, more cores help. Cores, RAM, more RAM helps. Oh, graphic design. You indeed need a lot of graphical power and CPU power. Intel QuickSync as well. Intel QuickSync as well. 8 gigabyte by 5. Okay. Alright. I'll hand it to you. What happened to that one RAM stick though? Where's the other RAM stick? Is it just somewhere else, not underneath your desk, or where's the other RAM stick? That's what I want to know. Did you misplace it? Did you eat it? Did you hide it? Are you, for some reason, using just one RAM stick in your PC right now? Because I do graphic design and all the RAM walk off. Yeah. Bye-bye. What RAM speed are they? Yeah. What RAM speed? Probably 2666. Bare green sticks. They could even be black sticks. You never know. If they are, ooh, I wonder if they're Samsung B-die. If they're Samsung B-die, ooh. What speed are they? They must be pretty fast if that one RAM stick ran away. They got fast legs. 3200. The GTX 1060 is so fast the fans completely turn off when playing Roblox. 1060 is like, I don't need huge fans. Had 3 8s and 1 4. That's brutal. That's brutal. Why? 3 8s and 1 4. 48. Is that where you got your 48? What is up, Lo? What should I do if my 4070 Super keeps overheating? If your 4070 keeps overheating, just turn up the fan speeds. If you're, depends on what PC case you have. You might not have enough airflow for it. But if it's overheating, if you know how to take them apart, rethermal paste it for 1. 2, you can just take off the side panel. 3, you can just turn the fan speeds up. 4, set a fan curve. 5, you can do voltage curves. I don't care to do them. 6, you can down, less power limit, so that way it's not using as much power. And you can overclock it. You still put down the power limit and overclock it, so that way it still boost clocks nice and high. That way, yeah, it might stop overheating. They were all different speeds. One was DDR3. Wow. Throw out the 4070 Super. Don't throw it out. It's a good card. 8 GB or green, 2066, but my main is 3200. Told ya. What model of the 4070 Super you have? Yeah. True. What model? Lazy. Ah, GPU. It's so hot. It's so hot. Haktua. What should I do with 3 Dell Optiplexes? Scrap them. You can't do much. You can make them into a NAS if you want. You could make them into a NAS, but there's lots of options. Just they're not worth it, in my opinion. Surely need more fan in the cases. There are packs of 3 fans for like $25. Thermalright should do it. Yep. Yeah, by the sounds of it, you just don't have enough airflow. Do not have enough airflow in your PC case. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, man. Unfortunately, I feel bads. I feel bads. Feel bad that you have the 4070 Super and I don't. Oh. My 4070 Super is an Asus dual fan, like it, but still need to build that computer. Also, I have 4080 as well. You should just switch out with the 4080 with your gaming PC. Can't believe you have a dual fan though, 4070 Super. Thought they didn't really make dual fans of them, but they are new Optiplexes like 10th gen. Whew. If to 8th gen i5 and 9th gen i5. Okay, never mind. You could do something with them pretty good. Never mind. You could maybe get some low power GPUs, build some really cheap game PCs for people, like really cheap ones. Get some nice low powered cards for them and sell them for like, you know, Dota 2, League of Legends, low, you know, not crazy frame generating or crazy frame rendering CS2 Fortnite PCs, to be honest. As long as you got some little decent low profile GPUs, that'd be awesome. I don't know what to get. 1400K, 9800X3D, 9950X, still can't decide. Again, up to you, man. I would like a 9950X to play around with. I would also like a 9800X3D to play around with. I would like a 1400K, but my 1300K is a good one which performs just like a 1400K, so I don't really need a 1400K. I would like a 9800X3D and a 9950X though. That nice. I have the Zotac Trinity Black 4070 Ti Super, and the fans only start when I play a game. It stays really quiet too. Nice. That's what it should be. You should not have to have any fans running until you actually start playing a game. I need multi-core performance. Yeah, you're gonna need 1400K then, or even 9950X, but 1400K. 9950X is a pretty good contender though. But also gaming performance. Ooh. Your 9950X and 1400K can be pretty similar. But 9950X is pretty good for a lot of things. Saw an article, iron can be used as fuel source. Imagine PC consuming its frame to power itself. I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat myself. Iron can be used as a fuel source. I mean, you put it, you make iron dust, you can burn it, so yeah, why not? Is a 3080 Ti enough to play City Skylines on max settings? No, I don't think anything's good enough. Except maybe 1590 with the 9950X 3D or like a 14900K, maybe, maybe. Is that 14900K faster in multi-core or 9950X? Ooh, the 9950X is a little bit better in multi-core. The 7960X, 9950X outbeats the 14900K, or is pretty much exact as the 14900K. I'm pretty sure 9950X does outbeat it for some things, for some multi-core tasks, and 14900K beats it out on other multi-core tasks. But I wouldn't use 7960X comparing them to those two. I've seen some newer Optiplexes with i9 14900KF and Nvidia Quattro GPUs. What? Please show me where you're seeing these. The 14900K is kind of old in my opinions. Like I said, I have the 14700K, and for sure I would love to mess with the new 9950X 3D. So I would, yeah, exactly, yeah, I would love to play around with 9950X as well, at the X or 3D, both. What about 7960X, even though it's so expensive? Exactly, it's so expensive. It's so expensive. Why are you trying to compare them? You can't. You can't. You can't compare them, man. You just can't compare them. You'd have to put the same kind of CPU against the same kind of CPU, kind of. Clicking frantically is back. The 2040 LX is king. I guess the 2040 LX is king, guys. It's a Threadripper, of course. It's expensive, bro. Yeah, it's really expensive. So Core Ultra 285HX, new details on Arrow Leak. That was kind of earlier this year. It's not as good as what people were saying though, too, if I remember correctly. $1,400K FS, the KFS. Even the board for those, I'm sure they are nuts. Yeah, they are. They're like $2 or $3 grand, I think, around there. I believe they're around $2,000 to $3,000. I think they go up to like $5,000 just for motherboards, just the motherboards. They're averaging around $2 grand, I do believe, around there, if I remember correctly. It's insane, yeah. The prices are insane. I still want a 285K with a good CU DIMM a pair of CU DIMM RAM. I really do want to try out some RAM overclocking on it and an Apex motherboard. Still want that. I don't know if I'd pay $5,000 for a wife. Not worth it. Today's mainstream CPUs are enough powerful, so don't need to get those. Yeah, I agree. 100% agree. I agree. Apex Legends. Apex Legends. Apex Legends. So I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that. And let's see. Check out some analytics here. Nice. Oh my god, man. I want some wall busters. The 10980XEs. You want to blow up your wall plug? Well, get one of these. Well, overclock one of these. Yeah. I got hundreds of Xeons. Does he have the gold or platinum? That's where it's at. That's where it's at. The platinums are where it's at. I have tons of Xeons, though. I mean, Xeons are not. They're right. You mean the new Xeons? The performance core Xeon or the E-core Xeon? Did you saw the last message I sent in you in Discord? It was from setting I tried only using P cores. Yeah, so you got to figure out if he had the P cores or the E core Xeons, man. The P core ones. Oh my god. One sec, I'm looking there. I'm looking there. Slow your horsies. I thought you were trying to get 1,000 points on the single thread. Thought you were trying to get 1,000 points. I'm remembering that correctly. Like, you were trying to get 1,000 points on that, right? On single? Non-Xeon. Neon Xeon. I should neon spray one of my Xeons. I got a neon Xeon. Let's overclock it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember you saying that you were going to try to get 1,000 points on a single thread, and you never got back to me on it. Yeah, you never got back to me on it. What you doing, dog? Yeah, man, I've been busy. I've been really busy. Life is life, and I've been really busy. You know, I was never able to. Boo. Boo. Yeah, I'm checking Discord, so if anyone has a question, please ask me. I'm just checking Discord here. I mean, it's been going nuts, so. We got a bunch more members. KS669. What? There's some damage. I'll wave to Aaron. Aaron! How did you stream max out 64 gigabytes RAM? That's crazy. Crazy. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the membrane. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Guess who's back? Back. Quad E-core Xeon? What? Quad E-core Xeon. Oh, my line was up. Quad E-core Xeon. Quad E-core Xeon. I'm never going to get a lot of views. Well, if you're here, you're not going to get a lot of views. You should be streaming. I want Quad E-core Xeon. You want Quad Xeon all E-cores, what you're saying? You want a 4 Xeon CPU setup all E-core? Dude, that's a lot of cores. I think that's what you're trying to say. I mean, that'll. Have you seen the new ones? Have you guys, anyone seen the new Xeons? Like, new Intel Xeons? All P cores and all E cores? Pretty crazy. Oh, that's tomorrow. Oh, gotcha. Quad E-core Xeon. That would be pretty crazy. Should I? And I'm sorry if anyone's watching this and hoping they can see 9060 XT. If you guys want to know any information about the 9060 XT, I forgot that I took that picture. I'm using that picture. If anyone wants to know about the 9060 XT, let me know. 10,000 single core. 1 million. I made a video and it took me a long time, so I need to get ready for a stream tomorrow. Yes, you do. You do. Get it all set up so that way you can just go. 9069 XTX 69. Nice. I just got the ball trimmer from Manscaped commercial telling me to feel myself. The ads are amazing tonight. The ads are absolutely amazing tonight. It will tickle your balls better than your wife. Get yours today for only $79.99. I think they're really expensive. I think they're overhyped for what they are, but maybe I could be wrong. Maybe they will tickle them better than your wife. Go to a public place and tell people to add you on their phone. Just be threatening enough so that they do it. Whoa! Add me on my phone. Gooner moment. So true hard. I'm gonna get quad Xeons with 256 megabytes of RAM and 1-core Xeons from 2008. They're not 1-core, but 4-core, and I got 4-core and 6-core Xeons, and I can overclock them double the frequency they came from. Probably cost $5 a piece from China, probably. I'm getting a 0.5 core Xeon. What happened to the other core? Well, it ate itself. No, you have to enable it. Because back when my friend, we used to order tons of those trimmers and sell them with a brand that we made. Oh, well, I mean, if it works, I mean, you could do it. I mean, why not? If you could do it, why not? If you could, coulda, shoulda, woulda. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. If anyone's new to the stream, just let me know. If you want to know about the 9060 XT or anything about the 5060 Ti as well, let me know. I do know quite a bit about the leaks and performances on the 5060 Ti right now. So, or any other PC questions, please let me know. If you want to join the Discord channel, in the description below. Also got a Patreon page, also got Instagram, also got TikTok. Also, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. Did I get it all right, guys? Manscaped doing the same? Yeah, probably. using me to sell. I do. Just shunt mod and solder a Xeon Cube for Mega Cluster Superstation. I like your idea. When a YouTube promote a product like this, you know it bad. I'm not promoting it, it's just the ads, man. I mean, I would promote it if it made me money. Manscaped. Overclock your PC? Well, shave it. Never mind. I gotta watch what I say. Unfortunately. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, yeah. That was a good coffee. You know what I'm saying? That was a good coffee. Hell yeah, brother. What is everyone doing tomorrow? I won't be streaming from about right around 1 a.m. till I think 4 for a few hours. Unfortunately, but of course I'll be on in the morning and I'll be on later on, of course. Don't end stream. Don't end it, please. I'm not ending the stream right now, by any means. Don't wait to come up on a little chunk of change so I can come back and ask you all these questions again. You can ask me whatever you want, bud. whether you get a little chunk of change or not. Be right back, getting surreal. Don't get too surreal now, bud. Keep it relaxed. I saw there was a new BIOS for my Z690, new microcode installed. It works fine. It should. It should. What's your voltage though? Have you checked up on a hardware monitor or hardware info what the voltages are? Look at the vid, so the vid, and also the vCore. The vid is requesting. The motherboards can do the requesting too though. So you got the vid for the request, and you got the vCore for what the CPU is actually getting. Hopefully get a nap in or something. Last few days been pretty stupid. I hear you there, bud. I hear you. You should probably get yourself some sleep there. You ain't getting any younger there, Hart. I'm going to celebrate with a hot shower and some fresh coffee. I'll be back in a little bit. Alright, man. Sounds good. I'm streaming tomorrow. Going to play Apex. You gotta play some Apex? Nice. They were bad as usual stock. They were bad as usual stock, so I'm using my setting. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I hear you there. I definitely hear you there. Always manually tune your voltages. Stock settings are not great, and that's not due to the fact that the CPU motherboard manufacturers have a handle on that too. Unskippable ad moment. Yes. Thank you, YouTube. Yeah, Apex used to be my game. I was super damn good. Yeah, I hear you there. Same. I was pretty decent at it. Decent. I only use snipers too. Double sniper, double sentinel. That was my game. That was my game. Feel bad for the enemy team? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Because they didn't know what was coming. What's the next video idea? I should be making a video too. I haven't posted one in 3 days, so I should make another video. Not many people have watched my latest videos, but that's fine. What should be the next video idea, guys? Anyone has an idea for the next video? They can't figure that. Yeah, they can't figure that out. Yeah, voltage 1.3. That's a good voltage. That's a good voltage. Like it's vCore, right? That's vCore, not requested, because vCore is what it's actually in. I did watch videos. Did you? Nice. Thank you. Yeah, the YouTube algorithm's pretty brutal sometimes. Can be really brutal sometimes. It can be and it cannot be sometimes. You know what I'm saying? It's odd. As long as you put out a lot of AMD stuff, a lot of AMD fanboys will come in and be like, I don't like what you said, or I like what you said. Most of the time, it's, I don't like what you said. And guess what? I don't care. Would you build a PC from thrift store parts? Yeah, I would. I think that's actually a good idea. I mean, I still don't even have enough money to buy thrift store PC parts, but whenever I can, I would do that. Yeah, in stock, it peaked over 1.5 with new micro. It always seems, the same. I don't know why they set it up that way. That's performance, exactly. OC neighbor's Wi-Fi. Come on down to when I overclock my neighbor's Wi-Fi. Your Wi-Fi slow? Don't matter. We're overclocking your neighbors. Nope, you shouldn't. You really shouldn't. You should not. You should not. You should just be just fine for what you're doing, whatever you're doing, or whatever you're working on. So don't worry about what they're saying, dog. Don't worry about what they're saying. People are going to say whatever they're going to say. It's the internet. It's the internet. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. I'm just checking over some things. bam, 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 bam. Just going over. I need some messages. Making sure it got everyone there. Boom. Nice. Rotten egg. Did you fart again? Never seen an outstanding deal yet on a GPU from Newegg? No. Guess everyone's gotta make their money, right? So, nobody knows you more than yourself. Yep. Like this hand knows myself more than anything. Is the PC you're using for the stream overclocked? Yeah, dog. The 13900K disabled E-cores, overclocked E-cores to 5.6 gigahertz at 1.36 volts. RAM is overclocked to 7200 megatransfers per second. The GPU is not overclocked right now. But yes, it is overclocked to 5.6 gigahertz all-core. Synced all-core. 12900K, super overpriced. It is, and it's still a really good CPU, depending on which one you get too. If you can get one that works that has like AVX, I believe it's 512 on the performance cores. It's a monster. Just saying. Yeah, GPU deals are the worst. It took me years to find one. I was lucky to get Unreal, being real. Wow. I like the part where I scream in pain in the video. Wow. Looked for a used part like I did. HB deals are the worst. It took me years to find one. I was lucky to get one. Looks for a used part like I did. What do you mean? And it also has 12th gen memory controller, which is slower. I mean, I like my 12600K. It's a monster RAM overclocker, so I mean, having a slower memory controller isn't bad. 12900K, yes, same price as a 14900K. Why? Because the 12900K still is pretty good. It's still pretty good. Plus, apparently, it doesn't have any issues as degrading or issues like that, right? So that's why. Of course, now GPUs are so expensive when Intel CPUs are insanely good value. Yeah. They are a good value for what you're getting, to be honest. I want not silence. I don't know about that. Because every price online for a GPU are way up like it's supposed to. It ain't worth it. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Well, I mean, you got Nvidia making the best of the best, and they know they're the best, so their heads are big. Then AMD, because AMD CPUs are good and they're pretty good, they're starting to get a really big head. So their price to performance now is not like it was. They are losing out on the price to performance, and that's going to come and bite them in the butt. Big time. I mean, big time. It's going to come and bite them in the butt. If you know what I'm saying. Thank you very much. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream there, Rom. If anyone's new to the channel, welcome to the channel. If you want to like the video. Don't forget to subscribe. And also, if you have any PC questions, that chat's right there, open for everybody. Yeah, Intel CPU price dropped a lot. The 14700K I got now is $200 cheaper than it was. Yes. It's a lot cheaper now. The price to performance now for AMD versus Intel isn't very good. I mean, I'm pretty sure Intel beats AMD in a lot of things now for price to performance. I have no idea what you're talking about. Me either sometimes. If my phone was charged, I would send you a Picago of a motherboard that looks like the same as the one in the background in the PC I built. Talking about that one? That one there? Talk about that PC right there? Or that motherboard right there? That's an X58D-E LJ1366. Yeah, 147K is good value. It is. It really is. The 14600K, 12600KF, and 12700KF especially are very good value. Yes, they are. For the performance and multi-core, if you need it, it's good. For gaming, it's good. If you're trying to, save some money, it's a good value. If you can find a cheap Z690 board, it would work well. Yeah, I do recommend the Z boards, but I mean, you can just throw it on a B board, no problem, and you'll be just fine. And plus, you don't need a crazy cooler for them, which is also awesome. I should grab the Peerless Assassin there and show you. It's apparently now it's a $50 cooler, but even for $50, it's good. I bought them when they're $35. Apparently, the price has gone up in them, unfortunately. I've been watching for 3 hours now. Dang, man. Yeah, thank you. Make sure you try not to skip all the ads. I mean, skip all the ads if you want, of course. Yeah, that one there, nice. Yeah, I mean, that board there is awesome for overclocking Intel Xeons and i7-900 series. It's really good. You can, so that right there, you can change the QPI data link and the DRAM and the CPU. It has like actual hardware switches basically for it, so that way you can overclock the CPU, RAM, and QPI over 2 volts. It's a great for beginners because you don't have to do that. And then if you want to get into liquid nitrogen later on, you have a board that can handle liquid nitrogen and give you as much voltage as you want. No. You've been here since the beginning, man. Try not to lie. We cannot lie around here, dog. I've been watching 8 hours. Holy moly. I know, I've been streaming for 8 hours and 26 minutes. You've been here for the most time? Wow. And you haven't. Not unless you're editing your video while you're watching. How about I get a CPU now and get a GPU when they don't cost $1 billion, $1 trillion, quadzillion, tillion dollars? I hear you there, man. $1 million. Oh, did you? Nice. Well, thank you again. $1 quintillion dollars. Again, thank you to all the super chats and subscribers on this channel. It's been amazing on this live stream. Has been absolutely amazing. You can use the iGPU. For what? For what? What are you talking about, Dabatron? You just, this is random. The last thing you said, if you can find a cheap Z690 board, it'd work well. Yeah, I agree with that. You can use the iGPU. Just random. Oh, for now, with CPU. Oh, you're going against what mine was saying. My bad. It makes sense now. It makes sense. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, you can just use the iGPU. Quasi-sextillion dollars. You missed out for the 69 in there, bud. 69 quasi-sextillion dollars. Nice. If you play Minecraft, the UHD 770 can run it? There's no way. On low, like ultra low, you might be able to get some frames, right? Maybe not a lot, but right? Again, not a lot. I mean, I wouldn't think a lot. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Yuppers. Oh. Yeah, bro, I tried some game. Kinda impressive. Serious? I should try it out. I should try it out. It says my GPU beats the number for the one on the chart on Geekbench. It says my GPU beats the number for the one. It's 5 a.m. for you? Wow. It is midnight for me, just after midnight. When was the last test done with that GPU on Geekbench, though? So the Geekbench might not save it in their holding files for too long there. GPU prices will come down. I was reading that. It's 11:16 p.m. for me. I'm 1 hour ahead of you. I'm from the future. From the future. Let's go. I'm from the future. Oh, yeah. Oh, shoot. My apologies there. Mine, I was reading that. I don't know why you had to delete that. I was like literally in the middle of reading that and you deleted it on me. Like, why? Why would you do that? What's happening? I don't even know anymore. If anyone has any PC questions, please let me know. If you're just here for the hits and giggles, then that's awesome. Just try not to giggle and hit. 2247, yeah, 224,710 and 222,764. Nice. Nice, man. Nice. I'ma go. Alright, take her easy there, Squeeze. Thanks for joining, man. As always, don't forget to get her done. Yeah, it's 5 a.m. You should be in bed, man. Jeez. Should have been in bed a while ago. Peace out, man. I'm that one. Nice. Should check it out, see what kind of scores there are up on the Geekbench, see what they're actually saying on Geekbench. Again, you have to validate for actually, like, I'm 5 hours ahead of you. Yes, you are 5 hours ahead of me. You're more in the future than I am in the future of them. Crazy. It's like a time machine. Let me know the next score that got posted. That could just be an average number. Yeah, it could be just a non-overclock or anything like that. So, still, if you're beating out somebody else, that's awesome. Competition, even though there's no competition. There's so much action, I don't even know what to do anymore. Well, I'm gonna check up on the competition right now. Thank you for allowing me to remember the competition that's going on. Now let's look at this. SuperPi 32M. Ooh, what score we got? Top 10. 7 minutes 57 seconds. 7 minutes. Jeez. Jeez. Almost 22. 2140. CL7 10 7 24 at one time. Jeez, man. Jeez, that's good scores. Good scores, you guys. All Intel LGA 1700 CPUs are good value except i9s. Yeah, the i9s are, I mean, the value that I got mine, man. The one that I'm using right now, the 13900K, I only paid $200 brand new, man. Brand new. 65% off. There's 6 of them. There's 6 of them for 65% off, brand new. And I was one of them. One of them. I don't know, man. I paid less for my 13900K than I paid for my 12600K, so I'm kind of happy. I'm kind of happy that deal happened. And I was one of them. I literally just checked. I checked Amazon, and then I was like, and then I was just going through a bunch of CPUs. And I was like, whatever. And then I was like, maybe I'll check Amazon again. Checked Amazon again. It just got posted of this 65% off deal. I'm like, is that like brand new? Is that used? Is there something wrong with it? And I was like, I'm gonna try it. And yeah, goodbye. I changed my mind. The 4900K is decent-ish value. It's not bad. You can get the 13900K for a lot cheaper, and you can get around the 1400K performance, to be honest. Amazon had a 65% off deal on 6. Total of 6 13900Ks. So out the door for $210 Canadian. Yeah, buddy. Brand new, sealed in box, never been opened. Sealed in box. Works good. I wish I could have bought more because that's a really good deal, but it was limited to 1 per person. It says my single core score is 3,319, and the best one here is 139KS, and that has 3130. Dang, that's pretty good. How did you pay? Yeah, you paid $235. Yeah, see, I would have bought all. Yeah, make multiple accounts. Yeah, right. They're gone instantly. I was literally just checking Amazon, then I stopped checking Amazon. Literally, like within a minute, I'm back on it and checking some more. And I was like, okay, maybe I'll search up some CPUs. So I searched up some CPUs, and boom, there it was. There it was. I ordered it. Told everyone on Discord and showed them and all that, and they're like, nah, there's no way, it's not gonna work, like it's not all this and that. Oh, it's probably gonna be like a bad one, it's gonna blow up instantly, or it's definitely used. No, brand new, sealed in box. It's not degraded. It's not degraded. Again, 5.6 gigahertz all core, 5.6 gigahertz all core, 1.36 volts. Works great. Again, brand new. Yeah, even if it gets kind of yeah, I guess degraded, but I mean, even if it wasn't, it was brand new in box. I was very happy, very very happy. Whoever else got the other, whoever people got the other 5, insane that they, it's insane deal. 65% off, just some flash fire sale that they had. Really really good deal. Could not complain. Yeah, right? Exactly. I hear you there, mine. Yeah. Okay, my multi-core is beaten by a fair amount, but everything else seems to be performing tremendously well. The multi-core is beaten by a fair amount, but everything else seems to be... Yeah, and the efficiency on some cores might be different, right? So, your single core seems really good, though. I'm glad you're getting some good scores there, bud. Yeah. What's the temperature? Did you limit it to 85 degrees Celsius or what? I only see 80. I don't have to limit my temperature on my custom water loop. On my 1300K, I only see 80 degrees Celsius. so I don't have to limit any temperatures or anything like that. Or while gaming, it hits like maybe 65 sometimes. It's generally around 55 to 60. Well, there's a lot of CPUs that will probably beat me in multi. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's limited to 85. Nice. Yeah, it's very true. I hear you on that. Multi-core score limited. I hear you. I hear you, man. I hear you. Oh, yeah, a lot of people are using the X5667. Maybe I should use mine. I have a pretty good X5667. They're getting some decent scores too. Oh my god, their RAM kits though are really good. Their RAM kits are really good. CL6 9916. Holy moly. Over 2,000. Imagine make a dual CPU motherboard. What do you mean make a dual CPU motherboard? They make tons of dual CPU motherboards. One CPU, two CPU, one motherboard. Almost like 2 girl, 1 cup there. 7700X is a beast, man. Nothing was like third on the list in a single core. Nice. Yeah, 700. I can't complain about it. Not bad. Not bad at all. What Geekbench were you using? What Geekbench were you using? What Geekbench were you using? Let me know. Speak now or forever hold your peace, but don't hold your peace because I really want to know. No, it doesn't work that way. Does not work that way. Epics, Xeons. There's a few other ones that you could do dual CPUs, but you can't do those. Unfortunately, you could go up to 4 CPUs with these. Hold my pizza. It's not for gaming though. It's for multi-threading, multitasking. It's for like servers and other things. You can't. Well, the performance of it. I've used this for Counter-Strike. This for Counter-Strike 2, and it's not great. I mean, it works, but it's not great. It's definitely not great. No, it's not good. It's not great. It's not great. I mean, it was fun. It was fun. Not great, though. Performance is not there with dual CPUs, or triple CPUs, or quad CPUs. There's no gaming performance, really. Lexus Gamer, what's up, man? Yeah, no, it's not great. If you ever watched my dual CPU server play CS2, it's not great. It's not great. Even with I think I even tried it with the 37 Ti, if I remember correctly. It still wasn't great. Nice, man. Always good to hear. Yep. Glad everyone's chilling tonight. Everyone seems to be eating burritos, though. And hopefully Hart's not stinking himself out. I miss what you're talking about. What isn't great? Dual CPU dual CPU is not good for gaming. If anyone's watched my dual CPU server playing CS2, it's not great. It's not great. Also, what Geekbench were you using to test your CPU? What Geekbench? Let me know what Geekbench you're using, so that way I can see what my 8-core 16-thread 1300K while I'm streaming and a whole bunch of other things are running at the same time can do. I want to see how much better my 1300K is only with 8 performance cores against your 7700X. You might think have 2 GPU and 2 CPU would be nah. Games aren't optimized. Remember, games gotta be optimized for it. And there wasn't a whole lot of games out there, or even back in the day, that optimized SLI properly. Even though a lot of people did buy 2 GPUs to SLI or quad GPUs to SLI, there was people that did it. You didn't see good performance, unfortunately, like big unfortunately. Yeah. But more CPUs for more CPUs. Cores is fine. More cores is fine. More CPUs, not so fine. Not so fine. I mean, it was fun. It was fun to do. I mean, that thing is loud. It's loud. It sucks. Hell, yeah. Yeah, they did miss out. Even when they went to NVLink, it wasn't good. No games were really utilizing it and doing everything properly for it. So, I mean, the optimization for them would have been probably a pain in the butt, but it's not great. It was not great. And the systems cost a lot of money to do the dual GPU and the quad GPUs. Then you also got like EVGA with their dual gaming motherboards. It still wasn't great. Still wasn't great. 1 CPU in the socket performed better than the 2 CPU in the socket. So yeah, they're still good boards. They're still good boards. I mean, I really want one. The SRs, the SR boards, super record. The super record. I mean, the naming scheme they had was awesome. The SRs. I should show you. I'll show you. I'll show you. The SR2. Oh my god, I want this board so bad. Like, you have no idea how badly I want it. The classified SR2. Let's go. That's one picture's a good one. This one. Out of stock. $429 out of stock. That's not a good picture though. It's a really bad picture. Very blurry. Very, very blurry. Come on. Super record. Oh my god. Super record. I can't. The naming scheme, man. There it is. Is that a better picture? No. Give me an actual decent picture, please. I mean, that's aight. That works. Better than 144p, basically. Super record. Oh my god. These pictures suck. I click on the picture and I go to the website. It gives me half the motherboard. I know it's a big motherboard, but I mean, give me the right motherboard, please. I mean, that will works. EVGA, does it work? Okay. Scroll in. There we go. There we go. Give me 1 second here. I'll show it. The super record. There we go. Boom. Super record. Oh, yeah. Super record. SR2. So super record. Dual CPU socket. 4-way SLI. Socket bling. 8 phase. 8 phase PWM. 48 gigabytes of memory. What up, Know Your Joe? How's it going, man? I think you said before i9 1400K was for enthusiasts. Yes. The super record. Massive. Massive motherboard. Oh, yeah. Overclock the snot out of them. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I want one. I want one. It would probably destroy what I have there. So if I can show, so that there could technically beat what I have here. That one here, this one right here. If I just put it to one CPU, like one CPU socket, but then I can do also dual CPU socket and overclock the CPUs on them for the dual CPU portion. That's why I want an Nvidia SR2. It's why I want one. Also, quad SLI, like you can fit. Oh yeah, oh yeah, so big, so sexy. That's why they call it the super record. I'm rocking 6700 XT, nice. CPU is 5800X, decent. And RAM 64 gigs, MSI B550, and with Arc on it. Arch on it? With Arch on it. What do you mean? But 1400KS is 100% for enthusiasts. I will agree with that. No, i9s are for enthusiasts. I don't care what K, KF, KS, or non-K. It's still for enthusiasts. You need a good cooler for them, and you need to, know you need a good cooler, and it's going to be for people that need it. But yeah, KS is 100% for enthusiasts, yes. Thanks, Joe. Hope you're having a great day, too. How's it going, Joe? Hope you had a good day, man. Oh, Arch Linux. Oh, my bad. Yeah, see, I don't. Yeah. I guess that's your kind of your name, eh? Linux, I should have realized. Should have realized. I mean, the 6700 XT, I also recommend it sometimes. You can find them fairly cheap now, so. I'd say more like people who know a lot about PCs, but not exactly enthusiasts. I mean, you gotta be enthusiast if you're gonna be buying a top-of-the-line CPU. Good to know, man. I'm glad you had a good day, man. 1400KS bin CPU out of box for world record overclocks. No! Well, I mean, at the time, yes. But no! You still had the bin. Okay, so CPU, it goes CPU versus CPU. And it also goes CPU cores versus CPU cores, right? Right? If that makes sense. Do I have to go back to HardwareBot and show this for how this works? At the time, yeah, 1400KS, but it wasn't the only thing getting world records. You can get a 1300K to beat a 1400KS if you put it on liquid nitrogen and everything, so. And depending on how good one can overclock on liquid nitrogen, you can get a 1300K or KS to beat a 1400KS. I've been building computers since the 90s. Nice. I was born in the early 90s. Dude, seriously, what the F? What's going on, Born? What's going on? Talk to me, man. I just got the CGI old lady saying to twiddle my thumbs to avoid dementia commercial. CGI is getting out of line with how it's being used. I will now remember everything. I wish they would not have stopped the SLI crossfire stuff. Would be great to be able to link GPUs for compounded performance. That would be NVLink is what you're really looking for. The SLI was all The NVLink now. Now they should have kept up with the NVLink. They should have actually done more with the NVLink, because NVLink's where it was at. They were thinking with that, but they did nothing with it. I have a friend that want to build a PC with 1400KS. He knows nothing about PC at all. Only because it's the top CPU he can choose in the configuration of the website that build. Brutal. And people know why things go wrong. I've tried to tell you 4 times where I did my benchmark, and I don't know why the messages are not going through. Just type geek. And then next line, bench, and then the number. I'm aware. I'm just saying Intel are kind of making the binning process easier with those CPUs. With those CPUs. Yes. Again, you still have to bin the 14900 KS to be out another binned 14900 KS. Unfortunately, that's how binning works and how a record on the same CPU works. Unfortunately. Normal people don't know much about PCs by CPUs like the 1400 KS. Of course, something is going to go seriously wrong, yeah. I'm going to put this air cooler on my 14900 KS and be just fine. Might be good for a little bit, then a long gaming session and you're wondering why your CPU is hitting 110 degrees Celsius and you're crashing all the time. But you know, I'm just saying, it's not the only enthusiasts that get the KS, but also people that only think it is the best. It's not technically the best. It is good. They're good. Geekbench, the official website. You're breaking my brain. Help me. There's Geekbench. There's a whole bunch. There's a lot of Geekbench. Geekbench official website. Okay, I'm gonna go to it. Just give me 1 second here. Geekbench. Okay, let's go here. See if this helps. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's click this. And let's move. Whee! Okay. Okay, here we go. We're here. We're here. We got Geekbench 5. We got Geekbench 4. We got Geekbench 3. And we got Geekbench 2. Home. Geekbench 6. Right? Is this what you were at? Geekbench 6? I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm not gonna say nothing. You're a good guy there, Born. Thank you. I'll run this and see what I can get. I don't know what the specific names that protocols were for GPU linking. I just wish we could use these to say for increased performance. I will trust what you're telling me. Thanks for the info. No problem there, Joe. Yeah, NVLink was where it's at, where it was at. They did do NVLink 3090s, but then they took that out for some reason. I don't know if you could still do it. It'd be sick. I'd say i9s being for enthusiasts started with the 1200 KS and 1300K. Enthusiasts started with i9 9900K. But you have your opinion too. You download the app and it's really, oh yeah, that's right. It does help. The KS won't do anything if you do one step more, so they won't even know if someone won't even know it. Gotcha. Not the 900K, 10900K. See, you have your own opinion. Would you say the 1400K is for enthusiasts? At least somewhat? Nah. The 14700K is just an i9 with an E-core cluster disabled. Nah. And pretty sure I already have Geekbench 6. Geekbench, yeah. I already have Geekbench 6, so I'll run Geekbench 6. I don't need this. I have Geekbench 6 already. It's so simple. It's so simple. Later. And we do this, and we go. I'm sorry for you guys' eyes here in a second. Boom. Is this how simple it was? Is this how simple? Is this how simple it was? This? Did this pop up for you when you download? When you? Was it this simple? Why is the 1200K for enthusiasts but 147K isn't? If you would understand if you understood. In an E-core cluster, there are 4 cores. Yeah, I know. I know. You don't need, you don't need to tell me, dog. You don't need to tell me. Exactly. All right, man. All right, we're getting somewhere. And you just go to the home page and download. So Geekbench 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Which one? You just go home page. It's Geekbench 6. Okay. All right, man. All right. You're doing CPU benchmark? Yeah, you're doing CPU. You're 7700X. You gotta run my 13900K 8 performance cores, 5.6 gigahertz while running. I mean, a whole bunch of things in the background. Both? What do you mean both? I gotta go, Sally. Sorry. See you later, man. All right, man. Take her easy. I hope you have a good night, and I'll check out your video tomorrow. Oh, that's funny. That's funny, man. Both. Oh, wait. I think 14700Ks were 1300Ks where one E-core cluster didn't work, so they just saved them up and launched, probably. No problem, man. No problem. I know, such a very fancy benchmark. It shows so much. It's very, very fun. Everyone can just hang around and chat and not have to stare at something moving on the screen. Kind of like it. I don't know. I think it's not that because they reach better clock speeds and refresh ones. Yeah. Also, i9 better. i7 more of a budget-oriented, top-of-the-line CPU. You got i5, which is more budget-oriented. You got i3, which is like, you just want something that works. As you can see, I have a lot of things running. I'll move my mouse here in a bit, but as you can see, I have a lot of things running. Or maybe it didn't meet the specs, so they saved them to turn into the 14700Ks. Yeah, maybe. It could be a possibility, but you have to deep dive into the actual, what the dies are looking like. I think I hit the silicon louder twice, beginner's luck. Yeah, you never know. You never know, man. Beginner's luck can happen. It can happen. Of course, it's gonna be slow. This is gonna be really slow again. What's up, Darkfire? How's it going, man? How's it going? How goes your night, day, or evening? I'm not sure where you're from, so I'm gonna say all three. How was your day? But sometime, if all you set up is well done, it should perform. Yes. The bad part is, if it's true now, I can't sell it. Don't sell it, dog. It's right now 1 a.m. in the morning. Well, welcome to the stream at 1 a.m. in the morning. It's almost 1 a.m. in the morning for me. I'm just bored. Well, if you want to talk about PC stuff or whatever you really want, you know, try to keep it somewhat civil. Somewhat. You don't have to be fully civil, but try to keep it somewhat civil. Any kind of PC stuff. Awesome. If you have any PC questions, please let me know. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe. We got Discord, I got Patreon page, I got Instagram, I got TikTok. You just click on the link below. But really, you can just stay here and chill. It's cool. Just saying, I do have ads. There is ads. You stopped that. Well, thank you very much. Just saying, I do have ads. So it's not like crazy amount. There is ads though. A lot of people who don't know about PCs bought 149Ks and didn't turn off TVB or under volts, and that's a recipe for disaster. Mucho agrio. Or bought Asus boards and had their CPUs die within a week or two of owning. Not die, but degrade within a week or two. Because Asus boards at the beginning were doing 1.6 volts while in the BIOS. We're adding an insane amount of voltages. I did 2,841 single core and 16,749 multi core, and I have a lot of things running. So what were you doing? 3,000 what? I say I did all right. When I say I have a lot of things running, I mean I have I have things running, man. I love my Oh wait, imagine a 49KS on a Zeus board. Yeah, they did degrade them. Unfortunately, they did degrade a lot of 49KS. They did. I love my MSI MPG Z690 Force Wi-Fi. Nice. Noise. Oh, I'm trying to get into PC stuff. After my two PCs broke, ooh, one crashed and the one won't show any signal. Ooh, that could be GPU. If you have built-in integrated graphics, could plug it into your motherboard and see. 3,319. Nice. Okay. Well, I mean, I'd probably be beating that if I didn't have MSI Afterburner, Nvidia Broadcast, Ozbot, Steam, my OBS, also Stream Elements. Some things are going through with Windows. Yeah, a whole bunch of things going. I'd probably be getting better. This is the K. This is the K. Only on 8 performance cores. I'm only on 8 performance cores. Yep, to be as good as possible. Nice. And it is. It's good. Can't say it's bad. It's good. Performed really good. Can you play a game on the integrated graphics? Yep, you can. You can't get much frames, but I mean, you can do like League of Legends, probably no problem. You probably do some CS2 on it, to be honest. Just not, a lot. But yeah, sorry for that. You broke your eyes again. There we go. Wee. Oh, plus I have like Windows or Google Chrome open for like my my YouTube channel for, I don't know, it's how you set it up. Plus I've been going through a bunch of analytics and going through messages as well. So I mean, I have a lot of things. I have a lot of things running. iGPU is for when your 5090 power connector melts and you still watch YouTube while you're RMA your GPU. True. There wasn't a whole lot of cases. I think there's 3 or 4 total cases known so far. The last known case was on the MSI 5090. The last known case. AMD Radeon 890M. Yep, it's actually pretty good. Found in the AMD Ryzen AI 9. Yep, 370HX and 375HX CPUs are the best one. Yep. The 8060S as well. From the AI Max, the AI Max, the AI Max, the 8060S is really good. What I heard. Yeah, my system utilization was only 1% when I took the test. Nice. Will Nvidia use 18A from Intel? That's the thing. I'm not sure still, man. I would like, I don't know. Again, so TSMC already bought 20% of Intel stock, or got in, 20% of Intel there. So TSMC spent a lot of money on Intel's foundry. Nvidia, AMD, Broadcom, and TSMC already got into them. And another company was doing it, but more or less AMD, Nvidia, and Broadcom have been looking at it for, utilizing the 1.8 nanometer transistor from Intel. So we'll see. We'll see what goes on there. We'll probably know more, I would say, in a few months. Take it later when you end the stream real quick. I'm going to be curious. You can tell me on your next stream what it was. Okay. For sure. Definitely will. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I have overclocked. I have verified overclocks on it. I can see what my overclocks are. Benchmark. Geekbench. Geekbench multi. 8 core. My geek. Oh wait, I don't have a personal record for it. What? I don't have it for 24 core. No personal record. Oh, I didn't put a personal record in. Okay. What about single core Geekbench? Oh, not single core Geekbench. I have no personal record for it. No multi-core either. Really? I'm on my 10 core. I mean, my 12600K, almost 17,000 points. Yeah, I don't have an actual score for it on my hardware bot. Sweet, so it's something I could put in. Sweet. Why would Intel let AMD use any of their silicon? I don't know. No, I'd probably have a really good score on my overclock, like my actual overclocking page, but I didn't post anything. So probably because I didn't get many points for it, so I said nah. I'll try and run Geekbench. I never did before. Yep, there's Geekbench 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and I do believe 4, 5, and 6 you can do GPU as well. Also, Geekbench 3 will allow you to see your memory performance, your single core memory performance, and your multi-core memory performance as well. See if how good your RAM overclock is. If you can get over generally around 13, 14,000. If you can do over 14,000 on your memory multi-core, that's a really good score. There you go. Something new to do finally. Yeah, you got that right. You got that right. Just I probably didn't do because I didn't get many points for it. So it's something I never posted or wanted to do. Whenever I get built up a secondary PC, except for all my PC hardware, like for my secondary PC to overclock on, it's old stuff. Like that board there, I usually run it on because I have a 6-core Xeon, and it works. But the USBs are starting to go on them, so the quality of the stream just doesn't look that good. Exactly. Why is your BIOS green? Old hardware. Old hardware running on new technology. And then once I get into the actual, let's say the actual Windows, the BIOS loads onto everything. Like the drivers load up on everything, and it works just fine. It's a feature. Yeah. That's why, because it's all old hardware I'm using on my secondary PC. So all the drivers have to load up for it to, I don't know, give proper power to the video capture device. I had it work. I can get it working on my main board, but not on my secondary. Unfortunately, I had to do the benchmark before I went and took my shower. I'm actually going to do it now. Nice. If you're not on when I get back, I'll see you the next time. All right, sounds good, man. Have yourself a good one, and I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be streaming for. I really don't know. I've been streaming for just over 9 hours now. On this stream, I've been streaming probably for, let's see how many hours today. A total of, working my way to 12 hours today for streaming. But just over 9 hours on this stream. It's not bad. I don't think I'm going to be doing a whole lot of 24-hour live streams again. Those get pretty brutal. Not going to lie. They get pretty brutal. Nine hours of a heck of a stream. Yeah, it is. It really is. Not a lot of people do really long live streams. I don't mind it. I really don't mind it. It's not the worst, especially when I got you guys here. It makes things go by pretty quick. And if anyone's new to the channel, welcome. I mean, if you're just here to read the chat and listen, that's cool too. Is it 1300K? Yes. 1400K where single core meets the spec but not multi-core? I don't think so. I want to try to do some kind of live stream. You should try, yeah. Whatever you want to do, man. It's always up to you. Just remember, like I said, when I started streaming, I got 0 views for months, and I did some 12-hour long streams sometimes. 0 views. It's gonna happen. So don't expect views. More or less, just do your thing, and something will happen. But if you do any kind of live stream, I'll try to join you, man. Definitely try to join you. Not sure who just subscribed, but thank you very much. There was 2 subscribers in like 2 seconds there, so thank you very much for that. Zero views at 12 hours is for months, and I did 12-hour streams quite often. 9-hour streams was a normal, then I did 12 hours as well. I just talked to myself and did my own thing. I didn't have the greatest looking streams. I really didn't. I just still don't think I have the greatest looking streams, but at least they're getting better. Get better in time, right? I like always working on my PC hardware, so I did a lot of PC hardware stuff and showed people how I set up stuff before, you know, I tried them for gaming or whatnot. Alright, sounds good, man. It is what it is, and it always will be. I want to see some analytics here. Another 200 hours watch time. That's good. I like that. 38 viewers. Yay. I think my best is something like 45 or 47 viewers at one point. Pretty good. I can't complain. I mean, the more the merrier. So, again, welcome to the channel if you're new. Is 19,103 good on multi-core Geekbench? You can't say it's bad. It performs like my 8-core 13900K, so you can't say it's bad. No, I wouldn't say YouTube's making my money for the ads, and the ads are helping and adding up. It's the donations. Again, thank you everyone that donated today, yesterday, the day before. It's the donations have been absolutely insane. It's the viewers. It's the viewers that are helping me out. Subscribing to the channel, joining the channel. Again, today had joining the channel. I mean, crazy. So Aaron, $10 from Aaron. Jimmy Wells, new member. He did top dog. That's like not cheap, man. In my opinion, maybe for him. Plus, we're talking about he's donating to the channel like PC hardware. So amazing. With the stream running and other stuff, they still don't. The ads aren't even adding up. I need more viewers. I know I'm not trying to say like I'm being greedy or anything. It's I need to put out more videos. I need to put out more shorts. So my one short, let's go to here. So my one short with let me go here. My one short with like over 5,000 views made me 48 cents, I think. Yeah, I forget which one it is. Where it is. Where did you go? There it is. Well, this one's saying 27 cents. One of my shorts made 47 cents. That was one of my best incomes from a video dash short. But my videos aren't getting much views, and they should generate more income than shorts don't generate a whole lot of income. But my live streams are, yeah, what actually makes some money. And it's not from YouTube, it's from the donators, people joining my channel. I mean, I've been getting some pretty good donations. So again, thank you guys so much. I want to make hardware videos, but I feel like I'm not old enough. You're not old enough. 48 cents, you need a lot of those to add up to something. Yeah, that's why I need to post more shorts. It's hard to post shorts when I'm constantly live streaming, right? And if I'm live streaming, and the live streamings are actually making me more revenue than my videos and or my shorts, why would I spend time making video like shorts and or videos, right? If my live streams are technically making me more money. Like this live stream I made like over $50 on this live stream, right? Not sure exactly how much, but it's about $50 on this live stream. And I kind of need that kind of revenue. More would be nice. I'm not. It's hard to say it as in I'm not trying to be like, well, I more money, right? More money, more money. Well, it's life is not cheap, and yeah. So again, thank you to all my viewers, subscribers, and donors. You guys are like helping out this channel more than you think, man. And yeah, 48 cents. And I have people out, and people again. I have they're literally going through my videos and my shorts, liking the videos, and doing everything they can to make sure that YouTube algorithm helps out and shows my videos more, which would be nice. Like my one short, 53 likes, 53 likes, almost to 4,000 views now. Actually, 4,300. It made me $47. 47 cents. $47. That would be nice. But it made me 47 cents. That's not bad, man. That's not bad. 10 cents per 1,000 views? In my opinion, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, and the way things are going lately, yeah, it does. It seems to be getting more expensive. I hear you. But people, I can interact with my chats. Again, I set up my stream so that way it's ultra low latency, like as fast as you guys basically send it in, I can actually respond. And that way you're not sitting around waiting for me to answer. I try to answer when I can. I try to answer to the best of my knowledge. So that's the main thing, right? If I can help out people, that's way better than doing nothing. 1 gigabit download, 150 megabits per second upload. Again, thank you, donator, for helping me afford internet. I know he's not here right now. He's probably in bed and or hanging out with his family watching movies. I technically wouldn't have internet right now if it wasn't for one of my donators. That's how rough life is. It's not much. I spend it's $54 a month for what I got. 1 gigabyte download, 150 megabytes per second upload. And that's fast enough. That's all you. That's more than enough for streaming. By the way, you could do 4K streaming no problem with those speeds. It's not like you need crazy speeds for that kind of stuff. I do 4K. I generally do 4K streaming, but even with the ultra low latency and all that, and I'm hoping everything looks good. That's the main thing. Yeah, it's only $54 a month. It's just I would not have been able to afford it without one of my donors. Unfortunately, that is my circumstances. That's why when I'm getting all these people helping me out with the channel, it's like you guys have no idea. You're helping out more than you know, more than what I will ever say, and I will never ask for help of any kind of sorts. It's, well, to a point, of course. Dapatron, not needed, man. Thank you too much, though. Too much. Thank you, man. Too kind. I hope. Is it working? Okay. Still not showing up. What about this one? Man, it doesn't want to show up on screen. It's so annoying. I'll have to figure that up, too. Of course, man. I'll try to help out. I'll try to help you out for free. You're around on this channel all the time. You come to my live streams. You watch my videos. So, I mean, seriously, that's all I need. So, again, thank you very much, man. Too kind. 400 gigabyte down and 10. You wouldn't have 10 gigabyte up. 10 gigabyte up? That'd be insanely fast. I mean, holy crap, that's really fast. Like gigabyte up. You generally do megabytes up. 95 USD. That's expensive. 14700K for 250. Used on Amazon. That's not bad. It's a pretty good price. 14700K for 250. Not bad. 240 actually. Then that's $10 better. That's $10 better, man. Like, that's not bad at all. In my opinion, it's not bad at all. Not bad at all. But yeah, that's expensive for internet, in my opinion. I get. Oh wait, 400 gigabyte. 400 gigabyte. Doesn't make sense. 400 gigabyte. $85 saving. Yeah, then it's good. Is it Is it used? Like, is it used like new? Used like new, so that way you get the box. I like to make sure I get boxes. What's up, Dink? Pain, nothing but pain. Used, very good. Yeah, okay, yeah, it comes with box then. So someone didn't like it and just sent it back in. That's what you're kind of looking for. Sorry, 400 megabyte down, and yeah, there we go, and 10 megabyte up for 95. Yeah, that's expensive. It's really expensive. I get $54 a month for 1 gigabyte download and 150. It's supposed to be 150 megabytes up, but I'm averaging around 35, which again, more than enough for 4K. Well, I mean, 4K can use a little bit more depending on scenarios, but more than enough. More than enough. 14900K used, 350. Not bad. Not bad. Like that's not bad. Cause that's really, you really get like price to performance, right? Like that's where you're looking, price to performance. Those kind of prices there. Like you're getting some good performance for that price. Used, yeah, I mean, is it used like new? Because if it's used like new, then you're getting the box, you're getting everything that you want, in my opinion. Kind of want the 14700K because it's a lot cheaper and you don't need a crazy amount of cooling. I think overclock a PC, Like putting oversized injections in a K20. Yeah, man. Yeah. So true, though. So true. So true. Yeah. It is. It really is. Like, you can do so much with PC that's like a car. Just people don't realize it. And for me, with, you know, it's it's easier. It's easier in ways. But sometime if I do overclocking videos, it look better if I was overclocking 49K. Yeah, it does. It does look better for 1400K in videos. But again, also you got other choices, as in 14700K. A lot more people might have 14700K. I just sold my 83 Omega. Can I ask how much you sold it for? Was it like in good condition too? It get more views. In some cases, yeah. More views is generally top of the line new hardware get more views. It's not new anymore, right? It's not new, unfortunately. 750 blown up. I gotcha. Better, hey, you got more for it, selling it more than you would a scrapyard. So there you go. Plus, maybe this person could have actually rebuilt it or done something with it. So at least they gave it a little home, gave it a little forever home. The Ontario special. Yeah. You're from Ontario as well? I'm from Ontario, so. Do you know how to get 3 TV with HDMI inputs to work with a GPU that has DisplayPort outputs? You can use an actual, they're called gender changers, to be honest, but you can get a changer that changes DPI to HDMI. Yeah, I think I got one around here. No, that's DVI. I have a whole bunch. These are big. These are big actually, so I don't know if these are a good idea to show, because it's not like that. Server. That's not me. That's server. That's something to do with the server there. That's not me. Something to do with the server. So this is not DisplayPort, DVI, right? But basically you think this here is DP, so DisplayPort, right? Imagine this is DisplayPort. Then you got the other end, HDMI. Makes sense? So you can plug this end into the DisplayPort and then have the other end. No. There's no quality issues or anything. Yep, she's getting towed back to Sorel, Tracy, Quebec via a Dolly. 86 Suburban, 6.2 diesel. Nice. Torquey. Streamlag, yeah, the Streamlag. I'm pretty sure that's not me. I have less things running now. It's definitely not me. No frames dropped either. So sorry for this lag. 1 sec, my neighbor's doing laundry again. I'm going on, dude. What did she say? Yeah, no problem, man. You can also get different adapters and like these long cords. It's literally like the adapters like this. I just put away a whole bunch of stuff, and a lot of adapters are put away now. But I had you can get like little adapters. You just plug into the back of your GPU and boom, done. Bob's your uncle. Switches it over and it works good. And you can screw them in so that way they don't fall out. Nothing falls out. Everything's connected proper. 1470K for 240 insane value. It really is. Any brands of adapters you recommend? Foxconn. I do recommend Foxconn adapters. They're a well-known name, and they just... Give me a sec. I mean, they're not cheap. I didn't realize how expensive those ones were. They're not cheap, dog. They're not cheap. Those, you're looking around Canadian, like $30 almost. Like $30 for good ones. Well, I guess you got some other ones that are Amazon Basics for $15, but I do recommend Foxconn. We should go to Lindsay Pizza Hut together and light the dumpsters on fire. So to set up affiliate links on Amazon, I have to have a business. I have to have a business account, which I need to actually have a business. I can't set up the business because I need to set up the business first. I would have affiliate links with Amazon, but unfortunately, I can't right now. Unfortunately, I wish I could. I really wish I could. I tried, trust me. I try. I'm on top of things, but I can't seem to set up a business right now. It's not cheap to set up a business either. I'm also using 360AO for the 1410K with Thermalright CPU brackets, and temps are really good, but I really don't know how it behaved without that. Yeah, probably wouldn't be the greatest. They are pretty convexed, right? I'm trying. You need to ditch the laptop. Just keep jacking on the laptop. But yeah, I would have affiliate links, but I don't have a business set up right now. You need to have a gnome business. I don't have one set up. So they're not cheap. Love being Canadian. Prices are great in Canada. Prices are great in Canada. Weather's lovely here in Canada. What? He's going, what you talking about, Willis? What you talking about, Willis? Alright, take her easy, man. Thanks for joining the stream. And anytime. 1470K is a good balance between price and performance. Yep. Yeah, it's still a good CPU. Can't go wrong with it. You need to get out of Scarborough, bro. Who's in Scarborough? Haven't been to Scarborough in many years. Faster than a 14600K, but cheaper than a 14900K. Yep. Hope everyone has a great rest of the night. Have a good one, Joe. As always, don't forget to get her done, bud. If she's easy, take her twice. How many times you gonna say that during this stream? You said that at the beginning of the stream, and now you're saying it at the end of the stream. I just hit 420 views. Let's go. Yeah, I should have waited when I had the 12700K, because now the i9 prices are, yeah, the prices now are crazy. They're really decent for, they're decent for the 13900K, 14900K as well. They are decent. They are decent. I'm averaging 20 viewers of watch time per hour, which is really nice. Had issues with 12700K and overheating. Well, that sounds like a you problem. Sounds like a you problem, and that sounds like a you problem. Unfortunately, sounds like a you problem. Not sure how you have a 12700K overheating. It's not that toasty of a CPU. The 12900K was pretty toasty, but still, if you had a decent cooling, it wouldn't overheat. So that's definitely a you problem. Unfortunately. What CPU cooler are you using? We're using some really cheap air cooler. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's some. I'm pretty sure the thermal Thermalright Peerless Assassin SE 120 SE would actually cool it. I'm pretty sure. Still regret that I did not get that 1300K that you sent me. That you sent me at this low price. Can't believe that he even got that box. Yeah, brand new inbox, sealed, brand new sealed box. Yeah, buddy. I am happy about it as well. You have no idea. When it showed up, the guy was gonna be like, he like walked towards the house. He was walking towards the house. I'm like, I think that's my 13900K there. He like walked to the door, didn't drop it off, nothing like that, and he walked away with the box. I'm like, hey, oi, that's me. That's mine. He's like, what? I'm like, yeah, that's mine. You know, signed off on it. It's like, yeah, okay. Open it up, brand new. Can't wait till you hit LCT level of success and start selling screwdrivers for $7 each on your website. I wouldn't. I would never. I would never. I would never. It's okay, Sandy. I vacuumed out my computer. How will you vacuum it? Are you sure you vacuumed your computer? Not something else? I was thinking about first thing I would do is like, you know, like every other YouTuber is, you know, cheap. Well, not cheap. You can get t-shirts cheap with custom prints on them. I was thinking about, but I was like, man, it's like I don't want to be every other YouTuber. I want to be different. Like right off the bat too. Heart's like, would you sell your thermal paste and that? It's like, yeah, you know, I would, but I mean, after thinking about it, it's like, nah, no. Don't try too hard. I would like, nah, it's like that's really like every other type of PC YouTuber. They have either their own type of the thermal paste, or they sell t-shirts, or they do, you know, some other things that's very cheap for them to do, and then they sell at a huge markup. I don't want to be like every other YouTuber, man. I really don't. I want to be kind of original, unique. I know the niche I'm in is not exactly original, but I can start doing things that are kind of original, right? I don't want to be like every other YouTuber. I don't. And maybe some people would rather me go and be an actual, like every other YouTuber, but I don't want to be. I don't. I mean, thank you. I mean, I would love to hit LTT's level of success, but I don't want to be like LTT in many, many, many ways. because he always comes out with like these videos, really cool things, some of these videos, and it's like, well, I'm using this and this works really good, and then like 2 weeks later he's saying, oh, and I switched to this because this has better features and this and that. It's like, and then the next week later, oh, I'm now using this and this and then this and this, and then it's better and this is way better, and then a week later he's saying this about the same basic type of thing, but it's better, so he's using that now. It's like, dude, like how many sponsors do you have to keep your channel and all your, like, it's brutal. It's brutal, man. That's why I don't want to be like every other YouTuber. Because then sponsors. And then, some sponsors that you will get messaged kind of give you deals that you can't really pass up. So, nah. What's the price of the 9070 XT for your market in the UK? Luckily, they're only about $30 above MSRP. That's actually pretty good if they're only $30 above MSRP. They're not cheap here in Canada, unfortunately. I'll let you know right now the price I'm looking at. Over $1,000. So 1,100 seems to be the average price. 1,100. So $100, roughly $100 over MSRP price. Crazy comment. How much for me to... Wow. Yeah, it is a pretty crazy comment. Yeah, $1,100, so about $100 over MSRP price. I tried buying over, and it did not even work. The website got hacked and they stole people's information, but I got a refund. I'm glad you got a refund. Every time a new GPU that people really want, stuff like this. Every time a new GPU that people really want, stuff like this, it's gonna happen now. Yep. It's very true, man. And again, MSRP price, it started like back with the 30 series cards. It's MSRP price. It does not matter. That's MSRP. That's a point in which you should see the cards around. Retailers can change the price if they want. Every store, everyone trying to cash out on that. Yep, insane now, complete nonsense. Yep. A lot of people just blame AMD or Nvidia. Well, guess what? It's retailers. It's retailers. Retailers. Not Nvidia, not AMD, not Intel. It's retailers. What's MSRP on me? Wow. Yep, true facts, man. Yeah, and everyone's just gonna blame Intel, Nvidia, and AMD because things cost more than MSRP price. Well, guess what? They made that price. Whatever retailer or board manufacturer puts the card at, and the retailers mark it up from there is whatever they want to do. Why not, right? If people are still gonna buy it at a markup, why would you not? Why would you not, right? Why would you not mark it up? Now on Facebook where I live, people are trying to sell the same price at the store. Everyone's stuck with that. Yeah. Ain't nothing new about corporate greed. Mucho agrio. Mucho agrio. It's so true, though, right? It is. So very true. If anyone's new to the stream, welcome. Welcome to the channel. It doesn't hurt to like the video or subscribe. Don't have to, of course, but it doesn't hurt. If you have any PC questions, please let me know. We do have a Discord channel, and I have a Patreon page, Instagram, and also TikTok. And I'll be right back. I don't know how Born and Dabatron are still here, to be honest. How long have you been here for? Can't be you guys are still up. And mine's still here too. Sorry, I didn't see you in the chat, so I don't know if you're still here. Been dabbing, nice. Dab. How long does it take till you make it big? Thanks, man. That's dedication, man. That's dedication. I don't want to say it, but you're gonna be here a while. I'll try to be here for as long as I can. I'm your #1 fan, man. I don't know. I think Hart's got that place. He's probably here. He's just he put his phone or something on and somewhere. He might have fallen asleep or something. Hart's been here since the beginning. Like, you have no idea. He's literally been through it all. He's seen me when I was getting, like, as soon as I maybe got a viewer. I'm pretty sure Hart was my first viewer. I'm not gonna lie. Pretty sure Hart was my first viewer, and he's been there since my streams look like absolute garbage. Me just blabbing on about my PC hardware and stuff like that, but not really being able to show it that well with the little monitor. Like, he's been through it all, man. No, that's all good. Hey, no. You're probably #1 fan too. Just you'll be fighting for that place with Hart. There'll be some people here that are, #1 fans. Really, like, it's just Hart's been there since the beginning, so I would have to say he's my #1 fan. I don't know how he stuck with me so long, to be honest. I really don't. It's really funny. It's funny. Some of the stuff I done, it's kind of funny. He's still there. He's like, I've seen a lot of small YouTubers over the years grow big. And he's still there. I've been on and off the stream, but I've been there. That's fine, man. Be on and off all you want. It's great that you're even here. It's great. It's great that I'm even getting views. It really is. So again, thank you all. Thank you all so much, man. Like, you guys have no idea. Feel that, bro. Not everybody can stick around that long. Exactly. And no one really sticks around that much. It's sad to say, but no one really sticks around. It could be friends, it could be family, and it can be also viewers. Viewers I kind of get, but around in life too, I don't get sometimes. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. I'm gonna grab water. Boom. If anyone's just joining and have any PC questions, let me know. It doesn't hurt to like the video, and subscribing does help too. Also got a Discord channel. Also got TikTok. Also got Instagram and a Patreon page if you want to check them out. Once had a GTX 750 with a passive cooler like this one in the back. Nice. This is just a GT610. Unfortunately, it's just GT610, but I like this one for when I do my overclocking. Just plug it in, no power connector, just plug it in and go. I'm gonna try to have things set up a little bit nicer, like what Jimmy was saying. Tapestry. I don't know how to pronounce it. I've never. I'm trying to do this caption thing, and it's very. Okay, or not. Yeah, it was an Asus. Yeah, that's an Asus. Remember, so they did that on the other cards. Remember when the sold at the PCB was brown? Well, must have taken some heat. Yeah. What up, Carrot? You still here? Got a GT 730 for that same used. Got it for 20 bucks. Nice. Along with the i5 4460. Very nice. Plus a PSU they threw. Isn't it great finding those kind of deals where they just, yeah, here's a PSU as well. Boom. Well, thank you very much. I love those. I really do like those kind of deals. When you can find those kind of deals, it's absolutely amazing. Wall decor. Oh, I see what he's saying. I'm seeing what he's saying. Do you think Gigabyte makes good products, in particular a GPU? Yeah. I like Gigabyte. I like Gigabyte products. I really do. When Intel, well, you know, when the Intels like were degrading that, Gigabyte did not put a crazy amount. They did overvolt them on stock settings, but they didn't put a whole lot of as much as other board manufacturers, which is nice. And they make good cards. They make cheaper cards too for a more affordable price, and then they make the higher end cards too. But like with the Z690, like their high end Z690s, and they were really expensive, just like everybody else, which really sucked. They do make some, cheaper ends, medium ends, and higher end models, which is nice for all around. But the higher end model stuff is really expensive, like really. But yeah, I think they make really good stuff. I think they make really good stuff. I do like Gigabyte. Sorry, not keeping up with you here. My apologies. Sometimes the tab crashes. What do you mean? So if you weren't going to overclock it or anything, do you think it would last as long as something like a Zeus Prime? Of course. Oh, 100%. Of course. Oh, of course, of course, of course. I actually got super lucky with a similar deal. A Zeus. Oh. Yeah, I was trying to do like the caption thing and it wasn't. I mean, I couldn't even tell what letters it was doing basically. So I don't know how an AI would figure it out if I couldn't even figure it out. The overclocking, oh yeah, 250k M, i5 7500, a Corsair, 300 listed for 40, offered 30, took it, then he dropped the price to just free? Wow. He's like, all yours. That's a good deal. He was selling the 256 GB SSD2. I bought that off him for $10 because I didn't want to give him nothing. Nice. I mean, that's a really good guy. That's nice of you to even offer him something. Cool, I'm going to build my next one around whatever GPU I can get. Yeah, I mean, you can find some good prices too. Again, make some lower end models that are just fine. Just fine. Just look at Amazon here. See. Poster. Those aren't bad prices. What kind of like wall decor would be nice? I was thinking like a custom poster or something like that for cheap. Like with my YouTube logo or something like that. I mean, I think pretty cool. Came with 8 GB of RAM and a fan too. Insane, to be honest. Running a modded Minecraft server on it, plus a simple NAS, just using Windows. Yep. Yep. You don't need nothing crazy for your own server. So it's nice. I mean, it's crazy deals. You gotta love the crazy deals, man. Like, absolutely gotta love them. Got to love them. I don't want that one. I mean, geez, these don't. Holding. Can't just search what I want to search, eh? Trying to figure out some sort of way to do displays for my stuff. Make it a little bit better for background, right? I guess. That's what Jimmy was talking about. I'm trying to use the donations for what they're suggesting too, right? I don't know. I don't know what would help overall looks. I don't know. I studied under programming new Dartmouth. Nice. Well, welcome to the channel there, bud. I know a little bit about C++ and Python. That's about it. I don't know everything about it, of course. I mean, there's a lot to learn about it. But I like Python. It's a little bit simpler. C++ has its place, but Python seems to be a little bit simpler to use, especially for someone that doesn't do that kind of stuff. I have a RGB camera light that I was going to send you with that mic. Just need a place to send it to. Oh, I can give you my address, to be honest. I'm the only one that lives here, so it's not like I'm not scared of having things sent to me, to be honest. Just because I'm the only one that lives here. Maybe a pegboard or something like that to hold up some components. A pegboard? I never thought about a pegboard. I was thinking if you set up a workbench behind you, it'll look more like official with soldering iron and all that kind of stuff. I need to get a new soldering iron. So my cat, actually, with my soldering iron that I used, she generally doesn't go on to like desks and stuff, but she did. Knocked over one of my fans. It fell on top of it, completely broke it. And yeah, I need to get a new one. And the one I want to get is a soldering station, hot workstation. That'll be my next one to get. I'll have to do it in a way where everybody can't see your address then. Yeah. Are you on the Discord channel? If you're on the Discord channel, we can message from there. Not like on my Discord channel, but privately. I would like to get a P.O. box, but P.O. boxes cost money. I don't have the money to spend on a P.O. box. That I'm only going to get some stuff sent to maybe once in a while. Can you be messaged directly on Discord? Yeah. We can do discrete messaging just between us. You just join into the Discord channel and then say your name. I'll just add you up, friend you, and message you, and then do it that way. That's how I got the GTX 1080, some DDR3, so 2x32 gigabyte. Oh, DDR3, DDR4, 2x32, so 64 gigabyte of DDR4, and the GTX 1080 there, from a very good donator and contributor to the channel. Oh, also a Corsair RAM fan, which is pretty cool. Used it for the one competition and help keep the RAM get nice and cool. A pegboard. I didn't even think about a pegboard. And test beds aren't cheap either. Holy. Test beds are not cheap, man. I thought they would be a little bit cheaper for what they are. I used to have one, but it was literally I cut a PC case. I cut a PC case up, made it into a test bench. Don't have it anymore. Not from a couple moves I had over the past year. Hmm. How's everyone's night or day going? It's definitely getting late. 2 a.m. here for me. What up, Born? That was me right there. When do you think we'll hit either 5-10,000 or at least we've already hit those speeds with CU dim on Ultra and Intel Ultra. We've already got those RAM speeds. I think their kits are one sec. I'll send a friend request just because we have to be friends for some reason. So accept the friend request. It's kind of odd. Then you can. It's kind of odd that I couldn't do it. That is really odd though. My messages are going to you. You should be able to message me. So that's kind of odd. It's kind of odd. So they got some kits that are 8400. Yeah, they got 84. No, they got their Corsair Vengeance 9200, CU 48 gigabyte, CU DIMM 48 gigabytes. 9200 right now. That's what we got. You can overclock them to over 10,000 though on air. So they got CU DIMM kits and they can do 9200 on XMP, and if you manually overclock, you can do over 10,000 on air. You can technically hit over 11,000 on air, but you gotta know what you're doing. Oh, gotcha. Well, that makes sense. Did you see my message that I sent you? Yeah. Oh yeah, we got some pretty cool stuff that a lot of people don't realize we have. Again, it's for like the ultras, 285K, those type of CPUs. And yeah, they go. Well, they go. Yeah, so their kits are ranging from 8400 to 9200 for XMP. They're showing in CES. CES, they're showing it being overclocked to 10,600, I think. If I remember correctly, around 10,600 though, which is pretty quick if you ask me. Even 9200 is quick for XMP. You never used Discord before they're born? Yep, I got it. Never used Discord before, eh? Nope, just for you, buddy. Nice. I've used Discord for a long time. I used TeamSpeak before, like for my first in-game chat type thing. But everyone started using Discord, so TeamSpeak kind of went under, I guess you could say. Plus, Discord has a lot of extra features, which is nice. Yeah, they do. Yeah, yeah. The emojis do pop. And just, yeah, I've never been one to use emojis and stuff like that. I literally just started getting into emojis and that. Like not long ago at all. My emoji's XD. To make it like. Do you think we'll ever get robots that help around the house, like cooking and laundry and other tasks? Yeah, probably eventually, but are we at it anytime soon. Probably not. In our lifetime? I still don't think even in our lifetime, to be honest. Unfortunately. I mean, definitely not in Heart's lifetime. You're getting old. I think some people already have them. Yeah, like iRobot. A Roomba, I mean. Sorry, iRobot. A Roomba. Isn't a dishwasher kind of the same? Kind of does the... Just want to check before I send it to the wrong person. Does your phone number start with... Not my phone number, but yeah. Yeah, yeah, that is not my phone number, but yeah, that's my PayPal. That's how my PayPal starts. 6 foot tall Roombas. Wait, how'd you find that? Did you go onto like my... Because I don't think you can see it in the description. How did you find it? Not many people can even find that on my YouTube. It's not in my description that I know, because it should be in my description, but it's not in my description. How did you even find that? How did you even find that? Yeah, because it doesn't even show in my... Oh, if you click the about, I guess you could. Ah, so yeah, you have to, oh, okay, I didn't realize that's how you had to see it. I thought you had to go to like my channel page to be able to see it. Gotcha. But yeah, that's me. I generally use the PayPal for donations and that. Just started getting people doing super chats and that too. So again, thank you very... Sorry about that. Thank you everyone for doing donations and joining the channel. It's been a crazy, crazy couple of weeks, to be honest. Been absolutely amazing. So thank you all so much. And I'm sorry, I'm kind of like neglecting the chat. Oh, I just hit more. See, I couldn't even figure it out. Because I was like, man, I have it set up, but you can't see it, which is kind of odd. Not like the Discord, the Patreon page, Instagram, TikTok. It's kind of odd. And even Rom knows. Even Rom knows. 24 views in 2 hours? There's 32 viewers right now? I didn't even check. Nice. Everyone joining, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the channel. If you have any PC questions, please let me know. I know I'm like neglecting the chat. Generally, I don't neglect the chat, but I have been neglecting the chat. Yes, my apologies. I'm just going over some video analytics, going over to for hopefully some cheap display stuff, but the only thing I can really find is like those movable displays that move around. I'm not sure how it's set up, a GPU or something on it. I think I found a better deal. A better deal? What do you got for a better deal? 180 subscribers, thank you very much. Or 1,080 subscribers, thank you very much. Whoever subscribed. It wasn't probably long ago, but thank you very much. How are you getting 24 views in 2 hours? Are GPU getting bigger, or will they get smaller with time? Because we're such a hardware limit, GPU coolers have to be big due to the fact that the heat density is so large. Well, thank you very much if you did. Alright, 13K for 340 Amazon, very, very good. That's a decent buy. Well, I think I sent it. It's like a whopping $30 for you. You're American, I'm guessing? Might take a minute to pass through. If you did send it. There's actually 1400K used. Very good. 1400K used. Very good. 360. Okay. I was gonna say that'd be like a really good deal Canadian. Did you sub a little while? Oh, thank you very much. You might have been the 1080th sub. Got a few subs this stream. 13 subscribers this stream. Pretty good in my opinion. Hey, you literally got more views. So I posted, my last video was April 8th. 12 views. It's not as interesting as yours though. It's politics and not good news, so I guess I kind of see why. Scottish, you're Scottish. Guess what? I'm part Scottish. I am part Scottish. Plus, I fixed my homepage to look more professional. You're Irish? Yeah, so, my grandmother... Yeah, my grandmother is, Scottish. My grandmother's Irish. My grandfather's Scottish. And, my dad is actually French. So I'm like a Scottish, Irish, French mix. Yes, I'm a frog. Yes. I worked for a guy named Wallace. Wow. Sick. Boom. Exit. There we go. And Meti as well. I don't know what Meti is. What is Meti? Explain Meti. First Nation. Gotcha. D Will. How's it going, D Will? How goes your day, morning, night? I don't know where you are, so how's it going? Welcome to the channel. If you have any PC hardware news, or PC, if you need any information on PC overclocking, PC news, anything like that, let me know. Oh. Ohio, you're from Ohio. Well, very nice. I am from Canada. I am Canadian. Do your name start with... Yeah. 69. Nice. That's all I can say. That's all I'm going to say. 69. Nice. Worked out perfect. Worked out perfect. Thank you, man. That was awesome. I'm afraid to OC this PC data. You shouldn't be afraid. What do you got for PC hardware, man? Get a giant black light tapestry and a black light to make it glow. That's pretty cool too. I didn't think about that. 12600K 130 used. That's pretty good. Yep, iGPU on a 12600K. Yep. The KF doesn't have iGPU. 12600K does. 9950 X3D and a 5090. Yeah, I'd be scared too to overclock them too, bud. But no, 9950 X3 is good. And 5090, I mean, that's an absolute baller system. Like a baller system, like no joke. That's a really good system, man. May undervolt. So you don't. Everyone says undervolt. You might have crashing due to the fact undervolt. Like you have to be really sure it's gonna work for the games that you're doing. So you're gonna have to do multiple testings after undervolting. My opinion, it's best to, like on Nvidia cards, you can undervolt 9950 X3D, but for Nvidia cards, you can undervolt. But in my opinion, the VF, the V curve on it's not great. What you want to do is lower the power limit and then overclock it, overclock the core, and overclock the memory a bit, and you'll be less power, but it also give you the amount of voltage that the card needs to run at the speeds, and it will use less power too. That's how I like to overclock the 5090 or not, the Nvidia cards to keep them cool. Is put down the power limit, but overclock it as well, so that way that still you can use whatever voltage it wants. Yeah, and you get the cooling. You get the cooling out of it. But if you'd like do like a voltage curve on the 5090, what can happen is some games will be fine. Like one game could be fine, but you go into a different game, you could be crashing. That's the thing. That's what you gotta be careful of. That's why I like to just lower the power limit, overclock the core, overclock the memory a bit. Boom. 12900 KS 330 is alright. Actually, that's not bad for the KS. That is alright. I literally just set my temp to 85 degree and benchmarked it and got a phenomenal mark. It would be decent, but what happens when you like put the temperature of things? Oh, you talk about your CPU though, aren't you? Most ever done with overclocking was flashing a different BIOS onto a 46 because the model I was using wasn't go 100% in Afterburner. Really, it wouldn't go over 100%. That's weird. See, this is why I haven't touched it. Yeah, and let's say your 59, like 9950 X3D. I'm pretty sure you said 3D, right? Yeah, 9950X 3D. You can undervolt it just fine and be cool with it, because some motherboards and or voltage requests could be too much. So undervolting it so that way it's not, going too much voltage when it doesn't need it. It's just fine to do. And yeah, you would get less, like, it would be cooler too, which is really good. Yeah, give me 1 second here. I will set up website Afterburner, make sure it's up, and then we'll test. When we do a superposition, I do a superposition. That's what I'm doing now, searching for a better motherboard. Yeah, Asus will use more voltage than normal on Asus boards, just saying. So if you're looking for lower voltages for your CPUs, Asus is just stay away from Asus. Hate lane sharing. I was wait, I'm missing some Sorry, chat, missing some stuff. Dual BIOS card, dual BIOS cards, so I wasn't so stressed. Yeah, dual BIOS cards are very handy that way. 1300K is kind of a better 1200K, yes. In a few ways, yeah. I was only at 1.24 volt without touching anything. Yes, CPU. That's really good. 1.24 volts? Ooh, crispy. That's good. Yeah, it was a triple fan card too. A whole lot of headroom. Yeah, that's a whole lot of. Yeah, you gotta love the triple fan cards. I used a X870. Good board. Yeah, for AMD, the X boards are better than the B boards, right? I call the B boards the basic boards, and the X boards the extreme boards, because they're extremely over-engineered and more than enough. Yeah, I like the ASRock Taichi, but there are so many issues with the ASRock and AMD. Yeah, if you've watched any of my videos, yeah, there is some issues. Again, it's not the worst amount, but the amount just keeps going up, and who knows who isn't actually, relaying that they have had these issues on the site, right? And the issues are kind of going up. So in my opinion, go with a Gigabyte board. Gigabyte has been good for years and does not use a whole lot of voltages for stock. And you can get some pretty good boards too from Gigabyte. I like ASRock. I like Taichi boards, but there seems to be more issues on the ASRock boards right now. Like 40% of the issues on the 9000 series CPUs are on ASRock, which is sad to see. Really, really sad to see. Had the issues 3 weeks ago. I'm using a B850M right now, and that's fine. It's fine to use a B board. Again, I like to call them the basics, but they work. They work, and they're generally a lot cheaper. 5.3 megahertz, I don't know why, but I found that funny. 5.3 megahertz? Born, did you read what you wrote there? 5.3 megahertz? I'm looking for MSI Carbon. I heard they are selling like hotcakes, so trying to find one and at a decent price right now is kind of hard because, supply and demand. Gigahertz. There you go, bud. 5.3 gigahertz or 5300 megahertz. 10 million megahertz. I'm in an MFF case, so not many options. Lian Li Dan case. Oh, we got the Lian Li Dan case. Nice. Yeah, not many options. I hear you. There is some nice Z790 boards below 300, but not really my recommendations. You can get actually there's a couple Gigabyte boards that are like a lot less than $300. The elites are decent. Well, I have a Micro Center right by me. Lucky you. Definitely go check them out, but you gotta remember, those MSI Carbons are selling like hotcakes. A lot of people are liking the looks of them, and a lot of people like aesthetics. And they're decent boards. I like the Horse-Master. Where'd I put it? That's what I use. I use the Horse-Master. I like Horse-Master. It's a good board. It is a EATX motherboard, though. You do know that, right? It's extended. It's a fat boy. It's a big boy. Oh god, this Gigabyte board of mine was basically a scam. I don't know if I can buy Gigabyte. You don't know if you can buy Gigabyte anymore? What board? What board? I wish we had a Micro Center. Me too, man. We have Canada computers. It's 1.2 a lot for 5.3 hertz. For 5.3 hertz, that's a lot of voltage for 5.3 hertz. But no, 1.24 volts for 5.3 gigahertz is really good. You got a really good CPU. You got a Gigabyte B550 ultra durable AC. I mean, that's not terrible, but I mean, it's not not a board I would be recommending, in my opinion. Well, I'm changing cases, so I'm going ATX. I just got the, oh, we got the height Y70. Wow, with the screen. With the screen. Very nice. Very nice. Isn't Canada Computer still in Toronto? It's all over. It's all over, buddy. Everywhere. Whitby, Scarborough, St. Catharines, Toronto. Peterborough. It's all over the place in Canada. And even Ontario. I'll have to see if I can fit EATX. I'm not sure if I can fit EATX in that case. I'm not. I actually couldn't tell you. 5.3 volt. 5.3 volt for 1.24 microhertz. That's a lot of voltage. I love EATX boards. Don't know why they just look sick. Because they have everything on it. They're completely over engineered for what they are. They have more features on them. That's absolutely amazing. They're great. They weigh a ton though. They weigh a ton just for the board. They're like 5 pound, over 5 pounds just for the motherboard. Yeah, but I have a 8.8-inch display screen inside my case right now, so it will go to waste. Yeah. Have you tried the Triax AIO? No, I've seen it. The wrapped one, is that the one you talk about? The wrapped one where it has like it wraps a bit? But no, I have not. I use custom water loops. The only AIO I have is Castle Deep Cool, Castle 360EX, and another old 120mm AIO. But I have custom water loops, multiple custom water loops. You could just mount the EATX board to your wall. That would look cool. That would look pretty cool. Asus TUF Z790 Plus Wi-Fi LJ17 ATX motherboard. The TUF boards are decent. They're decent. Again, it's Asus, so they do put more voltage into your CPUs than necessary. It's an Asus thing. Yes, I don't think I can do custom loops. They're not too difficult to do. They just cost quite a bit of money. A lot more money than AIOs, unfortunately. I do have a BOG guide or a budget overclocking, like a loop guide. I can always show you how it's done. It's not difficult. It really is not difficult to do. That's why I call them ASUS. I love them. They got great boards. They do for overclocking, and for someone like me that knows what kind of voltage should be in a CPU. Then I don't mind using them. But for people that are just using stock settings, Asus puts more voltage into your CPUs than what the CPU actually needs. The voltage requested is not just from the CPU, but also motherboard manufacturers can set it into their own settings. Like, yep, I mean, my Z690R's master is used. That's how I got it. It's amazing. I can only pray at Micro Center in the UK, let alone Scotland. Closest thing we have is called Curry's, and they're meh. They're good for older stuff. I can get some quad core i5s, etc. for 20 cents. That's cheap. If you can get 20 cents, man, you should get some of them for me there, bud. That's crazy. 20 cents? You just have to make sure you pressure check it properly when you're done building it, and it's no worries. Yep. That's the D5 pump, the 240 mil radiator. I'm just that's my one loop that I use. If they go, you're handling it wrong, it's gonna leak and all that. That's been set up for over a year now like that. No problem, man. No problem. Also, the CPU block that's on it's Amazon's cheapest CPU water block, and it can handle a 13900K at 13900K. So Best Buy is my micro center. Yeah, basically. That's why my only choices left are the Oris Master and the MSI Carbon. To be honest, your pick on that one. I have used the Oris Master, and I do like the Oris Master, but the MSI Carbon also is over-engineered, and it looks good too. So it's up to you, man. Why is that card not in something? What card? Yep, you don't have to worry about leaks in that if you use the proper fittings that you're doing. Tighten them down properly like you should. You don't have to worry about leaks. Like, literally, like... Okay, so... Yeah, I gotta clean... Oh, it's got thermal paste on me. So there's Amazon... Oh, there goes the one screw, whatever. I'll take that off. So this is like Amazon's cheapest, and these fittings on it are fittings I recommend. They're Dracula or something like that. Dracula or something. They're like Dracula, basically. These are recommended fittings. I mean, I recommend them. They're amazing. The best fittings I've ever seen before for the price. They're cheap and they work really good. I mean, like, I can pull... It ain't gonna go nowhere. It's a rad. Yeah, it's a radiator. 240 mil. With fans on it. Yeah, the block is the block, and then D5 pump is a Corsair D5 pump reservoir combo. Yeah, I got green eyes. They don't show too well on the camera, but I got green eyes. I'm melting. The water is very rare. Brave man, I do this stuff day in, day out, buddy. Day in and day out. I put more PCs through my... I put more GPUs through my PC than most people have even seen in their life, basically. I've built more PCs than most. I have room for a custom loop, but honestly, my CPU stays nice and cool. If it stays nice and cool, and it's less of a headache for you, and it's less worry for you, especially when you can get, again, I like to recommend the Deep Cool Castle 360EX or something similar where it has anti-leak tech, where you can literally cut the line, and it won't leak. I recommend those type of AIOs. I do recommend those type. Me, myself, and I'm an overclocker. I will chill this loop to get records. And yeah, I've done a lot of trial and errors on things and have learned what works, what doesn't work, what's cheap and works or not. I'm just trying to put that back on. There we go. And this this is Amazon's cheapest CPU water block. And it can cool a 13900K. So for $20, a $20 CPU block, it's awesome. Now the water block or the mono block, the custom mono block on my daily, yeah, it's completely different. When it first came out, it was like $650 for the block. No more expensive. It's not going to bite you. I wouldn't have any problems buying something used now because I know enough actually know what I'm buying. Yeah, and I don't mind buying used GPUs because I'm okay with fixing them up if they don't work. Yeah, it's expensive custom mono block. I bought a Z690 Oris Master, a 12900K, and the block all in one. It did not come with the heat sinks though, the air cooled heat sinks for the VRMs and that. It just came with the block. I bought all of that for $800. At the time, it would have cost something like $1,400 or $1,500 to buy all of it. new. The mono block is like a $350 mono block nowadays. 900K. Unfortunately, I broke with the direct die. Tightened it a little too much, unfortunately, which sad, but learning curves on direct dies and that too. So it is what it is there. The motherboard still sells for a lot, but I'm never gonna sell this stuff. Never gonna sell it. It works so good. It works so good for what I'm doing. And I could always also turn it into a secondary PC for streaming if I need to later on when I upgrade, if I upgrade here soon, which would be nice, but the prices of things are a little wild. Yep, I got it all for a fairly good price used. I even messaged the guy. I'm like, can I get the? Do you have the boxes for that? He's like, yep. I'm like, sweet. It's weird. Each computer part says warning, cancer and reproductive harm. Yeah. Lightning McQueen, can you recommend a graphics card for Xeon X5675? Haha. Oh my god, buddy. I'm loving you already. A graphics card for it. And we can go back. If you want to, you talk about, would you like a older graphics card I would recommend, or something that's a little bit newer that can perform a little bit for like CS2 and Fortnite with that CPU? And have you overclocked that CPU yet? Like, you can overclock like twice the frequency. Get some performance gains for some games, by the way. Nah, yeah, WoW doesn't do the price justice. Yeah, true. Because I've tried out a CPU very similar to that one, overclocked to like 4.6 gigahertz. I can overclock it more, but 4.6 gigahertz, and did CS2, decent frames in it with a GTX 1070. Works pretty good. I mean, it was a modified GTX 1070, no power limit, but I mean, still did good. Yeah, 5090. Why not a 5090 for the X5675? Why not a 5090 for a 15-year-old CPU, right? You have a 5090? Yeah, you have a 9950X 3D with a 5090. Great combo. Have you used liquid metal thermal paste? Yep. Good experience. You just gotta take your time, not use too much, not use too little. Lost my mind. I got a GPU ad, nice. Amazon's giving GPU ads, nice. Or YouTube's giving GPU ads, that's awesome. Yeah, an X5675, man. You can recommend an old GPU to match it, or you can recommend a decent GPU where you can actually utilize actually play some sort of games with it. I've done it. But I've also done overclocking on it from, I think I did 3.8, 4.2, and 4.6 gigahertz tests for CS2. Decent frames with a GTX 1070. I heard liquid metal will eat through the processor. Is that true? No, not the processor. Like, you talk about the die? No. Liquid metal can eat aluminum, though. And it will adhere itself into copper. But it won't go into silicon. It will not go into the silicon. So, untrue. False. So any bare copper CPUs, it will literally adhere itself to it. And then I want to do some tests with it, but I mean, right now the Astral is king for OC, I think, that for 5090s. I don't know. Have any water clocked ones? That one's not water clocked. Water clocked on water, so I don't know. But yeah, copper will adhere to, aluminum will eat into. No, the 2040 LX is the king. Is that not a car? I'm pretty sure that's a car. Why do you keep talking about a car? The i5 14600K costs 200. Oh, I'm thinking 240. Oh. I don't know what that 2040 LX is. What is a 2040 LX? AMD doesn't have any competition limited under 400. How people do not realize how amazing 14600K is. Don't know. I couldn't tell you, man. Sounds like a Nissan. Oh. It does, like the 240, right? 240? Think that's Nissan? I'm pretty sure that's Nissan. If I remember correctly. But yeah, no, liquid metal's fine. You just gotta take your time. Just make sure you apply not too little, not too much. Do some testing so that way when you put it on, like, you don't want to just do full load right off the bat. You just want to do some light testing to make sure the cores are all around the same, and then do some lighter benchmarking onto it to see what the temps are like. If everything's correct, then you're fine. If the things are a little off, you might have to take everything apart and reapply everything so that way there might be a little bit more liquid metal on it, and you're good. Just precautions, man. Precautions. If you ever use PTM, freeze it first. Oh, I heard about that. Yeah, freeze it first so that way you're not dealing with melty droopiness. If it does eat through the casing, will the CPU still be okay? It won't eat through nickel, so you're fine. But if let's say it's copper to the die, it will dry out faster than normal, so you'll just see that your temperature starts getting hotter, which means you can just take it apart and apply more, basically. So yeah, it'll still be okay, but I would not recommend to put to copper to silicon die. No. But it won't eat into nickel, which is nickel plating on the CPU, IHS. I take a $200 14600K over $330 9700X. Boost clock's better, more cores for 200. I'd kind of agree. Just because you can save some money. You can save some money and still get really good performance and spend a little bit more on the GPU if you want and get even more performance at the same price. Or you spend more on more RAM if you need more RAM or better RAM, because you can get some really good RAM kits that can give you good frames. I've done testing on 32 gigabyte, 48 gigabyte, and 64 gigabyte. I've also done testing on different RAM frequencies with exact same RAM timings from low to high. And in CS2, I literally gained 60 frames per second with just different RAM frequencies. Not timings, just RAM frequency. You have to spend double the amount of money for CPU from AMD that beats it. I guess there would be cases though. There would be cases that AMD might actually be on par or beat, but we'd have to do some testing on that, to be honest. Or check kind of like trustworthy, validated files from people. Pictures and videos. $400 7000X380 to beat a $200 14600K. Yeah, and definitely gaming, it'll definitely beat it. Yeah, I see why a lot of people want 48 gigs now, especially with Windows 11. You only have, yep. Yeah, and 48 gigabytes too. You also get, like I said, Hynix M die is generally the kits that you're getting. You can sometimes get Hynix A die, which is not good. Timings is okay for 48 gigabyte Hynix A die, but Hynix M die is better for 48 gigs, so 2x24. You get a lot more frequency with some really good timings. And that's why I like to recommend them. Plus, you get plenty. You got high density kits for that you can overclock more, or get some good XMP kits. You should definitely get 48 for the next build. I do recommend it. Again, I've done testing from 32, 48, and 64. And I do recommend the 48 gigabyte kits if people can afford it. If not, hope that you're getting Hynix A die on your 32 gigabyte kits, so that we can do some really good timings to make up for the lack of speed, frequency. You want 64? Yep. Some people want more, even more, which more is kind of good too. You don't get, kind of the high RAM frequency with it, but it's good. It can make up for some things. Is AO GPU good to get? In my opinion, no. Yeah, wow. For some games, some games will use up to 100 or over 100 gigabytes of RAM. Yep, good to play it safe. Make sure you can actually hit the RAM speeds, and then if you want, you could just overclock it manually. I would overclock it manually. You could probably do 6400 CL28, to be honest, with probably 1.4, maybe 1.45 volts, which is like max I would use for daily. I'd recommend a 14600K for any CPU under 350. I don't know that. Yeah, there's some games, man, that will use a lot of RAM. A lot of cores, and a lot of VRAM. Like, just these insane games. Isn't like is it City Skyline, or it's one where you have like you can literally zoom in and like interact with each individual person in a whole city. That game can use a lot of RAM. Me too. I don't play those games. I generally play FPS games, or the only third person game that I played is Marvel Rivals. It's pretty fun. Marvel Rivals uses a lot of RAM too though. 20 gigs. 20 gigs. $9700X will be like 10 to 15% faster in gaming for 7% more money. Brutal. If that's true, it's kind of brutal, to be honest. Because I'm definitely not doing water loops. I don't trust myself with electronic and water. I hear you. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I guess I was recording it too at the same time. But we're recording, like, literally right now, I'm utilizing nothing. So. Yeah, Marvel Rivals uses a lot of RAM. Went all the way up to like 21.5 gigs basically. So I kind of averaged it to like, I think I said in the video, around 17 to 18 gigs. Just because I was recording at the same time. But still, I mean, that was also different settings too. If you did it at 2K or 4K, I bet it would use even more. I was only at 1080p. You have me at 15%. You have me at 15%. Yeah. You can get a 147K for the same price as 9700X. 9700X is too expensive. I'm not sure what the prices are around your area for 9700X. The same price? Yeah, it depends on what the price is. I'm at 4K now. I can't go back to 1080p. I can't go back. You can't make me. You can't make me. Yeah. Yeah, that's why your system's pretty beefy, eh? Because you like the 4K. You think you would use AMD in the future as your daily use? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I need to be able to afford a new PC. Right now I can't. I'll keep that in mind. Wow. I'll keep that in mind, mine. Good to know. I have to say that again. I'll keep that in mind, mine. Good to know. Sometimes they really have nice boards for the Intel chips. Yeah. And they also have nice boards for the AMD. I mean, there's not much difference. They kind of look the same. Real jump isn't 4K. It's going to IPS to OLED. Yeah, I hear you. I like mine. I got a Samsung Odyssey G5. I do like it. Too bad it's not a G6. Like a G6. Again, I wish my monitor's not 4K. Yeah, some people. Isn't the blacks and the colors just so nice? I mean, the blacks are so black on it. They're so nice. It's so nice. Plus, you can OC RAM on the 14K because unlike AMD, Intel has a good memory controller. Very true. It's very true. I have QLED. It's meh. It's meh. And if it works for you, it works for you, right? You can't say it's meh if it works. If the price was right, and it currently works for you, nothing wrong with it. Yeah, 4? Holy moly. Yeah, holy moly. It's a lot of monitors. I have one monitor. One big 32-inch monitor. And so some people, I guess 32-inch monitor is not that big. But I have one big 32-inch monitor. It's a 700 TV, and I got 2 of them for $350. So yeah, the price was definitely right. Yeah, definitely right. $32 is what I have. Nice. Yep. I find it's a good size. You can keep the monitor back away. Get lots of. You know, I don't like to be right up to my monitors like some people like. Oh, I can really feel and see the game right now. I don't care about that. I like the monitor away. It's a nice big monitor. It's away. Still get nice area view. I can do split screen for when I'm doing my recordings and stuff like that. So that way I can get my points from my notepads from my talk views and that. So that's what I like. 55-inch, 6 feet away. Well, that's a TV. Still, it works too. Use my huge monitor as a TV. Yeah. I mean, I don't even have a TV. I have a monitor. I don't really watch TV. I watch forums, PC hardware news, overclockers, or my own overclocking, and some gaming. Yeah, I'm in a kind of office chair. OC. What's an OC? Oh, what's an OC shop? I don't know what an OC shop is. OC to me is overclocking. I don't think there's overclocking shops. Excuse me. The dire wolves are back. Overclocker shop? I've never heard of an overclocking shop. I mean, like, there's Blood Slug, there's Splave. Like, they do. I'm not sure if they have anything up really that you can buy that you would buy, except for Blood Slug has some pretty cool thermal paste spreaders. You used to have one. Oh, I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. I do all my own overclocking, so I didn't even know there was such a thing. Didn't even know. I do it all myself. You're in Dubai? Yeah, overclocker shop. They had an overclocker shop in Dubai? That's crazy. How do you know he's in Dubai? Or wait, you're asking him. Are you in Dubai? He's like, how'd you know? What do I say? Okay, I think about the ones who can't, but still want it. You take your PC to get it dialed in by a pro. You take it into me. Yay. I would do it. I mean, I would do overclocking services if people wanted it, but I mean, like, I don't think anyone does. At least not around my area, unfortunately. I would do it, but I'd be like, well, I'm going to have to take your PC for a while here for probably a minimum of a week so that way I could do the testings on the games that you're wanting, like to make sure everything's stable, and then, you know, test out your PC because not every PC hardware is the same. It's not like I could do it in a day to make sure it's stable. You're lucky if they put all the parts in the right place, and when you get your PC put together at a local shop or whatever you get it. Honestly, yeah. I mean, I've put that service out to build people's PCs, but they don't like the build $100 build fee. They don't like $100 build fee to put the whole PC together and set it up. They don't like $100 build fee, which I thought was pretty good since places around here charge more than that. So I don't know if I put my services down cheaper or what. Brutal. It's not hard to build a PC. It really isn't. It's when I asked them, like I've had someone come like ask me, message me from where I put it. It's like, can you build a PC? And they don't know what they want. It's like, okay, well, it's like, I only charge $100 build fee. Well, I mean, afterwards. Like, how much do you charge? Even though, like, they've been talking to me for basically hours about, like, their setup and that. And it's like, well, I'll charge $100 build fee. It's like, okay, well, thank you. It's like, you literally just wasted hours of my life, and then a $100 build fee is too much? It's like, how much do you think I should be working for? It's brutal. It is brutal, man. Yep. I went over the PC parts a person had, how like and what they might get as well. Like there's because they weren't even fully sure, and I was like, okay, well, PC case. I gotta make sure these PC parts that you've gotten or have gotten will actually fit in the PC case. I'm not gonna get you to, bring over the hardware, and then all of a sudden you can't fit it in the PC case. So it's like so much. Yeah, Microsoft charges $250. Also other places not too far from where I live charge like $150. So it's like $100 is too much, and yet I'm taking my time and my day to talk to you. I mean, constantly talking to you about what PC case did you get, what PC hardware, what brand. Like I gotta know the exact model of graphics card. I gotta know the AIO that you're using, or air cooler you're using, or SSDs and all that. Is it all gonna work for this build? Your motherboard. It's like, is it all gonna work for this build? Did you get enough fans so that way you got enough cooling in the system? What power supply did you actually use? It's like, come on, people. It's like you want. It's like you want basically the PC to build itself for free for you, basically. Lag. Aw. Dang. It's every once in a while by looks. I don't think it's me. I think it's the server. I think it's the server. I really think it's the server. Usually ROM tells me there's lag before I can even see there's lag. I didn't see lag. But I mean there could have been. I think it's server. I still think it's server. I didn't drop any frames, no nothing. Everything's been steady. I mean, real steady. I'm literally streaming all that at 1% CPU usage. 1.5% actually. Sorry, 1.5. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Plus, I have like superposition opened up, MSI Afterburner, Nvidia broadcast, my camera set up. Everything else is running on using nothing. Perfect. But whatever. But yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy what people. It's like people want basically free work. Free work. It's like, do you not? Okay, well, hours of my life spent just doing that, and then $100 charge for a fee. It's gonna take probably a day or two for me to do it. And it wouldn't take me a day or two, but I want to make sure it's set up real nice. Make sure their Windows is set up for them and all that too. Make sure like it's nice and stable, just in case they got a crappy CPU or GPU. Make sure it's all stable and all of that. So it's like, I don't know. It's brutal sometimes. You know what I'm saying? It's actually brutal. It takes a long time when you actually get. Yeah, exactly. I would make sure the cable management is perfect. I'll make sure that the XMP kits that they actually got working. I'll make sure everything worked properly. So that way when they got PC, they didn't have to worry about issues. Not like other people, like, you know, companies now. They just put it together, done, here you go, here's, yeah, any issues, you come back to us, we charge you money. No, you have any issues, you come back to me, I'll see if I can fix the issue for you. So that way you don't have to spend a whole lot of money. But, I mean, whatever. People just want free, cheap as possible. I mean, 150 is more than fair. I was only charging $100. I was literally only charging $100. And not even complaining, being real nice with them, not even knowing what PC parts they wanted. Going through PC parts for them, too. Like I said, hours of my time per person. I've had a few people now. And I say $100. They ask me to bill a fee and all that afterwards, and it's like, oh well, thank you. No message back or anything like that. Like, okay, well, whatever. Definitely block. It's fine. No, they even supplied the part. I had multiple people supply the parts. Well, I had the parts already. Just wanted the PC built. Then before I even asked, before they even asked the build charge fee or anything like that, I'm like, okay, well, can we go over what you got, like what PC case, what GPU, AIOs and all that, so that way it will fit into PC case. So that way, if you drop off the stuff, it's all gonna fit into the PC case. So that way, there's no headache. There's no headache for me. More wasted time. Multiple people literally had their own PC parts picked out and already bought. Lag. See, it's server. So it can be hitting some people. So it's definitely server. It's not me. Perfect. It's the exact same. Perfect. Server. It's not me. My apologies. It's not me. It's hitting different people at different times, which means it's server. That's my phone's right here. You can literally see. No lag. So yeah, again, multiple people. See, when you do SFF or MFF, you better get the parts right or you're doomed. Yep. Small form factor or mini form factor. Yep. Exactly. When I get people bringing me parts, I want to know the parts are gonna fit into the actual case. So that way, I don't have to waste my time. Be like, hey, yeah, here's your stuff. Like, have to take it all back apart, put it all nicely back in the box. That way they can take it back, because I'm not doing that for them, since they bought the parts. No headaches, less headaches for me, less headaches for the customer that didn't know anything. So that I took my time to ask them about PC parts and what they had. $100 bill fee though, after spending hours talking on the phone, messaging. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Yeah, no problem, man. Anytime, man, you know it. Anytime. Anytime, you know where I am. You know where I am. Yeah, we gotta play some Marvel Rivals again. We will. We will, don't you worry there, Brom. Of course they're born, of course. And anyone that's joining the stream, welcome to the stream. I mean, you guys are sitting through the ads, so. If you're not seeing any ads, you should get rid of that ad blocker. Yep. It's free. Steam's great. At least in my opinion. You know it, man. You know it. I just got a lot of things on my plate. I do. I have a lot of things on my plate. Not just streaming and that. That's why I also ended my stream. Reset my PC because I want to see fixed stuff. Everything seems to be a lot better now, so I'm happy about that. And then also took care of life things. So I'm hoping I can keep streaming here soon, but things are... It's life. You know what I'm saying? It's life. If anyone's just joined the stream, if you have any PC questions, please ask me. I do know quite a bit, and will try to answer everything to my best of knowledge. 17 hours today so far. I don't think that much. We are closing in on... Give me a sec here, and I'll let you know. So this one's almost 12 hours. Yeah, 14 hours so far. 14 hours stream so far. No, 14. This stream's 11 hours, almost 11 and a half hours, plus my other stream and my little test stream. So 14 hours today. Agree, it's a fair price. You see many scenarios who know what, yeah. And it's like maybe I should put my price cheaper just so I can make $50. Make basically less than $10 an hour. Not even $10 an hour. I mean, sweet, I love working for less than $10 an hour. It feels amazing working for less than $10 an hour. And that's with just coffee. You got it, man. Yeah, just coffee. Yep. Oh, 11 hours, crazy. Oh, just me. Nice. Yeah, 14 hours for me today. Yesterday was, I think, almost a total, 16 or 17 hours yesterday. Day before, something like 18. Day before, around 17 or 18. Some pretty long streams. It's good. I mean, it's not bad in my opinion. Now at 1,080 subscribers. So awesome. I think I stream 8 8 or 4 hours. Well, that's a big difference. 4 or 8 hours is a big difference. I think you should be streaming more of their ROM so that way you can get some more views and hours to watch to help you out. I mean, for me, for the past week, I've done 1,000 hours of watch time now, so I'm kind of happy about that. The views have gone down quite a bit, but I mean, still good. Oh, yesterday? Nice. I think you're doing good. People with over a million subs get 300 viewers. How is that even possible? Just make yourself a cartoon avatar and you have like 7,000 people watching you. No thanks, man. I don't know how people can actually watch those things. I actually don't know. Oh, 27 hours this week? That's better than how I started off. Yeah, I'm at 1,000 hours this week, which is pretty decent. Last 28 days. Oh, last 28 days. I'm over 2,000 hours last 28 days. Yeah, over 2,000 hours last 28 days. 28 days is 100,000 views. Sounds like a lot, but it's not. It's not a lot. It's not. I was a VTuber. I still barely know what that is. Yeah, it's like, what, maybe 25 to 30 bucks? Nah, not even. Because I just got monetized March 18th, not even March 18th, after March 18th. And shorts don't pay much, so my live streams, again, like I said, my live streams are what pay people, super chats and all that. That's what pays. I think I've made maybe $7, maybe $7. Well, welcome back, mine. Maybe $7 off of my videos and shorts. But again, it's a process. It's not like it's bad. It's not like it's bad. It's a process. Things pick up. Things slow down. Well, momentum's been absolutely insane, man. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy how good things have been for it. It is. It sounds bad to some people. It sounds bad. To me, I see how quickly and how great things have gone over the past literally month, maybe 2 months. I would say things have gotten crazy good. It's just now I got monetized and now I can make money, but then I also have to make sure I keep up to date with doing videos and shorts and live streaming as well, which is, if I'm live streaming for 14 to 18 hours a day, I don't have as much time to do the shorts and the videos because I also have daily life stuff. Right? Because daily life, life is part of the process. Like a furry. Oh, yeah, okay, they pretend to be. Anyway, gotcha. Like a furry. No? Oh. Yeah, it's very hard to do anything else while you're streaming. Yep. It's not like I'm gonna be like. I'll just wait, guys. Let me make a quick short here. No, I'm not gonna do that during my live streams. The only time I'm leaving the screen, basically, use the washroom, go make food quickly, or maybe take a quick call. That's it. That's literally it. I think people get the 7600X instead of the 1400 because of platform longevity. Yep. Yeah, platform longevity helps a lot, man. They can just stay with that platform, then they can upgrade the CPU later on if they wanted. It sucks that the 14th gen was the end of that line. It sucks that the Core Ultras or the 1851 platform is not that great. You're a beast, man. A demon's not human. Some folks in Japan, when they go off screen, it cuts to some shorts or an old video they posted. Yep, I'm not gonna be putting old videos in that. I mean, I thought about it. I'm pretty sure I did a live stream once, one of my live streams that I did previously, but it's like my old live streams aren't that great, so I mean, I kind of felt bad, so I never did it again. 15 gen could have been LG 710 with no FFR4 support. DDR. Okay, I was gonna say, what you talking about, dog? I mean, maybe. I mean, maybe, right? I don't know. Maybe they had to change stuff over. Maybe they had to change stuff over for advancements of things with DLVR, with, I don't know, with a whole bunch of other things. I don't know. I don't know why they had to go to 1851 platform. I really don't know. I couldn't tell you on mine. I couldn't tell you. I'm not sure why they do this, switching gens so quickly or not. Maybe because it's CU dim to help with the memory controller on it. But also you got DLVR, which is in place with it too. Because again, you don't got hyperthreading. You also don't got hyperthreading on those CPUs. So I don't know. I don't know why logic and all that behind it. People could just have used normal DDR5 anyways. You could still use normal DDR5. Just CU DIMMs is made for basically that. Well, not made for, but you can utilize CU DIMM with the Core Ultras, which is nice. Like, really good in my opinion. Like, it's really good. Just things need to get more. I don't know if things need to get more optimized. Like, Intel drivers need to be better, and games need to be, optimized to run those speeds. Because E-cores are doing like 4.95 gigahertz on E-cores on that platform. On E-cores. Insane, man. E-cores. That's from like a 12600K that only boosted up to 4.7 gigahertz on all core. Where you can overclock, where I overclocked it to 5 gigahertz all core, but that's 5 gigahertz all core. I don't like for it's just like everything they stand for. I wouldn't say I hate all of them. No, I hate's a strong word, so I wouldn't be doing that either. E-core, more like e-waste now. But E-core overclocking to 5 gigahertz it's a pretty good. It's pretty good in my opinion. I know. A lot of people do say the E-core e-waste thing though. So like I said, I think they should have. There could be more optimizations that could be done in games, and or actual driver updates for, or driver software, I don't know, driver basically updates for Intel for fixing things. It's a RAM speed too fast for games, and they don't know how to, you know, things can't be processed. I don't know. There's so many things that are right, but also just not right with the Core Ultras. Unfortunately. Still got lots of cores, yeah, but you don't have the hyper-threading, so you're technically losing some performance that way. Single core performance was pretty good, but not great. Overclocking RAM was basically the only thing that was good for them. And guess what? There's not many people that care about overclocking RAM. I love it. But I mean, most people don't care. Yep, me too. I grew up out in the woods. Literally. Literally. Turn to PC hardware nerd, geek, whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to call it. Holy moly. 269. Nice. Yep. I used to hunt for our own food. We used to butcher them as well. That's how people get meat. I burned some ants once. Scarred me for life. Scared me for life. Scarred me for life. I know what you meant. I ain't never going to heaven. I'm going for hell. I'm going to hell. Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. If anyone's new to the stream, welcome. If you have any PC questions, please let me know. Please. Anything is good. Do have Discord channel if you want to check that out. Patreon page and TikTok and Instagram in the description below. To be honest, I gotta do some soldering work on a CPU. Bam. It's missing a couple of SMTs on it. They're a little small, and they are in a very tight package, if you want to call it that. But yeah, a little difficult. Could be kind of fun to do, to be honest. Just need to get a new soldering station. Might be actually ending the stream soon too. It's almost 4 a.m. It's getting to 4 a.m. 3:30 now. It's getting pretty late. I'm not sure what time it is for you guys, but it is starting to get late. You said you're past part Scottish. Yep, you must also be part Chinese if you're soldering that. Yeah, sometimes you gotta do the squint. You gotta do the squint to make sure, oh, it's good. I don't use, like, magnifying glass. Maybe I should start, but I don't use magnifying glass or anything like that. Yeah, those were actually pretty big compared to what I can solder, though. Like I said, literally, like, you sharpen a pencil to a nice point, and whatever the point is, that's what I can solder. like the end of this. The end of that. It's like basically as small as I can solder. But bam. Yes, I should call it soon. So you can go watch a movie. You got that right. And I can go to bed. So, again, thank you everyone for watching. It's been another good stream. Very, very good stream. Again, thank you all so much. So, yeah, I'm going to be calling it a stream. No problem, man. No problem. Anytime. Thank you guys for being here. Seriously. I ain't nothing without you guys. Okay? I ain't nothing without you guys. Seriously. So, again, thank you so much. Tomorrow. Basically, as soon as I get up. I'll be streaming. More commercials next one. I need people to stay. More subscribers is always nice too, right? And if they're just watching ads or clicking through ads all the time, I don't think they're gonna like me very much. I have it on a moderate amount of ads. Yeah, no, thank you guys. No, seriously, thank you guys. So, yeah, I will be streaming again tomorrow. Maybe as soon as I get up, I'll be streaming. I mean, I look like a piece of crap as soon as I get up, but I start looking better as the day goes on. I won't be streaming for a few hours, like maybe up to 3 hours, more or less for a few hours. So as soon as I can, though, I'll be back to streaming. The banner at the bottom seemed great. The banner at the bottom? What do you mean? Oh, you can do the banner at the bottom? Hell yeah, bring it back. Oh. The banner at the bottom. Talking about, like, the one that was, like, over here-ish? Or, like, the feed over here with... Or, no, there's a banner at the bottom of the screen with ads on it. There's a banner at the bottom of the screen with ads on it? I don't know. Banner at the bottom. I'll have to see, and I'll try. I'll see. I'm sorry, I actually don't know what you're talking about. Banner at the bottom. Don't tell me you're too young to remember. There's a banner that you can close at the bottom of the videos. Me too. Sorry, I'm the banner at the bottom. Oh. You guys don't see one? I mean, I can see one right here. I guess, yeah. Yeah, I have no clue. It's just when I mentioned about making me for Reese's Cup, it's because it kept showing me that ad. That's kind of funny. If it didn't give it to you, it's kind of odd that there's no. Cause yeah, I know what you're talking about. I just don't know how to do it. I'm pretty sure it's just YouTube that does it. Okay. I'll see if I can force those. There's some good used and even new deals on Intel CPUs. Used deals can be nice. Yeah, I'll have to see. I'll see what I can do with it, though. For sure. Can you talk about new and used Intel CPUs next stream? I mean, we can. Yeah. For sure. Yeah, we can. Yeah, yeah, for sure. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. All right. I'm gonna. Yeah, we're gonna call it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm gonna call it. Yeah, but I'll see what I can do. All right. Again, thank you. Thank you all for watching, man. Everyone, thank you so much. So I'm gonna do the ending. So anyone here that might just be starting, I am ending the stream. Unfortunately, I'm sorry if you are just starting up. So yeah. Again, thank you guys so much for watching. Again, thank you to all my viewers, subscribers, and donators. You guys are helping out this channel more than you know. Has been absolutely amazing the past month basically now. So again, thank you so much. I'll be back live streaming probably tomorrow, and not too long from now, so I should be streaming again. We'll have to call it a little bit shorter tomorrow at some point, and then I'll be back streaming as well within a few hours. So again, thank you all for watching, and as always, don't forget to get her done.